So you're not more than the expected move to the upside here, and it's Friday, and you're underneath 735. That could be a bit of a trouble. You have 736 is that all-time high right in here. So remember, this is one because it's a $700 stock. Like, I'll take the Apple break, because if it's a fail break, it's not going to be, if Apple fails a break of its all-time high, you take a 137.50. It's not going to be that much trouble unless you just don't get out on the way back and it doesn't hold support. With Netflix, if it decides to fail that break, it could be fast and it could be furious, and you could be $5 out like very, very quickly on Netflix. So I won't be taking this break. I think it needs to show buyers above 735. You need to really prove it on a Friday after a gap up like this that's lower than expectations for fall through. I'd almost prefer if it was gapping above the all-time high, and then you could be concerned with whether it would hold it on a dip, and then try to hold the 735 level in the other direction. So I'm staying away from the Netflix breakout just because if I want to see confirmation above that all-time high and that the 735 is going to hold on a Friday, because I think the risk here is too big to take the breakout trade in itself. So I'd rather join it if we have to. As I said, Apple, the order's already in to take its all-time high break, and we'll get to that in a second. But it's hands off the Netflix all-time high break for me.
Yeah, Neil, I'm just I got drug on the side here, feeling a little tingly watching this this drug action here. Price action is very, very interesting. That 35 break we were talking about in the pre-market absolutely blasts up to 39. Anyways, interesting tape indeed. But Netflix, yeah, great earnings, but take a look at this, even greater price action from these lows in 2022. V-shaped recovery. Look at that. You take the elevator down, and then you take the stairs all the way right back up to these all-time highs. There's 736 I have here on a weekly chart. If you take a look at the hourly, let's see if that kind of changes up. Right here, 735.98 is this weekly high here, or monthly high, I think, right here. Yeah, so the high from last Friday. So strong action there coming off of the earnings. Let's see if we can get that push through those all-time highs today. Taking a look at a shorter time frame chart. This is a 15-minute. You can see after the earnings reaction, we got a hold of this 710, and we've just been slowly kind of melting up into this open here. So I'll definitely be watching some Netflix today for some price action. Let's see if we can get to the next $10 level here, 740, 750. Interesting as well. A little bit of a quarter when you look at the thousands right there. So it could be interesting. But yeah, going to watch this a little bit, doing 20 times relative volume here off of a pretty good earnings report that we got overnight on Netflix. I think that's something to watch out as well. Is that reference high, 27, just shy of that 725 right there, sitting right there, and then you can see that initial pullback in the morning kind of holds that, and we're trickling a little bit above that price going into the open. So Netflix definitely on watch. May or may not trade it. It is pretty spready there, but I'm going to be looking for those moves. Market is super strong as well, so maybe some tailwind we get.
All right, let's talk Apple. Back to highs here as well. We're testing that high from 2 days ago right now on Apple, 4.5%. I don't know what that was, but we'll carry on. 20% sales surge in China for the iPhone 16. That was unexpected, but here we are. So nice pop anyways to start the day here.
Yeah, they've got competition from Huawei, who's been able to make 5G chips. Obviously, they haven't been competing with Apple for the last few years because they haven't been able to get their hands on 5G chips. Let's talk about which models did better. It's Friday. 20% surge for iPhone 16 sales year over year. The Pro and the Pro Max did a lot better. Those are more expensive models. 44% increase year over year as compared to the 15 Pro.
Coffee. Stat.
Yeah, so I don't know why I got a chuckle out of that one. So whether it's Netflix or wetter Apple sales, then it doesn't really matter. We got it all for you here at Trader TV Live. I'll do my best to try to knock some kind of word pun out of the park later on. But look, Apple, we're going to take the breakout of the all-time high. So 237.5 is the all-time high. It actually tagged 237.49 the other day. It's about as clean to the level as you're going to get. There's resistance as we speak at 237 even right in here. It's a wick basis, so clearly like the even dollar could have a little bit of a, you could always do a pop and fade at the 237, and then I'd be looking for the dip buy. Now, if we don't break out that high, I'm just sort of zooming, oh, there you go. I'm just sort of zooming out so you can see. When we lost that top before, first bounce, 234.5, and then that turned into resistance. Yesterday's high, 234.5. So that's the target area if we don't get the breakout and we go dip buy hunting. It's wait for it to get down into that price. Has to be at least, if it's not going to hold VWAP and then regain the breakout, got to wait for 235, wait for the 234. Yesterday was up on Apple going long, but the only reason for that was waiting for it to get down into the level. And that's sort of the key. Like, I knew I liked 230 for a support level, but you got to let it get there. When it fails to break at the open and starts running short, you don't necessarily want to be catching the falling knife. Like, if it gets in close to that level, got to the $0.50, like, okay, now we're close enough. You see the bids start to come in, then you can grab that trade and then play it back into VWAP and then some resistance. So if we go dip buy hunting, it's that level of patience. A breakout's a breakout. It's easy. You set it and forget it. Get in, throw your stop, take your profit if it goes up. You know, stop out if it can't hold on to some prior highs. But when it comes to the dip buy, you want to be a little bit more nuanced with it. And patience is a virtue, especially on a Friday. You know, we say this all the time, but there's a lot of nasty and weird price action that's going to happen, especially on the third Friday of each month, which is what we have here. So you don't necessarily need to be first in on a dip buy if the market decides we want to pull back first. I'd rather get the second bounce and be able to hold the trade and be in the trade than get that perfect dip buy. Because to get the perfect one, oftentimes you have to be buying at every level, which is not my cup of tea on the way to the downside. But the breakout's I still think we're going to get the breakout. I can't imagine a world in which Apple is not breaking this high today, just given the fact that it's on strength. We've already tested it once, higher lows, as you said, Obi. I feel like we're going to get the breakout.
Yeah, I think we're definitely winding up for the break. It's looking like we definitely can do that. I think something interesting here as well is that 234 area here. You can see that that close area from the day we did clip all-time highs, and then that's kind of the area where we have been getting some selling. We get some buying off of it today. So definitely interesting stuff. Doing some relative volume. Again, to reiterate, we are doing above 2.4, 2.5, even some of these bars doing about 2.6 to 2.8, shy of 3 times the relative volume in the pre-market right now. That 237 showing up as a very clean kind of level of resistance in the pre-market, going down even to a 1 minute. You can see it a little cleaner here. Every time we have gotten up to that 237, we've gotten a bit of selling coming in. So a 237 is definitely going to be on watch coming off of the open and opening imbalances as well. But I'm going to ask the same question I do whenever I see a strong bid in the pre-market with some relative volume. The question is, if this bid is real and we do pull back, where will that bid kind of catch again? And I'll potentially be looking for that bid to catch again if it is real. If not, then I'm sure the tape will be distinctly different, and I'll be ready for any sort of outcome there on Apple. But that 237 showing up is I think it's pretty distinct. I'm going to be watching that level for sure on Apple.
Tesla, FSD, a bit of a problem here so far this morning. 2.4 million vehicles going to be investigated after 4 crashes involving FSD. So as we saw in Sharif's explainer video, I guess is a good way to put it. If you haven't seen that, go check it out. It's on our socials. Sharif went and test drove his Model Y with FSD. Yep. And I mean, there was issues like immediately.
Right away. Yeah. Right away. It got it wrong. I'll just remind you guys, it was a 4-way intersection, but it was a 1-way stop sign. So everybody else had the right of way. It didn't understand that. It went to accelerate. There was cars coming at 50, 60 kilometers an hour in the opposite direction. Could have got T-boned, had to hit the brake. So misread the situation. That's what it comes down to, Brendan. This case is a little bit different here. Now they're talking about low visibility conditions. And why that's specific for Tesla is because Tesla's insisted on using a camera system only. They don't employ LiDAR or radar like some of their competitors do. So that's the focus here of the NHTSA investigation.
I mean, you and I were just saying, I mean, the stock has done basically nothing since the Cybercab event. If you zoom out a little bit, that was the morning after, I guess, the Cybercab event was revealed, or the actual car was revealed. 215, 214 was the low right out of the gate a couple of times. We haven't been down there since. Trying to get back above 220 here, but it's been fairly quiet here since then, guys.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum there for Tesla. That's something that I think they'll probably figure out. Let's be real for a quick second. But obviously this week, it's pretty clear where we are with Tesla in the last week. And then throwing in, let's include Friday after the event. You have, anytime you get past at 220, once you're at 222, and then we haven't even been getting up to the 23, 24 range. It's just been resistance. You're getting higher level support instead of 214, 215. At least now it's holding 217, 218, but it is a very inside week for Tesla. I get the feeling on bad news, if it gets up into the top end of that range, I'm looking fade. I've been saying all week it needs to take out 225 for me to believe in a break and the fill back into this gap. That'll be out of the penalty box a little bit here. That's what I want to see happen on Tesla as a shareholder. But ultimately, next week we're going to get their earnings, and I can see it just hugging this range until we do, underneath the 50-period moving average. So I want to look short pops on Tesla. I don't know if we see 225. Might have to get into like the prior highs from the last 2 days, which is the 222 to 23 range. But you let it set up. The last couple of days, there have been shorts right off of the open at those levels. Today, we're kind of opening down at the 220 level. So you're going to have to let it get into those mid-220s, like 222, 223 range at least, before I would try to put a short on. Like, try to catch the other end of the trade, maybe set up a trend reversion. But I am looking short today on Tesla, unless we're breaking out 225, which seems unlikely to me on a Friday.
Yeah, I think Tesla's on watch by a lot right now. Again, consolidating after that leg down that we had. Again, strong relative volume, robotaxi event that happened, I think, last Thursday evening. And then Friday morning, you get that strong little pullback down into this 215s, 213.75 is the low there. We've been pretty much consolidating sideways since then on Tesla. So, well, we're pretty much within a range here. So maybe some I want to say intraday range trading, but this range is showing up over multiples of days here on Tesla, with the highs kind of at that triple twos that keep showing up. And then we're making somewhat of a higher low each time into some of those levels. So interesting stuff nonetheless, but a little bit of a sideways consolidation here. Again, going up to a higher time frame. You can see it a little bit better as we have pulled back down into this kind of run up that we've had since August 5th right there. So a little bit of a double toppy action in and around that 260, 270 as of right now. And even bigger picture, if you want to go into that, you go to a daily chart right here. You can see, oh boy, we are kind of following some of these things. So I'm going to throw, look, okay, those are a lot of lines there. Some of those intraday stuff, lines showing up as straight lines up, but don't mind those. There was a bigger picture downtrend here from all the way from 2022. And take a look at where we're consolidating, Neil. So we are consolidating. So we gapped down on that robotaxi, and look at where we found that bid. This is the blue line right there. So we're finding a bid on what was some trend resistance, a little bit of a wash. I don't know if it's any significant, but the tight consolidation is a little interesting to me. So let's see if we get a little bit of a push through, back through that 222 area, and a reasonable sustain of above that 222 on Tesla could be a little meaningful. I'll be watching for that. On a bigger picture, on a shorter intraday, maybe a little bit of an opportunity if we can get above some of these local highs here from the past week or so.
All right, let's talk China. If you're with us in the first 30 minutes, we were touching on this very briefly, but we'll revisit once again. If you zoom out a little bit on any of these ADRs, I mean, some of them already taken this out, but 2 days ago, Alibaba here, 104 was the high. We tested again, or 3 days ago, I should say. We tested again 2 days ago. We're back upside right at that level basically right now. China retail sales, industrial production data, both beating expectations overnight. So back and forth we go, back to the upside today for all. I mean, XPeng's still leading the way on my list here. 7% to the upside this morning.
Yeah, good bounce back after several red days for these Chinese ADRs after that big pop-up we saw last couple of weeks. Retail sales up 3.2%, industrial production 5.4%. The best one here, unemployment rate drops to 5.1, specifically urban unemployment down from 5.7. They're spending $2 trillion, partly on stimulus and partly on debt for some of these municipalities. So we'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, worth keeping an eye on here this morning, guys. Where's the opportunity?
Held again.
There's a few, and I'm focused on Alibaba, but the few people have mentioned, I just saw in the chat there, what about NEO? And I've been asked that a couple of times here in the chat. NEO was gold. I mean, look, XPeng bounced off $10 yesterday. NEO bounced off $5. But it's obvious support on the daily. It's the 50 period and the 200 period that you're bouncing off of as well today. So I think 550 is obvious in terms of what needs to happen for NEO. If I was taking this instead of Alibaba, I'd probably be looking at a 50 break, to be honest with you, with the pre-market low was my out. But it's Alibaba that I like. So, that's the one. It's very likely that we're going to see a 104 break. At this point, you're at 103.5. I still think, this one has room to fill in the gap to 106, but 106 was a pretty decent level in its own right. Let me just go to the daily chart so we can see a little bit better. Yeah, 106 was a pretty decent support level in its own right. Like, this was where we dipped initially on this big stimulus run, and then we held it when you made the fresh high. That was where it tried to hold again at the 106. I feel like the 104 break gets you, to 106 would be the out, wanting to take profit into it. And if we do go dip buy hunting, which seems a little bit less likely at this point, it was 102 that I certainly thought we could get into. So either we're breaking the 104 level or the 102. There's a limit to how many breakouts you can want, right? So I feel like this could happen quick. I feel like Apple could happen quick. That's why very tight stops and have an area that I want to look for some dip buys. Oh, and just because Obi mentioned it, that drug, there's a drug in Canada.
Yeah, the Canadian drug might be better, but
No, it's hilarious. I didn't realize there's also DRUG. Bright Minds is dual listed.
Is it actually dual listed?
No, it is dual listed. It's listed in Canada as well. So I just hit drug and then enter, and the first thing that came up on our platform was actually the Toronto listing. No, but drug just did pull back into that 35 level. So the breakout 35 is held. Just be careful, lower high alert on drug. It just failed a 38 break. So it's holding the 35. I still, obviously 22, mid-20s, maybe VWAP or some levels to work back if it is ultimately failing. But the breakout kind of has already happened on drug through 35, and it did go to 40 already.
Yeah, so I'm just realizing that that dual listing could be interesting. I want to watch drug in Toronto.
Free shorts.
Might be a little bit better. And yeah, we get free shorts, or is that what you're saying in Toronto? Yeah, exactly. So it could be interesting there. Again, Canadian drug might be a little bit better in my opinion, but we shall see about that after the open. But going back to the Chinese names here again, we talk about FXI and yin. That's what I will be having eyes on going forward today. Right here, coming back into some of this prior consolidation ranges here as well, right? That's what I was talking about. Again, shout out to Wayne for pointing this out. If you're going to be watching these names, you are definitely going to want to watch Hang Seng, which is the Hang Seng Index Futures. Again, giving you more of that price action without that gappy. Again, I was like, what is this chart? There's so many gaps. There's definitely missing information in between those gaps. And you look at, you can refer to the Hang Seng to kind of fill in, to fill in those gaps of information there in terms of price action. So gonna stay watching this one as well if we're gonna be trading any of those China names for sure. Just like we watch ES and the NQ when we're trading US equities. I think it makes sense to be watching Hang Seng futures if you were going to be trading any equities that are related to the Chinese markets.
All right, let's talk crypto to wrap things up. It's been an interesting week for not only Bitcoin, but some of these related stocks. If you just have a look at Coinbase again, zoom out a little bit, massively higher on the week. We're up 2.3% here. Yesterday was back and forth with the price of BTC after the big update of the prior. Nothing significant here as far as news related to this today, but showing strength here already this morning.
Huge amount of inflows, Brendo. Specifically, if you want to have a cutoff date, the 14th of October, let's talk about how Bitcoin has done since then. $1.9 billion of net inflows into these spot ETFs. They've now surpassed $20 billion of assets under, or of money in for these spot ETFs since its inception, which is actually a lot faster than these gold ETFs got to that same mark. Global Bitcoin ETPs, exchange traded products, also saw record-breaking net inflows, Brendo, in the past week. So good luck for crypto.
Yeah, bouncing right now off that 208.50 area is Coinbase. I mean, IBIT as well, I just saw pop up once again, trying to get back to the upside. So lots to consider here as far as crypto is concerned today.
Okay, true.
So like Bitcoin has this descending, what we call descending trend line on the daily that I think a lot of us have been observing. It's an obvious one. Whether or not we're actually going to break this today, I think you break levels like this over the weekend, much more likely. Right now, it would have to get above like 60. It's like 68.7 or something like that exactly. And then 69, I think you hold above that and then break out. That's going to be a big sign. So on the daily chart, I think that's what you need to see for continuation, but it's been pulling back off this pretty much every single time. Now, Mara has been trending up while this has been going on, and Mara is set for it. It's like 18.5 is this break in here, and then you've got 19 even as resistance. So I can see Mara going into a we haven't been running catch-up trade. And then if we fail that high, that Bitcoin high, look for a mean reversion. So I actually, like, Mara looks like a breakout today. The problem about putting the order in right now is, well, I'm taking a breakout on Alibaba and Apple are already set. I'm not, 3 breakouts at the open. Now, the limit for me is going to be 2. I never want to be punching long on breakouts on more than just a couple of things, if anything. But if we do break that 18.5, and there's still an opportunity, but later on to join a trend, I'd look trend up, and then if Bitcoin does fail that resistance, you wait for a mean reversion style trade on Mara if it's going parabolic. I usually believe if you're failing that high, then Mara, you can catch a little bit of a sell. It just feels relatively strong today. So I'd be taking that breakout if I wasn't already set to go in both Alibaba and Apple.
No, I like those ideas. We were just chatting about that relative strength and weakness in some of those miners and other tickers with reference to what Bitcoin has been doing. This is a weekly chart on Bitcoin. And yes, Neil, I have that trend line drawn in as well, a little bit of trend resistance here, maybe a little bit of a larger, bigger frame flag kind of forming, whatever you want to call it. We're holding consolidation above this 55 level here on Bitcoin, just churning these prior highs, right? That prior high just shy of that 70,000. I think it was 69 to 69. All zeros were the highs there, 69,000, and we're kind of chopping that area as of right now. So the breakout, if and when it does come, should be interesting. Is it going to be today? I have no idea, but this consolidation on the weekly is definitely interesting. Taking a look at, again, when I take a look at Bitcoin, I like to look at the higher time frames because it does trade 24 hours. I don't think there's too much to see on like a shorter time frame there in terms of significant levels. Yeah, no, this trend resistance has been showing up, and we are trading right up into it, just shy of that 70,000. So if we get that distinct push through confluence with some significant volume and it sustains those levels, I think it could be an interesting look here on Bitcoin.
There we go.
Sure.
So a couple of things that we didn't necessarily get to. I know we're going to go to Sharif in just a quick little second. A couple of things that we didn't necessarily get to with imbalances actually coming out there. Early look on the imbalances. I just saw Tesla make a move to the downside. You've got sell on NVIDIA, 2 million, 1.7 million sell on Apple, 970,000 sell on Amazon, Broadcom 700,000, Microsoft 700,000 sell, Intel 600,000 sell, Google 600,000 sell, Cisco. So it is all sell side. Remember, it is the third Friday. So you're getting some sell action as the market's at highs here, the biggest one being NVIDIA. At this point, yeah, I said we'll probably get that breakout on Apple. With that sell imbalance, now we're going into the dip. Remember that 234 is going to come into play here. Prior highs certainly looking like it's more likely to come into play. Let's go to Sharif because we got to figure out what the lesson of the day is here for you guys.
We're talking about breakaway gaps, Neil, today on the How to Trade Midday show. If you're into that kind of thing, we introduce the topic on Wednesday. Catch that with Joe and I today on How to Trade at 11.
Thank you very much there, Sharif. And as I said, with those sell imbalances, Apple just dropped $1.50. You just pull back into 138 here on NVIDIA. It had support down in the 135 range. Obviously, I actually like NVIDIA for a 140. I thought it was a 140 fade, the failed break at the all-time high, and then the lower high at the 140. So I was looking for a pop and fade on NVIDIA, at least initially, and then we could worry about the dip buy. But the dip is likely coming first here, Obi. If you like the dip on NVIDIA, it's been a good one if you can find the right levels. I think obviously pretty much everyone's going to be looking at the 136.5 zone. You're talking about Wednesday highs and then yesterday's support in that range. If you lose that, 135 on a Friday is going to be an obvious one. But you've got to be patient. It's not about catching falling knives. It's about trying to join an upward trend if you can. Ideally, that's going to be the way to go, is try to make sure that you're not just getting in there like, oh, I like the long, so I'm just going to get every single price in there. Not a great look, at least early on with those imbalances. But remember, we do expect to see larger imbalances and those types of moves on a Friday. So you want to be able to weather the storm. It's entirely possible in the first 30 seconds to a minute, might not have any positions, and let things settle down a bit and just make sure we are in the right names at the right time. I feel like there was a name that I did not get to. Oh, yeah. So CVS, new CEO, blah, 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 blah. They were down over 10%. I was thinking SSR bounce on this. It's already bounced $5 in trying to fill in the gap. I'm just going to zoom out. So CVS's gap is right back into about the $61 level. So this is one that I did not expect to make this bounce before the open. But if this gets into the 61, I was looking for a reversion trade on CVS. With the market heading into the downside, at least initially, wow, okay, now we just pop back up. Everything must have just paired right back off.
Right.
Yeah, so NVIDIA is now a buy of 900,000. That was a bamboozlement. Apple flipped to a small buy as well. That is what they do on a Friday. Oh, that's so hilarious.
If the bid is real, Neil.
The bid is real.
Where will it catch?
And it's spectacular.
On top of 235, apparently.
Yeah, they didn't even get to 234. You just went to 235.5 on Apple. Looks like they didn't want to give us the fills that we wanted. That just means we're back into the breakout mode, though. So Apple at 237.5, we're right back there. So the bamboozlement of the sell imbalances, all gone. They're all buys, at least in the short term here, Obi.
October.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. That's a cool
okay,
item.
that'll work.
Right,
that'll work.
We're getting into the season. We're getting into the Halloween spirit. Do you have any ideas of what without giving it away?
Well, so here's the thing. I actually already we have a family costume. We always do,
nice.
My family, we do like a team thing. We do a theme.
Yeah.
But we don't have anything official that we're doing here on the show. So I don't know if I'm just going to, I just don't know if I'm going to actually just wear what I'm wearing at home that day and then wear it here, or if we're going to plan something else.
Sure.
We actually haven't ironed out the plan of action.
All right.
But we dress up on the actual day of Halloween.
So that's the Thursday.
Is it a Thursday? Okay, good.
Yeah, I think this year is a Thursday. Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Very interesting. Only got about 20 seconds left.
Tesla actually went green on that move as well. It wasn't just NVIDIA and Apple. Tesla went green. It's through 221. This might see that 225 after all. But the first place we'll be looking is that all-time high break on Apple. Did not quite get there. Adair is about to ring the bell for the final time this week in 3, 2, and 1. Bring it. Ooh, nice little muted. No break at all. Wow, right back into 235 on Apple quickly. Right back into that 235 level. So Apple is going to be challenging the bid. If we lose 235, I'm just going to cancel the breakout trade. There's no need to have that in there. When it's like a full % away from that price, you don't need that. We'll have to look for it to make some kind of a bounce play if we're going to grab it. Alibaba's not going to break 104 anytime soon. Tesla lost the bid. NVIDIA lost the bid. More or less everything is heading back in to the downside as we speak. So we're going to have to be very, very patient here. NVIDIA was 140, would have been the place I was looking for the reversion of the short, and it's not going to get up there, it doesn't seem, Obi.
Yes, sir. So I'm just gonna, I'm gonna be as patient as I can today, looking for the best opportunities which align with with my abilities and with my playbook as well. Here goes drug halting to the upside again, 39.43 halt. So that 35 was held well, and it's about to halt right now as the final prints kind of start printing. And there it is. We are halted on drug to the upside right there, as you can see. So let's take a quick look at this chart while it's been halted. So let's do that real quick and kind of talk about this. If you guys go back, I don't remember quite when, but I remember doing a lesson on liquidity traps and what those kind of look like on a multi-day time frame, right? So again, this is starting to smell like a classic liquidity trap. It's trying to look like a classic liquidity trap, and guess what, Neil? It probably is definitely a liquidity trap. So again, let's go to the daily chart right here and take a quick look at this. So on the initial day, look at that strong volume, aggressive volume, exactly. A strong volume coming in. This ticker, again, doesn't really trade too much. A little bit of volume coming in, maybe some accumulation, maybe some cornering. Smells like coming into this pop right there, but going up to the 15-minute chart right here, you can see that strong push up and that aggressive squeezing action of a lot of intraday shorts getting squeezed out on the first day here, squeezes all the way to 59 to 60, and then pulls back in. Low volume consolidation, failure to follow through, and then another leg up on a Friday. Could be interesting going forward today. What's going on, Adara?
Great look for Netflix here off the open. NFLX up about $10 from that previous resistance area of 735. Currently struggling a little bit with 746, but well into the 740s right now for NFLX off their earnings. They beat EPS and revenue estimates, and they also announced a 14.4% year-over-year increase in their paid subscribers, a 35% quarter-over-quarter increase in their ad tier subscribers. So great look for Netflix, both in terms of those numbers and in terms of the ticker here. We're actually now into 747s, guys.
Yeah, that
47?
Yeah, 48.65 is the high right now.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, Apple, oh my goodness, I'll go to Netflix in a quick little second because that's ridiculous. No, Apple tried to bounce the first time in front of that 234, went in front of 234.5. I grabbed the retake of 235. It then made a fresh low, so jumped out. Looks like it was a bit of a wick out. It's now holding the 235 a second time, so I am back into it. But obviously, in 100% hindsight, the break on Netflix was pretty clean. So you pick and choose. I liked Apple, and Netflix said, nope, wrong, go into Netflix, 8% to the upside. It's absolutely flying now. The only thing I am in is Apple, but I got to get over it very quickly to Alibaba. So the Chinese ADRs, well, I mean, at least this one, no breakout, going to cancel the order, don't need to have that in there anymore. The 102 is going to get tested. Almost certainly we're going to test that 102. So I want to make sure we're trying to get it on some actual strength if we're able to get a bounce off of that level and not just pick the level, sit on it, and try to get run over. I want to see it bounce, try to catch it on the way back into the upside. Netflix is absolutely going ham. NVIDIA, which I liked for a short at 140, just keeps on putting lower highs. Every time I think we're breaking 39 to get us up there for the short, it's not going anywhere close. Tesla's fading as well here, Obi, so it doesn't look like it's going to be that much of a long day, unless you're in Netflix or maybe that drug stock, which I guess it's a couple of minutes until that one opens up. Back to Adara.
We do have DraftKings here and watch GKNG. Nice pop up the open, up about 4% right now. This one of 20 stocks here on Goldman Sachs. Top short squeeze opportunities for the Q3 earnings season. Other stocks to watch on this list include Dollar Tree, DLTR, Moderna, mRNA, CrowdStrike, CRWD, as well as Chewy, CHWY. So DraftKings with a short float of, I was seeing 5% according to the Goldman Sachs list on this top short squeeze list. Keep an eye out for this one, guys.
The continuation on DraftKings is impressive.
Oh boy, that was it was interesting. I was talking to Jose again, who sits beside me back there yesterday about this action on DraftKings. Again, gonna have eyes on drug here as well. It's about to open up. The last halt price was at 931.14, so it should be opening up 935.14. So I guess maybe a little bit longer than a 5-minute halt, but we shall see. When it does open up, you guys will see this book light up and the tape start to print here as well. Closing price was $39.42. But interesting stuff here on DraftKings yesterday. Talk about reversion. Look at this strong candle here on that flush down to the lows. That's what kind of grabbed my attention, and I was like, all right, well, 15-minute prior bar high. There is drug that's open trading at 39, so we can continue watching that while talking about that. Talking about DraftKings here, about some size sitting at that 40, about what was it, 300, 400 lots, something like that. Sitting at 40, kind of pulls back in as soon as it kind of sees that size right there. Still trading at 39. Should be interesting. I'm going to wait for some of this price action to kind of cool off, and it'll probably halt around up and down. But once it cools off, I'm going to look for a failure to follow through one way or the other. As again, bigger picture, I do think that this is we have to pay for locates.
Yes.
I think right now with the way it's kind of moving and pushing for that squeeze, I don't know if I want to be necessarily too short as of right now. There it is right there. 40 gets instantly taken out and pulls right back in. So it did take out that size there at the 40. Here is the proof as that size. Look at that. All of those on the 40s right there. 10,000 shares on Edge A's, on Arcas right there. So lit gates, some block boys kind of taking out that size and pulling back significantly on drug there. But no, going back to DraftKings here, take a quick look. Strongest volume bar on that low. It's bigger than, it significantly towers over even the opening and closing prints here of the week. So you can see that this was Tuesday, this is Monday. Friday, sure, you get a really strong close volume bar on Friday, but nothing like this green bid buying volume showing up this current week. And I was just like, all right, well, if this is going to revert, I'm going to look for it to revert not only to VWAP, but maybe back to the open. And by the end of the day, it did end quite strong. And take a look at this continuation following through, stronger volume bar off of the open. What's up, Adara?
Quite a few small caps running today, including DRUG and SOBR. Another entrant into the small cap list here is JTAI, Jet AI. This one has run in the past. It's a penny stock, currently up about 31% with a nice volume push here in today's highs before pulling back a little bit. I'm not seeing any catalyst on this, but it's worth noting it's about 56.5% insider owned. We have a float of 10.7 million shares, which is pretty small for a penny stock. Market cap of $2.38 million and a short float of almost 15%. So decent short float, small market cap for penny stock, JTAI. Also worth noting, NFLX actually claimed 750. So great look here for this market's exciting Friday, guys.
Unbelievable move by Netflix there. So we got to be very, very patient. We were able to get a win there on Apple just now, but the first stop, second stop, even tighter. The third stop, even tighter than that. Take the bounce that it gives you. So I'm letting it make a high, and when it tries to press back through, I'm letting it make a low, I should say, off of that prior support level, like right in here, then jump in with my stop really, really tight. Want to make sure if it makes that break of the low that I'm just getting out and then not bleeding all the way through. That's how you allow it to take your scalp win, but make sure you have the stop. The first one gave it a little bit of wide of a berth, thinking we could go all the way back into VWAP $1 higher, but been focused on Apple here, able to get it back after the first two hits. So we're flat on Apple now after the third bounce, but we're still trending down. So now, if I'm being patient about it, I got to wait for 233 if there's even going to be a test of that level. NVIDIA's not really giving too much of a setup here. I like the 140 short. You're just in the middle of a range. And then Alibaba, patience is a virtue. 102 just came in, bounced off of it, rejected VWAP. Here comes a double tap test of this 102 level. So if we can hold here, then I'm going to like Alibaba off these levels. But see, it's downward trend and not showing me the bounce. If you just sat in front of it, that would have worked, obviously, but I need confirmation. You're in a downtrend. There is another name we kind of forgot about, and that was going to be Intel. They had news that they were potentially looking at selling a portion of their Altura business, which is their programmable chip business that they bought like 7 years ago. So they're trying to get break even on it. If they do, or sell a portion, it's not a huge story. And once again, Intel has the same sell levels, the 2280. Same thing over and over again on this one. If it can't break out that, I feel like there's going to be an opportunity to sell. The other thing it's going is The crypto names did make a bit of a break. Mara is through that 18.5. I didn't have the breakout set because I thought we'd be looking breaks in other places. But now that it's through, if it can hold a bit at 18.5, I want to join this trend, at least to 19. Because if Bitcoin fails that local high, I think this is going to revert. So I want to see it hold 18.5. If it can do that on this first 15-minute bar, then I want to enter into the long on Mara. So patience, as I said, going to be a virtue. We take a couple of shots in there. Now I'm just looking for a real continuation play on Apple. That looks like a wick bottom at 234. We're starting to see a little bit more strength. But as we get a little bit later on in the morning, I want to make sure that we're getting better entries on the way in here. It was a scalp out of the last long because this market has been trying to bamboozle to the downside off the open.
Yeah, shout out to More Money in the chat talking about OKLO. A lot of these nuclear fission tickers very aggressively strong right off of the open there. 1546 was the low right there. 1549 opening range low, and we're trading at 1735 with some strong volume. And yeah, now I'm just trying to remember some of the other tickers that were moving on this earlier this week.
SMR.
SMR is the one that comes to mind right away. Thank you, Neil. And look at that nice little lick grab of that pre-market low right there, and then aggressive bid right back up on SMR new scale power. Now, if you guys have more tickers in this sector, send them our way and we will kind of take a look at these. But yeah, aggressive strength coming in. Let's see what we have in store for that. Maybe a little bit of a reversion to VWAP right there on this, but nothing ready for me just yet. We're still holding that 35 here on drug, so I'm watching that as well. Apple with a nice little bounce as of right now, pulling back up right there, maybe towards VWAP. So I do have eyes on that. But you're looking at the NASDAQ and the ES right here. We're not really in and around any sort of key levels in terms of the downside, but the upside right here, 20,500 is testing on the NASDAQ. So I'm going to continue watching that to see if that has any sort of pressure, any sort of price action that might seem interesting coming into the day right there. Okay, K-Fry is mentioning a few names there, so let's take a quick look. LEU, I guess Centrus Energy Corp right there. Let's see, this one probably doesn't do, doing zero volume right there, 55,000, so not worth my time right there. IONQ, says Neil. Oh boy, yeah, look at this one right here, expanding volume right off of the open. Okay, I'm gonna put this one on watch right here, because when that bid kind of dissipates, perhaps I do want to be involved on that one there. This is some very aggressive strength with that expanding volume on IONQ. I guess someone else talking about NNE as well. NNE. So this whole sector is running as of right now. Lows, opening range lows here on NNE, sitting right at 1920, trading at 2121. And again, this one a little distinctly different as the volume is not expanding, but it seems like the IONQ is probably the best one there because we have that strong expanding volume, aggressive coming into this ticker as of right now. So that volume, volume profile volume is looking a little different there. 37's now trading on drugs. So we've been able to hold 34 pre-market high and on top of VWAP. That's interesting action nonetheless. 235 still holding on Apple. What's up, Adara?
Schlumberger here, SLB, pushing lower as we have some of these indices trying to push higher. We have their conference call coming on right now. The CEO saying that they don't see any U.S. activity rebound in the near term. So not a great forecast here. It did also mentioning that they expect, quote, muted Q4 sales growth. It just has to do some of their budget exhaustion. So not a great forecast coming from the CEO during their earnings call. SLB had an EPS beat just barely, but they did miss their sales estimates here. So this one on watch, getting a little bit of a volume increase here as of right now to the upside, guys.
SLB, a lot of those are really starting to expand, and you got to be careful for, like, I know we'll be looking at a mean reversion on a couple of those. Just make sure you're looking at one of those nuclear plays that's actually doing volume, because you have your pick of the litter. You don't have to be in every single one of them, or just the one that pops up that you might like. Make sure you're in the one that's doing the good volume. I think it's very, very key on a day like today. So Mara did end up breaking out the local high through 70s. I ended up getting like 71.5, so it'll round up to 72 is what it is. But it just got into the 80 level with a bit of a pullback. I'm going to throw up, and it's an early trend, but it's a steep one that's going to coincide with about 18.6 anyway, so that's where I'm looking dip buy. If you look at what's going on over in IBIT, as this loads up. You're still in the midst of a breakout, but a pullback in a prior high is perfectly reasonable if we are going to continue this move into the upside. Apple just got to VWAP and retrace. So I got the scalp trade before it did this bottoming tail candle. And the re-entry here probably should have been a good one if you could have had it really, really quickly. Still going to be focused on this. It's trend down, right? So you're getting lower highs as we speak. So if 234 is going to hold a support, I need it to show me a higher low or the actual 234 entry. The NVIDIA, I want to short 140 is clearly not a thing today. The NASDAQ's trying to make a fresh high, and NVIDIA can't seem to get through VWAP. So it is relatively weak. Even though it's up 1%, you're just not getting any true action into that high that we can, or at least I can fit. I shouldn't say we. I don't know what anyone else is trying to do at those levels. I want to thank Volcan in the chat here. Netflix still going. I'll hit the like on that one. Appreciate the super chat there, Volcan. And then ALLY, you want me to look at. I'll get to Netflix first. I'll have to come back to that ALLY in a second, Nick M. But wow, Netflix. Netflix is absolutely on a tear. It is a home run. It is a rocket ship. There's no question about it. It just held the $750 level. These are all-time highs here for Netflix. It's a blue sky setup as we speak. So there's pretty much nothing out there except for every $5, I guess, is going to be, in theory, a bit of a resistance. Ali in here, Nick M. I don't know what to attribute the drop to off of the open. What I can tell you is when you usually get this type of price action, a V-shaped recovery that gets you back to where you started and breaks it out is incredibly bullish because you've rinsed a bunch of people off of that open. And then a 36 breakout actually looks pretty solid there on something like an alley. But again, I don't know the story. Let's go to Adara.
I do have the story in Ally Financial. It was actually an earnings report. So we did actually, despite the drop, we had a beat across the board here. Adjusted earnings per share, 95 cents versus 53 cents expected. Sales also a beat, 2.058 billion versus estimates of 2.03 billion. So Ali did beat across the board. I'm going to look more into this report here, but that was what explains the action in this ticker, guys. It is an earnings move for Ali Financial.
We're just talking about like what's a good like attributable risk on this Netflix move here. Again, it's a $750 ticker. So my question to Neil was, yeah, maybe you're probably risking like at least 4 to 5 points if you want to responsibly take this trade. Now that's obviously just arbitrary. I'm sure if you're watching the tape, you're watching some levels, maybe again blue sky, maybe you got to be watching the book or the tape. Maybe you find a place to risk much less on the
That's
trade,
hard
right?
to do.
So it's like, yeah, it's definitely more difficult to do there, but definitely something to have eyes on for sure. So IONQ, I'm watching as well as the bid kind of starts to dissipate. You can see that volume fall off as well. But again, you kind of measure this kind of trade there, maybe a reversion to VWAP. If I were to do that, Neil, then I could be like, all right, well, if I'm trading this right here, and I'm risking to the high, and I want to take it to VWAP, although it looks great, Neil, look at that. This is a negative RR trade. The negative RR, it's less than 1. It's 0.78. So the question becomes, do I really even want to take it? Unless I find a place where I can risk to the high and then maybe take it towards VWAP right there. If it can bid up and make a lower high, then you can see how the RR changes significantly from under 1 to almost 3.5. So I'm going to be looking for that for a potential place to risk as responsibly and as little as I can to take some more reward off of the table there. That DJT as well I have on watch. DJT quite strong off of the open. Now we're getting a little bit of a pullback here off of a high. 30.92 is the current high on DJT, but we already kind of visited those prices yesterday. You can see here. Yesterday's opening range high is right at 31.20 and today's high is at 30.92. So in and around the same area where we got that aggressive selling coming in off of the open on DJT. Now you guys can see I have a little bit of a red line sitting here on DJT, and where you might ask that might come from. We got that strong sell-off, intraday news, whatever it was on Tuesday. Look at that again, confirmed with volume. I have no idea what the news was, but again, one of my top indicators is the volume, and the volume definitely speaks volumes, I would say, as it kind of this consolidation breaks down and we're getting aggressive volume, even higher than some of the opening range volume coming in on this selling that happened on DJT on Tuesday. So I have an anchored VWAP. Shout out to Brian Shannon there. Anchored VWAP to that volume, to that breakdown that does happen. And take a look at this over the past couple of days. We've been holding that, and even in the pre-market, look how beautifully that price action holds that 29.24 area right now as that strength comes in off of the open there. So again, it seems like the bid is to be found in and around this anchored VWAP in that area. Of course, again, got to be watching the tape and the price action and the charts to actually maybe even try to make a plan in and around some of these levels there. But look at that reversion, nice, beautiful reversion to VWAP coming in. Much better RR on this one, but again, a little late as the entry could have been closer to that 90, maybe in the 70s as well, risking about 20 pennies. And now we're getting that flush all the way down to VWAP. 30.11s is VWAP. We're trading at 30.32s right now, Neil. So I'm not really seeing too much. I did get my hands on the trigger for that IONQ. But again, that reaction it seems like it's not over just yet as IONQ continues to the upside right there. So that bid continuation, even on lower volume now, but something to note is that relative volume is pretty stable as of right now. It's not increasing or decreasing, but relative volume sitting at 2.5 on IONQ, but the volume has been falling off. So I do want to keep my eyes on this one for potential opportunities going into the day. FXI as well. We know we had names on the Chinese tickers right here. Look at that beautiful fade to the downside. Absolutely clean selling all the way back down. So that little bit of a gap that we did get overnight, gap. I guess the Hang Seng is kind of selling off right now. HSI is the ticker here if you want to look that up right there. And this
big bounce
session,
on Bitcoin there.
Big bounce on Google, you said?
No, Bitcoin. Oh, I gotta give you an update. Yeah. So I got out of MAR. We went 2 for 3 on MAR over there, but this is what just happened on BTC. A little bit of I don't want to call it a lit grab, but you lost 68,000, got all the way down to 67.8, half or so, and then you just came right back into the 68 level. So if it can hold 68, I'm going to want to get back into this on Mara. I'll go to the 15-minute. We had the breakout trade into 18.8. We dip bought. We were able to get out again. 18.8 tried to break through but failed. Dipped into 18.5 for a reload, and then that lost 18.5. And that's where we're now holding on BTC. So if 68,000 can hold, I'm going to want to join back in on that trend. But if we don't, it's a pretty binary thing. I don't want to be fighting the price of BTC at all. I do not want to be going against the grain. I liked it when we were breaking out, but not if we're going to lose that fall through. Apple's putting in some higher lows as we speak. Of course, I went over to BTC. I could have just gotten into Apple. Right in here, there's the higher low we're looking for. So we're pretty patient, but I wanted to grab this higher low if we could. The market's still looking relatively weak here, everybody. But I feel like you want some serious confirmation that the long is going to be in. Speaking of that confirmation, like here comes Alibaba. This is the first green candle of the day, right at that 102. But this time, we're not in it off of the wrong side. We're looking for that break of this local high in here. This can get above 102.10, kind of break this prior bar. I think we can head into VWAP at least. So letting it get down into the 102 level that we like, not catching the falling knife, and now I can set it. And it's not set it and forget it, but if we break that 102.10, I want to look to get into Alibaba for the first time in here. We're going to grab some Alibaba. So keeping an eye on that MAR. I want to make sure Bitcoin's going to give us the follow through that we want. Otherwise, we got to stay away from that one. 18.5 still holding. NVIDIA not really giving me the entry on the short. That does lead me to AMD. If I'm not going to get 140 on NVIDIA for the fade, AMD's underneath previous close. It's underneath, I guess, afternoon resistance. It's underneath pre-market lows. It's actually barely green on the session. But under this 157, I don't care that it's above VWAP per se. It's still relatively weak compared to some of the other chips that I'm seeing. Might have to look for the short here off the 157 level. If we're not breaking out the highs today, I feel like one of these chip names was going to be a reversion, but NVIDIA with 140 was going to be my level. I'm not going to get 140, so got to look somewhere else.
Yeah, that Apple, a nice little base, kind of a turn happening here on Apple. So I got eyes on that one as well. I kind of missed that 135, 134 half hold as we did break some prior, I guess, some structures there on that one. And by structures, I just mean on a shorter time frame right there. So let me just get some of these indicators out of the way. Don't really need any of that. Maybe VWAP. We're at VWAP, but again, some of those pre-market levels coming in as of right now as well. So the bid has, I guess the bid has caught a little bit on top of that 234. Futures pretty much sideways here. You can see the NASDAQ right here, pretty much sideways underneath that 20,500 mark. So hasn't really broken out of that level with any real distinction. But Apple, a bit of a reversion happening off of these lows here as of right now. Reverted all the way to VWAP, a little bit above as well. Opening prices in and around, what is that? Is this the 930? That is the 930 opening price at 236.28 right there, clean, nice little flat candle right off of the open there. Should be interesting if we can get back all the way there on Apple. The bid is definitely catching off of this 234. Missed on my part, but again, some of these trades, man, you got to be a sniper, right? You have to be you got to be waiting, you got to be watching, that price action as well. And that's what I realized as of recent. Like, I don't need to be something interesting. I was going through some of my best trades over the past few months, right? And I'm like, all right. So as of recent, again, Neil knows this. I've been kind of grading my trades, giving it a score out of 10 there, just to figure out, I guess, what are some of my better opportunities that I'm taking? What am I performing better on? And what I realize is, like, some of the best trades that I'm taking literally do not come every day. So the question becomes, why am I really trading significantly with the same kind of aggression every day, right? We're going to continue this talk right after we get back from Adara. What's up?
Let's take a look here at Serve Robotics here, SERV. Nice pop for this one here in volume. Both these first two 15-minute candles of this Friday. On Wednesday, they announced this new third-generation autonomous delivery robot. So new product update on Wednesday. No news from today, but they have a 17.3% short float. And this one runs semi-frequently. So keep an eye here in SERV, pushing into previous resistance at 950, guys.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. So Bitcoin did make that hold above 1868, not 18. That would be crazy if we saw 18,000, everybody. So there's your hold of the 68 level. It's just a 3-minute chart. Just want to make sure I have a shorter term time frame to be able to get myself that look to get back into Mars. So there's when it lost VWAP. There's the couple of scalp trades we had before. Now this is the hold of the 150 level. I'm going to start getting out here into the high of the day because, well, I mean, if you're not breaking that trend line to the upside, you still have overhead resistance on Mars. So while I want to keep taking these pot shots, hold it into the top, see if we can't get a bigger move. Ultimately, you have to remember Bitcoin is at pretty major resistance on the daily chart. Not getting any mid fills in there. Let me sit at 65. Maybe I'll get a fill at 65, and I'm sitting at 67 as well the next couple to the upside. I want to make sure we're holding on about 25% if we do get a high of the day break on BTC. Alibaba came right in, gave me that break at 10s. I actually got 10s, which is weird. I should have got 11 or 12s. Was able to get a couple of fills. Sorry about these wicks in here. It got to about 102 quarter mark and then started to come right back in. So it's holding 102 for now, but if we make a fresh low and break down under this low of the day, then I'm getting out. It's that simple. Low of the day breaks, going for the dip buy at this level, took the entry where I liked it, but I'm not going to hold through that low of the day. We're just going to jump out of the trade. It's just like Mara. You can get out, and then if it makes a low at 18.25, maybe I like it down there. But I can get right back in at the same price. You don't have to hold a losing trade. You can get out, and then you can get back in, and then work right back into the upside. It's already a point in the money at that 18.7 mark. So we're already looking okay here over in Mara. Going to get one more fill out in front of the high of the day, and then we'll see how far this can go. With eyes on Bitcoin this entire time here, I think we have a chance to really fly on MARA. I haven't really looked at like Coinbase or anything else. Mara was always going to be in focus for me. As it's 10 o'clock, what's happening now, Adara?
Quite a lot happening right now, including Fed's Kashkari taking the mic here, set to start speaking at 10 a.m. At 12:10, we'll get comments from Feds Waller, and then at 12:30, we'll get a second round of comments from Feds Bostic. Feds Bostic also spoke at 9:30, but didn't see any comments coming out from him. So guess nothing market moving has been said as of right now. In terms of economic data, it is a bit of a lighter day, but we did get a stronger than expected housing number at 8:30, and then weaker than expected building permits numbers here. Although even the housing number was lower than expected on a month-over-month basis. So bit of mixed economic data prints coming at 8:30. No other prints, but like we said, quite a few Fed speakers to keep an eye out for. We actually have the NASDAQ stronger than the S&P 500 today. Part of that could have to do with this beautiful push up in Netflix, up almost 10% right now and holding on nicely to that 750 level. They had a really strong earnings report, beats across the board for earnings per share and sales. 14.4% year-over-year increase in paid subscribers and a 35% quarter-over-quarter increase in their ad tier subscribers. They're also expecting their paid additions to be higher in Q4 than Q3, which they're citing or attributing here to seasonality and their content slate. So great look for NFLX, great look for the Qs as well as a result. Intel on watch here, still in a bit of a range, finding some resistance from yesterday's resistance level around 22.75s. But CNBC reporting that this company is considering selling their minority stake in Altera for $17 billion as they undergo quite a few challenges. So INTC on watch here. Last but not least, AXP, another earnings day. This one basically at lows of days, doing almost the opposite of what we're seeing here with Netflix. They missed on sales, but beat on earnings per share. They actually raised their EPS guidance for 2024. So keep an eye on all these names today. Also some continuation plays in Chinese ADR space and crypto staying strong.
Strong, certainly. MSTR, look, obviously a lot of people are going to be looking at different names when it comes to crypto. What?
Yo, what's happening? Yeah, no, I'm just we were just talking about this IONQ kind of consolidating here as of right now. Hasn't really broken down like I was looking for just yet. But yeah, still kind of. I think the position board it was showing my position a little earlier, but then I think a little bit of I guess it kind of it went off again. But again, IONQ pulling back up towards its high. So let's see whether or not this one will work out here as of right now. Nice little tight consolidation. What is this? 1340s as of right now, and 1370s is the high. We're trading at 1366s. Currently, so super strong as of right now on a lot of these tickers here. Let's take a quick look at SMR as well and some of these other nuclear names to see what they're up to. See if there's anything distinctly different in between any of these names here right now. So I know the other one was Dominion. This was the one that was actually on the news, partnering with Amazon and Amazon and Friends right there. Dominion was one of the ones that actually publicly traded. That one is trading to the downside as of right now, with a bit of a sell-off off of the open, trading at 59.41s. And I think NNE, people were pointing out, and OKLA as well. So NNE with another leg up to the upside, some strong volume, stronger than any of the bars that we've seen so far, pushing through its highs there on NNE. Another one, OKLA, I guess it was the other. Okay, OKLO, sorry, OKLO. Continuing to push to the upside there as of right now. So aggressive. It seems like IONQ is the only one that's kind of lagging behind. There it is. It gets stopped out once.
Oh my goodness.
Of IONQ. What is going on? Drug is open.
Oh, it's definitely on something. That's for sure. This drug stock. I'm gonna get to crypto in a second. I had a mic issue there, and I did want to get to MSTR in a quick second, but obviously drug almost 100% to the upside. It just gapped over the 40 level in here. Looks like it was about to do a lit grab. It looked to me like it was about to go into a bit of a liquidity grab underneath the 40 level, but now it's breaking back. I just want to remind everybody on the 15-minute, once this is through 47, you're looking at some fresh highs. 3 days ago, this was that top at about 47. So it is making that charge. I'm not one that would ever chase one of these. Just keep in mind, if it fails this level, I could see it going into a halt down because it is at major resistance. Drug is continuing to fly. Congratulations to everyone that does have it. Because crypto's running, this is what's going on in MSTR. So it's about to get to like the 210 level. Pretty much everything crypto looking relatively strong as we speak. I just got a test of the high on Mars, so we bought the dip back again at 18.5. Technically 52s off of VWAP. But the one thing that I don't love as much is, yeah, you're still getting the sellers here at 18.8. So I want to see VWAP hold. That's great for the trend, but we're scalping out into that high of the day. If we get a break, I'll get one out in front of 90s and one out in front of 19 even. But right now, I think we're waiting for the next available dip buy. It was a really good question before we went up to Adair the last time in the chat, and it was like, why is it hard to trade at 9:30? There's a lot of the bamboozlement in the first 5-10 minutes in the market. A lot of liquidity grabs, a lot of people trying to get stopped out, market makers trying to get people stopped out. So you do have to have a very distinct plan of action and be willing to have a good out and just get the next trader better in, or just be very, very patient with your trades. If you can't trade in and out oftentimes, then you want to make sure that you're waiting for the perfect setup.
I think that's fair there. A bit of a wicking action here on IONQ. So let's see if we can kind of potentially come back into this. I'm gonna take one more try at this one here, and see if that. So that was a little bit of a wick of those highs, and we aggressively slam right back in there on IONQ. So I think it's worth taking maybe one more try on this one there as it comes back into the downside as of right now. So yeah, Bright Minds, aggressive. Look at that, holding that 35. Oh boy, that 35 kind of showing itself multiple times, and that consolidation, sure, we do trade a little bit below it, but 33.98, so about a point below it, and then we're pushing right up into 47s off of that halt that we got into 40 right now. Oh boy, are these shorts trapped? Definitely, it would seem like. Neil, so gonna keep eyes on this one there. I gotta watch this 35, man, but I'm like, all right, do I really want to risk a full point on this? It deserves that risk is the answer, I think. Again, with something that's halting in and around like this, then you got to be able to, you got to be willing to kind of give it the risk that it deserves if you are understanding the bigger picture of what is going on the underlying here. Now again, how many shares float is this thing, you may ask? About 2.88 here that I have, so about 3 million, just shy of 3 million float. But again, it's done a significant volume over the past few days. If you take a quick look at this, look at that. First day right here. And now again, the numbers could be slightly different on different platforms, but again, this is just to reiterate what's the magnitude of volume that may have been happening. 21 million on the first day, 102 million, almost 103 million on the second day. Third day, 13 million. Look at this. Fourth day, 2.6. We talk about a liquidity grab where there's low volume, failure to follow through back down to the downside. It was doing significant volume on the upside, and it can't even break back below 20 million when the volume is dead. And then you get another gap up, push back up, holding prior levels here. That initial day, the way we held that $11 level, that was interesting. That's definitely something to study. And then the way we've been holding that 21, 22 level as well, kind of stair stepping on this liquidity trap all the way back up. 48 highs as of right now, currently pushing on Bright Minds Biosciences. So interesting watch nonetheless. Now shout out to, I think it was somebody in the chat was asking us to look at a few names there. I'm just going to scroll back up right there. Scott H. asking us to check out Peloton and Reddit. So let's take a quick look at those names right now and see what Peloton and Reddit are going to be doing. So Peloton, let's do that one real quick right here. As that one pushes, wow, look at this one, Neil. Oh boy, this thing is breaking out. Is there some sort of catalyst on Peloton? Maybe, maybe not. But by the time you ask that question, the trade could be gone. Neil, what's going on? Is you got your mic? I
think we're got my mic issues fixed. Apologies, everybody.
Okay. I think Fabian wants me to continue
go ahead.
for a little bit right here. So until we get that, until we get Neil's mic sorted off, I'll continue to talk about Peloton and Reddit here. So Peloton, absolutely crazy. I don't know what the news is as of right now, but let's take a quick look at a higher time frame real quick to give us a bit of a perspective here. So post earnings, we did a nice wide consolidation, guys. So look at this consolidation range right here. So if I can just clip those highs on the pull right here. If I want to do, okay, one more right there. Okay,
there we go.
Right here, about a 1 point consolidation right here on Peloton, and then now we're breaking out. Is the breakout on expanding volume? That's the next question that I'm asking. Sure, it's on a little bit of volume there. We got that aggressive volume coming into this drive that we had on Monday. take a look at that, Neil. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a bit of a low volume days right there, and another strong push with strong volume on a Friday. Yeah, so $6 coming in here on Peloton here, and we will check out Reddit right after we come back from Adara. What's up?
I wasn't seeing any news in Peloton, though. They did announce last night they're reporting earnings on Halloween. So 2 weeks from now, Thursday, October 31st. Now, Nokia has another one, really strong push to the upside here. Gap down yesterday on weaker than expected earnings across the board. They missed EPS and sales estimates. Then we also had Reuters reporting that Nokia is cutting 2,000 jobs in China and another 350 jobs in Europe as part of their cost-cutting measures. Great look for them right now, though. NOK here pushing into high of days. Nice uptrend over the last few days. Again, after that earnings gap down, guys.
Thank you, Adara.
And I don't know why Zero Gravity Zen would think that I wouldn't get a Happy Days reference. I mean, I'm not the youngest person in the world. I'm not old enough to have watched that one when it was on. But, I mean, come on. Happy Days, the Fonz, legendary. It is what it is. Here's the issue. Mara triple top now. So here, Mara can get to the high. It just can't break the high at this point. And that's part of the trend to the upside. You can't just take the reservation. You've got to keep the reservation. So obviously, I still like that the trend is holding here on Mara. Where did my trend go? There you go. There were those highs. But we just took another leg out. I'm basically holding on to the last 10% of the trade for it to try to hold trend and maybe look for a re-entry. But you can't seem to take out that top. And we're scalping early and then waiting for the dip into VWAP. The dip into VWAP came. Now I want to see some strength. Not just that initial dip. Show me a consolidation over VWAP here that I can dig into on Mara and try and make another run at this high of the day. But now 3 times your higher lows into a flat top. I do still like it, but you need to show me a little bit more here on Mara. Alibaba, sorry about the wick there, just dark pool stuff. It did not quite get to VWAP, so it bounced off the 102. It's gotten into 102.40 as the high. 102.5 is going to be VWAP. I want to see it hold another higher low. I have one more out in front of 102.5, and then we'd look for that to break VWAP and then a continuation play. As far as the chips go today, everybody, I mean, it's like the market's not bad. If you look at the NASDAQ as a whole, like the NASDAQ's been trying to press through those highs, like higher lows as it's trying to press through. Then I look over at pretty much all the chip names that I watch. NVIDIA's holding VWAP, didn't really go dip by where I wanted it. We wanted off of yesterday's lows because they were obvious, or maybe the 135. It can't seem to test the high. It can't seem to retest the low. So I like the fact that you're holding on to VWAP, but it needs to pick a direction to be able to join. And it hasn't done so yet. AMD is still relatively weak. Doesn't really want to get above the 157. It's threatening to go red. This one feels like it should be the short. Unfortunately for AMD, it has been red the last few days, bit of a downtrend, not yet at the 50 period, and you can see the support at 155. That's the trouble with the short. It's Friday, 155 is a big level on the daily chart, and of course it's a big options level. So I would suspect you're going to see a bounce at 155. But if we can't stay above VWAP or break the 157, there's room for a scalp short here on AMD. Next available pop, going to be looking short on AMD, if not just a VWAP short here on advanced micro devices. Doesn't look very good. Grizz saying SMCI. Is that better of a setup than AMD? That's worth checking. SMCI is strong. Yeah, SMCI is on the strong bucket. AMD looks like it's a short, but SMCI does not look like that at all. It's an inside morning so far. Failed a breakout of 48.4, but you know what? You held the low. If it can break this and hold the 48.40, like this resistance from there, that would be a nice little continuation long for SMCI. Yeah, I'd be thinking more setting up for a long trade in SMCI, and I'd worry about the short in something like an AMD, which is incredibly weak here. Even Apple's trying to hold on to VWAP, and
I mean, maybe we
not
get a
quite
higher
doing
low.
it.
I mean, I was looking for.
Let's be patient. What happened?
The bull kind of fell off. I did put the bull on top because I'm just like, we are experiencing all-time highs on a few names.
That's
right
something
there.
else.
Netflix. So I just, again, what I realized, Neil, trading is a little bit of a balancing act. So, you got to be able to balance a lot of different things, a lot of different factors as well. And sometimes the bull's over the bear, sometimes the bear's over the bull, but the balancing is what matters there. So IONQ, again, something interesting that I've been kind of, I guess maybe reading about as well, maybe kind of looking at as well. We got a low volume wick that took out the highs on IONQ. We got a low volume wick, which I got stopped out on, and then it comes right back in. So I feel like whenever that's happening, I want to get right back in on the trade, and got to be real fast on that one there. IONQ does that, and then drops all the way down to 20s there. 1320s now pushing right back up. So some choppy action on this one. Interesting price action nonetheless. Something that I'm definitely kind of, I guess, learning real time here. But Apple for that reversion. Drug? Sorry, have I seen? Yeah, no, I'm watching Drug as well, man. Drug is another one right there. It's getting higher and higher. I don't know when it'll stop, but it's starting to trip me out real hard right now.
It's halted to 51.
It's halted. Yeah, exactly. I talk about this. It's a liquidity trap. It's a textbook liquidity trap. Did not get involved in the pre-market. That 35 level, I did kind of mention it here to some of my pod members. I was like, yeah, that 35 looking interesting. Hopefully they are watching it. Maybe they take some executions in and around there, but you definitely have to be risking a little wide on that one there. But I'm looking for a higher low on Apple. Again, if that bid is real, where will it catch? We caught on 234, but if the market continues to trade sideways, I'm going to be looking for a higher low here on Apple to maybe potentially execute on. What is going on, Adara?
Just a quick update on Netflix for those who are looking at this. This one is actually briefly claimed 760. So NFLX still really strong to the upside, breaking above that previous resistance at 734 to trade at new all-time highs. And again, continuing to push higher here, up about 10% on a really strong earnings report for NFLX.
Thanks very much, Adara. Gonna have to get out. I didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth on Alibaba, but it just lost the 102 level. So we got it, and I think the timing was at least a little bit better than usual, but maybe not the best entry. Could have actually had it here right at the 102, like 01s, or even like 98 or 99. We could have had that long. It does press into the 40 level. That's the best that it gets, but it just lost that recent support. So I'm out of it. I wanted to set up the next long. Don't mind. You take the profit, scalp out, get out, work back into it. The same thing we'll do with MAR. Want to make sure when a stock is trending to the downside, you can take your wins, but I don't want to be fighting it all the way to the downside. Don't mind wicking out and finding another entry point in there. AMD, still want that one to be a little bit of a short for me. It's not really pressing back into the 157. It's just kind of losing VWAP. I want something setting up a little bit better than that for a short. I think the money fills are at the 157. But here comes DJT holding that 30 level. Shout out to everyone that's looking at this one. 30's been a key level. I like the fact that it lit grabbed underneath 130 and then regained it. So you're getting these higher lows into a potential hold of VWAP on DJT. So it might have rinsed a bunch of people out, so some longs are probably gone in here. If you can start to hold VWAP in the 30 level, this looks like a bit of a continuation play as well on DJT. So just preaching some patience. Mara's back in the money. We've been sitting in that one this entire time. Here, NVIDIA's still looking weak. Apple can't hold a higher bid here either, Obi.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to be very patient. We have a very inside morning on the futures. Fail break of the low, fail break of the high, sitting in the middle. Yep. This is exactly where you don't want to be over trading.
Yes,
not when this is what's happening. You want it to pick a direction and you want to join. You want to only look for longs in the strong stocks, look for shorts in the weak ones, but wait until you get to a key price level. And if you don't have that happen on one of your Mag 7 or bigger names, then you can look at something like the DJTs of the world, the IonQs, and the Drug is a little bit of a different beast, and let those set up, because they're not going to care as much what happens in the overall market. Let's go to Adara, take care of some business.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's how they give a true trading edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders like you. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power, and all you have to do is reach the profit goal. The best part of this limited edition program is that they've reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase, and the profit split's been upgraded so you keep 70% of the profits. You should definitely want to check it out. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information.
Thank you, Adara. People in the chat talking about Reddit as well. If you guys didn't know, thank you again, Scott H. Reddit is pushing all-time highs right now. Reddit all-time highs is 79.49, and we are trading at 79.49 as of right now. That prior high on Reddit was 78, so about a point and a half roughly above that prior all-time high on Reddit. So, oh boy, this thing is really setting up for a push above. We're making higher lows as well. Look at that 50 bounce, Neil. Oh boy, talk about a reversion on the weekly. We revert from 50 all the way up to 40, almost 100% move on Reddit there as of right now. So let's go down to a shorter time frame and see what's going on the intraday. Look at some of these volumes there. Look at that strong volume expanding off of the open, not even into the open, not really doing too much in the pre-market either. But look at that relative volume also starting to expand as well as Reddit pushes towards all-time highs. Weekly high here at that 78.77 on Reddit. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch as that trend continues. Again, we are holding and hugging that VWAP. No real extension away from that VWAP just yet. So if you're looking for, I don't know, this is me more talking to myself. I'm not looking for reversion on this one. We're too close to VWAP. But again, that strength coming in with that expanding relative volume and that volume as well. Shout out to Scott H for pointing this one out right now. But we're going to go to Dara with the small cap recap.
Small caps are definitely in season, that's for sure. IWM right now actually at a pretty interesting level, rejecting that 227.40 area. As you can see, that's been resistance for a bit of a while here, last few days at least, on this 15-minute chart. Now we're finding support, though, at that previous level of support resistance for the Russell 2000 on the 15, which would be about 226.25. So that's an area from which we had that breakout if we go back to Wednesday. So interesting look here for the Russell. Quite a few areas we're playing around right now. Quite a few small cap gappers, of course. It would be foolish not to talk here about DRUG. This is Bright Minds Biosciences. Ticker, again, is drug or DRUG. This company's had a bit of quite a few pieces of news over the last week, though initially they started gapping up before this was announced. Today's story, though, is a $35 million non-brokered private placement. For context, this one earlier this week had a market cap of $5 million, quite a bit higher now. They also do have a float of just under 3 million shares, 35% insider owned, so pretty significant portion insider owned and small float. Now, following up drug, we have SoberSafe, SOBR. This company has rallied in the past. This is not its first time running, up about 80-90% right now, filing a Form RW announcing that it is not pursuing a public offering as of right now. Sober also has a float of under 2 million shares here. And last but not least, VTAK. This one trades on the Amex. It's up over 200% right now. Catheter Precision is the name of this company, and they are in the catheter space. They have been attending from Wednesday to Friday here, this catheter ablation technique conference, currently at this conference. So not saying any specific news story, but could be related to that. They do also have a market cap of just over $3 million and a float of around 2.5 million shares, guys.
Much there. There is a very distinct difference between sober and drug right now. It is distinctly different, but it almost feels like sober is doing what drug did yesterday in some ways. Look at the price action off this at 15. And there is nothing going on special on the level 2 here of sober. When you look at that barcoding action on sober, like look at this. No volume, look at the spread. There's nobody bidding at 15. There's a 25-cent spread most of the time. There was nobody even at the 15 level for it to be doing this. It's just hanging on to this because nobody's selling. That's exactly what drug did yesterday in a lot of ways, where it was just hanging on to the bid and there was no volume. So no one punching short. Nobody can get out of position. If you're caught off guard on this one, you're basically just stuck in it. And now it's squeezing to the upside. So I think you might be. It looks like sober is doing a bit of a consolidation day. If it can hold on to 15, I think that's good, and I wouldn't give up on it on Monday if it does that. So drug is completely gone at this point. Obviously, you guys can see that. I wouldn't be chasing it. Mara, as you can see, no reload for me. It does not hold on to the trend line. It's basically just holding on to the prior low. So I'm in at 52. I'm holding on to the last few pieces here. If it can't hold on to this support at 1845, I'm just going to jump out of the trade. It's done well, but it's not doing enough for us at this particular point. So we got to be able to move on. Apple's still trying to show me the higher low that I want, but it's not doing a very good job of it.
Revert Netflix?
Like, look at it at 235 underneath VWAP, consolidating underneath VWAP.
Risk a point.
No, it needs to hold above VWAP or give me the trade off the 234 level that we liked before. And I can hear Obi talking about Netflix and a reversion. Well, if you're going to play a reversion on Netflix, it's not very steep. Like, the trend that it's on since the break is not a very steep one. And the risk to reward for myself, like if I'm looking at a break of this, like this trend line, no good. You'd have to go for this, which you'd already be in. So like since it broke this high off the opening range, you'd look for that trend line. You need to be in this one off of 60 already, and then you're giving it 2 points to try to get back into $750. Feel as if you'd already need to be in that short, risking $2. I'm staying away from the short on Netflix. I don't think that's going to be the one for me. Now that AMD's above VWAP, I'm looking back at this 157. This is one that I want to play short back into the 57. I know Netflix is juicy for a mean reversion trade.
Oh, yeah.
But it has to set up so perfectly, Obi, as strong as it is.
I looked over at Sharif. I was like, yo, you're trying to revert Netflix? And he's like, yo, that's, I mean.
Careful with that.
It's going to be, I mean, it's a, you got to be precise. You got to be a sniper. But again, if the bid kind of dissipates, if it kind of cracks trend, maybe perhaps that could be a potential trade. Earnings day one, maybe you definitely don't want to be on the front side of that move. But if you are looking for a reversion to VWAP, perhaps it could be a decent opportunity. And that VWAP right now is confluencing with that 750. 750 is a bit interesting as well, right? So nothing really setting up for me just yet as of right now. And again, we were talking about this earlier as well with Neil. Some of the trades that again are more in my ballpark. I'm realizing the ones that I do well on, they don't show up every day. They do show up a few times a week. So if I can, again, shout out to Sharif, pack my patience for those setups to show up and really put risk on those ones, then I think the trajectory will be much cleaner as well. I think even in terms of I guess serenity, mental calmness. It's going to be definitely better as well because I know I'm giving the appropriate risk for the trades that I've shown myself to be better at. Right? And in between, sure, you can still trade in between, but not putting on significant risk in between. Because is it worth my time? Absolutely not. If I know I don't really necessarily perform on it, sure, I could be like, I can maybe develop that skill over time, and I'm sure that can definitely be on the horizon if you put in the appropriate time. And Neil saying Sober is halted down. What is Drug doing?
Oh my God, that tap is nasty.
What's happening?
Okay, so first off. No, I said no reload in Mara. Did not like the way that it approached that high. So no reload and then out under the prior high. So stick to the guns. We're able to get out tight and get right back in, same price. Play it all the way back 850 to 880. But that last little bit, it just does not want to bounce. So we'll wait for this next trade to show up there on that crypto name. Sober just halted to the downside. It was indicating $9 before. Now the indicated open is 10. It's halted at $13.37 with an indicated open right now of $10 even. That is obviously pretty nasty here on Sober. So that's the danger with these stocks. Let me just have a quick look and see what Drug is doing. Drug is in the midst of a pullback. What's crazy is if you were playing mean reversion on Drug, you'd be in the short off 50 right now.
Boy.
But I can promise you that I did not pay for locates on Drug. I have no idea what they cost. And when I looked to see if it was liquid enough in Canada where we have free locates, the answer is a resounding no. The book is so thin in Canada. It's so I'm just gonna post one. It's so thin in Canada that you can actually see like fives. That's like 1 cent on the bid. Like it's ridiculous. There is no liquidity in the Canadian one, so you're not trading it at all.
What's actually printing? That's the question.
I don't know why anybody's printing, and there's no liquidity. Why anybody would trade it there?
A couple lots there.
It's beyond me. It's entirely insane as far as I'm concerned. There are some runners here sorry, not runners. There are some strong big cap stocks. So obviously Apple's not setting up the way I wanted, and I was just scanning through a few things. Amazon,
Oh boy.
higher lows, hopefully everything's okay there. Higher lows into a potential break of the high. And that'll wake you up a little bit. Higher lows into a potential breakout at 189 here on Amazon. So this one, nice liquidity grab. See if I was looking at this over Apple. Apple hasn't been bad. You just had to scalp it for the longs. It's not giving you continuation. But Amazon looks like it's primed for a 189 breakout. If we get a dip on this, great. Maybe you get VWAP in here. But this looks like it's the next one to go. Super strong Amazon. Don't want to miss this one breaking 189.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping a close eye on
sorry.
Apple here, but before that, we're going to go to crypto with Adara.
Very interesting story here for crypto, but quickly first, just in case anybody is missing it, we do have comments from Feds Bostic, who is on the schedule for 9:30, but I'm seeing some comments come through right now. Feds Bostic saying that due to uncertainty around the election in November, there could potentially be a lull in investment activity and household spending. So just a bit of a flag here coming from Feds Bostic with regards to how election uncertainty might impact some areas of spending. Now onto a very fascinating story in the crypto world. You may recall right before we had the approval of spot Bitcoin ETFs, there was a post from the SEC Twitter account saying that they had been approved. That post was made erroneously. Well, apparently as of Thursday, as of yesterday, we did have the Justice Department announcing the arrest of a man in Alabama named Eric Council Jr., who actually had hacked into the SEC account using something known as a SIM swap involving an iPhone to basically post this tweet, of course, spiking up the price of Bitcoin briefly until Gary Gensler said this has not been approved by the SEC. Interestingly enough as well, apparently after this was made by Eric Council Jr., after this hack, apparently he Googled how to know if the FBI is after you. So really interesting stuff here. If you were following that spike in Bitcoin with that falsely posted news of approval, this could be an interesting story to keep an eye on for you. Good look here for BTC. I have the weekly chart up here. We're coming into an interesting area of resistance on the weekly chart. Going back to July, we ran into this area quite a few times. That's about 68.2. Right now we're at 68,300. Let's see if we continue up here. Nice build here off those lows in September when we were around that 55,000 level. Again, 70,000 has been viewed as a pretty key level of resistance for BTC, so we'll have to see if we're able to eclipse that area. Right now, Bitcoin and Ethereum both pretty strong. On a percentage basis, BTC stronger than ETH right now. ETH up about 1.33%. Solana up about 2%. Dogecoin up about 11.5%. Generally, with the exception of Tron and XRP, we have a lot of strength right now in these crypto-related names, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. That's a pretty amusing story. I cannot tell a lie. Obviously, you should not do stuff like that, but at the end of the day, you can get a few kicks and a laugh out of it. Highly legal, don't ever do it. AMD did get to 157. It checked up. It did go. It's hard to see now because I have a 3-minute chart up. I like a 3-minute chart, but I'll show you a 1-minute chart just so you can see the execution on it. So I let it get to 157, kind of try to break the high, go right into that prior high, get in when it failed the prior high, and then give it to that top. So I was in on the back end per se, not just trying to catch a falling knife, or in this case, like stand in front of a moving freight train, whichever analogy you happen to like, but it does break the high. So I waited for it to get to my level, did get in on the backside, and then just let it stop out if it's not going to hold underneath, which is what I want to see happen. Mara, while I didn't reload, it decided to reload. So it's still going on Mara. I can get rid of that trend line. It doesn't really matter. Now when you go higher time frame on Mara, it's starting to look good again. Now, obviously, $19 is still a level on the daily. And obviously 18.8, where we've stalled out, is a bit of a problem. But they just did a liquidity grab. I know, because I was in it. And now you're holding back above the 18.5. So I want to go back into this trend. As long as we are putting in those higher low or support levels and going back into the whole higher low game, I want to work off of 18.5. I want to work off of VWAP here when it comes to Mara. So just going to be very patient with our entry points. Amazon's still looking for a top end break. That's holding pretty well, top side. Apple is a huge disappointment. It's now trending right back into the bottom. We had a couple of decent scalp trades off of Apple, but did not. The biggest one would have been in here, where you could have had 234.5. It's now trying to catch a bit off that same level. But Apple's trend down at this point. You can't really respect the trend when it's going down if you're trying to go long. You have to try to find the higher low play, like when it makes a nice little rounded bottom, you want to try to get it off of that, but it made one extra low when we're going into the longs. Again, we were taking profit and making sure we stopped out, not losing on it, but ultimately it has to set up really well as it's going against the old grain. SMCI still looks pretty strong as well. I think some of these chip names are different from others, and now SMCI is really setting itself out. I was looking for a higher low off of VWAP. It just refused to make one until now. And now you've got that 48.5. I don't know if you're watching this one, Obi, but it's now held that 48.5 level and is very nicely trend up. So a consolidation long. Forget about NVIDIA today. I keep looking up and NVIDIA is doing nothing. SMCI is up 2 points. You got to be able to move on to the stock that's trading a little bit better. So I'm going to be a little bit more focused on this SMCI, looking for entries. And ultimately, when you're scanning for opportunities, you're always trying to get those best opportunities, Obi. Like you want to have, generally speaking, like a list of names that you like the best. Like I keep a watch list up. I have my iPad where I have a few names out there. I have a quote board, which I'm usually going to want to lean into. And it's just the names that I have on watch, just to make sure that I'm not missing something like incredibly obvious. You know, and if there's a name out there that is usually one of the ones that I trade, and I look at it and I try to sort my quote board from not just what it's doing from the previous close, but what it's also doing from the open, so I can see what's strong and what is relatively weak. I see Coin is going, I see IBIT's going, that's why I've been watching Mara, but there's not a lot standing out. And when that's the case, you want to make sure you have the right tools available to you. And when you're scanning for symbols, when you're looking at charts, whatever it might be, eSignal is a great place to allow you to trade smarter and not harder. Now, upgrade to an elite trading experience, whether you're analyzing, strategizing, capitalizing, whatever it might be, eSignal is going to be for you. You have instant trading on unlimited amounts of data, charts that will change the game for you, every indicator you could possibly imagine. Most importantly, in my opinion, I say this every single time, backtesting is a very important part of any strategy development. eSignal has a very great backtesting program allowing you to test your theories to see if they even worked in the past, and then if they can work in the future, because forward testing is real. Test them as they go. So you're going to be able to scan, as we said, looking for the best trading opportunities out there, what's gapping, what's moving, what's doing relative volume. You want real-time data so that you can see what is happening in the now, and then it's going to be there when you need it. So everything you need is all in one place with eSignal. So if you're ready to elevate your trading, scan the QR code or click the link in the description and check out an advanced charting platform used by a lot of professionals. Sean's been using it for years. I know I've used it on and off for sure over the years, and a lot of traders on this floor have used it in the past. So I can tell you right now, and currently using it, I can tell you when you're looking for opportunities, I can stare at NVIDIA all day long, but you got to be able to find that SMCI, if you're looking at the chips, is much stronger. So it's about to break out the high of the day as we speak. I like it as long as it's above 48.5. That was that key level on the 15. Next available dip buy, I want to join trend on SMCI. And it's a pretty hefty uptrend. That one, solid. But I think when it gets to VWAP, I usually like a trend after VWAP. So there's your VWAP hold. It can hold this 48.5 in a lot of ways. And I'm buying the next available dip in what seems to be the strong one. That's not drug, because drug's on a different level. I'm talking about chip names here. 3% is pretty good for SMCI today.
Yes, so no, I'm just watching this drug action there, watching that Apple as well, and yeah, no, I definitely agree with you, Neil, about continuously scanning, right? Like I said this morning, gotta continue watching. Like what I was asked, what are my top ideas? I think Dara asked me in the morning, like, okay, what are you looking at? And I was like, well, I don't really have any sort of tickers necessarily in mind, but I will be waiting and watching and hunting for setups there, and I think that's something definitely to note, as it has definitely helped me out in the past. Like, okay, sure, you have your trade ideas that you make overnight. When you come in the morning, a lot of that price action that happens in the after hours and maybe even in the pre-market could kind of throw some, if not all, of your ideas right out the window, and you're like, all right, well, what's next? So that happens pretty often as well. And then you got to continuously scan throughout the day as well. So just to show like what I got going on some of my other screens here, you can see that again. I'm continuously watching multiple tickers. I have multiple tabs open with a lot of different things here. Here I have a bit of a tech basket where I'm watching, like as soon as somebody says, oh, you know, NVIDIA is moving, I got eyes on AMD, Intel, SMCI, SMH, Micron, ARM, you know, TQs, everything like that. What's in play today? I'm looking at FXI, I'm looking at Apple, I'm looking at TSM, earnings day 2, I'm looking at American Express, earnings day 1, I'm looking at Netflix, earnings day 1, I'm looking at Ally Financial, earnings day 1. I'm looking at drug, obviously. Again, look at this beautiful chart on drug. Shorts are definitely getting rocked on this one. And as soon as I saw IONQ, I put that one up here as well. So I have eyes on multiple names. And then I also have a multiple, I guess a multi-time frame kind of setup here as well, where if I want to look at a specific ticker, I'm looking at here, okay, so this one isn't really set up that well right now, but here we can go to IONQ. Got the weekly, got the daily, got the 15-minute, got the 30-minute, got a 5-minute and a 3-minute, and sometimes I move that over to a 5 second. So it's like you definitely want to have some sort of perspective of the tickers that you may be interested in as the day progresses, as the day moves along, because again, you will miss trades, you will kind of see trades in retrospect, you'll see kind of stories building. But you know, it's always good to have tools at your disposal to kind of have that market perspective as the day kind of goes along right now. But right now, Adara is at the green screen. What's going on, Adara?
I just saw a tap of 100 on drug.
So much excitement in this market today, but we have a bit of a more muted sector board on watch. Not a ton of action happening here in technology services, with the exception of NFLX up about 10%. On its earnings report, also a bit more muted in the consumer services space, retail trade, consumer non-durables, utilities, consumer durables, and the communication space as well. Now, in terms of strength, we do have the NQ leading the SPY right now, and you can certainly see that reflected in electronic technology. Apple up here on their China iPhone sales, NVIDIA to the upside, as is AMD. So lots of strength in that sector. We also have some upside in health technology, though. Eli Lilly, its largest component, a little bit flat today. So a little bit of strength as well in finance. Bit of a mixed look, though. AXP on its earnings day 1, bringing this group a bit to the downside. Now, in terms of outsized red sectors, there's really only one of note. It's going to be energy minerals. We have XOM and all of these other tickers that moving to the downside. Bit of a move down in energy, especially when contrasting the strength that we had a couple weeks ago. Health services also a little bit weaker here. ELV and CI to the downside on day 2 of Elevance's earnings. Lots of analysts weighing in with price targets to the downside after that report yesterday, guys.
We're about a few cents away from the high of the day again on SMCI. It's about to break the 49 level. I'm scalping some out in front of the 49. If it does a false break here of 49, I'm going to look for that higher low again, staying on the trend in front of 48.7. So SMCI relatively strong here. I mean, NVIDIA is underneath VWAP. We showed you AMD a bunch of times. Just went over to the strongest name because we were just talking about scanning for strength. I'm not making this up. But a couple of seconds ago on this halt of drug, which is now up 165%, the indicated open price was 100, then 80, now a more reasonable 73. Yep. So it's indicating it's not even, I can't show you that level on the chart because it's at 58, but super strong move here for drug. I don't know where it's going to open, but if it was going to be a 5-minute halt, it should have just opened up. My guess is because the tap was so ridiculous and the lack of liquidity, this is going to be a 10-minute halt here on drug. It's now indicating 81. It's all over the place. So obviously people are trapped in this. I mean, anybody that's short, if they haven't already been rinsed, they're certainly getting rinsed right now. If you're in it, congratulations to you. No one ever went broke taking profit. It's like the strongest stock out here, but it is a pure squeeze type play. So the tap's all over the place. It's going to be a 10-minute halt as far as I'm concerned here, because now it's been over 5 minutes. So good luck to anyone that happens to be in this. So SMCI doesn't make the break of 49, but we did scalp some out into that 49 break. I want to be holding through the break, buying the dip on any potential failed breakout. And then Amazon, which we also like for some relative strength, no 189 break just yet. It's doing a bit of a bull flag here on Amazon. It'd be easier to see on the 15-minute, but you guys can get the idea here. Holding on to 188.25 or quarters or so. If it can continue this consolidation, might look for the next available dip into this 188.25. If it loses this, I think you're headed down into VWAP anyway. So just try to be patient. We're able to find SMCI because it's relatively strong. And we just wanted to see if we can get a fill either off these lows here on Amazon or breaking out the top to join that trend to the upside. It is a strong one. Rivian Millionaire, can I explain what a bull flag is? Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not a chartered market technician, but I guess it does look better on a 3-minute. No, all a bull flag is you're going to have a strong upward trend, and then you want to have some kind of a consolidation which forms a flag pattern. So whether you're looking from here to here, and then you get the flag, which would be something like in there. So this forms your flag part, and there's your flagpole. All it means is after a strong move up for a bull flag, you have a consolidation at those highs. Now it can upward slope or downward slope. I really don't care. It just means that it's holding the high end of the range after a strong move up. That's what you're concerned with. And then you look to either, if you're bullish, trade the range long or trade the breakout. It's just giving you a bullish setup and just indicating that it's got support after making a strong move to the upside. That's what you're really concerned about here with Amazon. Relatively strong name. And the market's up 0.6%. It's up 0.6%. But I like this consolidation that you're doing to set upside. So drug will be open in a few minutes for anyone out there. Whoops, I keep putting in the Toronto one, which you don't want to trade, trust me. But we'll be open in this in about 2 minutes. It's indicating an $80 open still. 90, okay, it's still ridiculous here on drug. This is going to be insane when it opens back up here. I wouldn't be surprised if it grabs the 100 level and then does a bit of a dip to the downside.
Yeah, no, I'm continuing to watch some of these nuclear names here, which kind of reminded me. I'm like, maybe I showed you guys all my tabs just now. I need to have another tab with just solely these nuclear names on it because, as pointed out in the chat, some of them are looking distinctly different. You can see that IONQ pulling back into VWAP, but OKLA is well near its highs as of right now. You can take a look at NNE as well. NNE near its highs. So IONQ looking distinctly different than some of these other names there, which have not pulled back into their VWAP just yet. So I think it might be a good idea for me to kind of put all these names kind of side by side and see if there's any distinct difference happening within this I guess impromptu nuclear sector off of the news that we had earlier this week of a lot of these large cap tickers kind of looking for nuclear fission reactors to kind of power their AI what do you call I guess
data centers.
Their centers, their operations, AI operations is what I was trying to say there. So yeah, no, this is the world we live in, almost sci-fi-esque, where it's like, you know, okay, we have a technology, we need more power. Let's make our own little nuclear reactors. Soon enough, we're gonna have Iron Men flying around with all these CEOs. You know, they're coming up with these high efficiency energy modules, and hopefully we can get something really, really small. And that would definitely change the world. I really like where we're headed. If money is being spent in the right places when it comes to like technological progress, I have no qualms.
I am qualmless as well when it comes to that. We believe in it. I think it makes a lot of sense. There's no chance you're going to have all these. Look, the hyperscalers are not slowing their spending.
Oh boy.
Which shows you we just got the demand out of TSM to know that it's not going anywhere. You got to power all of this. So like, the SMRs of the world look absolutely fantastic. There's been a few questions about Apple. It just doesn't look very strong right now. It's starting to give you the higher lows going back in. So this is what I've been waiting for. We caught it on the downside and got one good long. I mean, obviously we took profit on some, but who cares? Like, this was a better long in here, and then this is the long that you really wanted off 234.5. It's showing you support off of that level as well, now putting in higher lows. But it's clearly relatively weak. So it's only now put in the higher low. Yeah, if it holds 234 or 33 in here, I'd look for a bounce play long. I'd much rather be in Amazon, however, which is, as we're talking about that bull flag, it's very strong. Either we're breaking out this top or we're getting the dip back into the 188 level. It just seems much more clear to me that we've got strength in Amazon over Apple, and that's why we're taking a look at. Oh, okay, there goes Tesla. As we speak, Tesla's breaking out the top here. Keep in mind, it's a Friday, 225 is going to be resistance, I think, on Tesla. We're talking about strength. Amazon looked like it was going to break. SMCI got very close to breaking that top and is still up there, but Tesla just took that 222 and in earnest is continuing to go. So this looks like another one where you want to make sure you're joining the trend line here off the 222. Super strong stock here in Tesla. If it gets to 25, I still maintain that's going to be a short for me, but I want to get the next available dip on Tesla. And yeah, drug, it is still, it's been 10 minutes here and it's still not open. I'm guessing they're having trouble finding any liquidity on drug. The tap is still $75, but they have not opened it up. Let's go to Adara with Money Talks, and maybe this thing will have resumed trading.
DXY at a pretty interesting level here. Yesterday, we broke above that previous area of support here that could have formed as resistance. That was back in mid to late July here, July 18th. This is around that 103.20 area. Now we're actually resting at that area. So giving up basically all of yesterday's move as of right now for the DXY. Got a couple economic data prints earlier today. Housing starts slightly higher than expected, so 1.354 million versus 1.350 million expected for the month of September. Though there was a larger than expected drop on a month-over-month basis. So housing starts dropping by 0.8% on a month-over-month basis compared to estimates of 0.4% drop. Building permits lower than expected here, 1.428 million versus 1.46 million expected, dropping on a 2.9% basis here versus a 0.7% drop expected for those building permits. No other economic data today, though we did have some comments from Feds Bostic earlier saying that due to some uncertainty around the election, there could be a bit of a lull in spending on investments or on household items. So keep an eye on those comments. We're actually set to have more comments coming in just over an hour at 12:10 from Feds Waller. Then at 12:30, we'll get another round of comments from Feds Bostic. More comments here coming from Feds next week. It's another lighter week for economic data, though on Friday, we'll be getting the final Michigan consumer sentiment print for the month of October. So next Friday, a week from today. Again, though, a bit of lighter economic data as we gear up for the November and December FOMC meetings, guys.
Another one going here. While drug is still halted, it's ATNF now 70% to the upside. It just had to reopen in a take of the $7 level. If you're following along here with this, obviously ATNF, you're out and about, but there's lots of resistance to like $10. It's got room to run before it gets to this $10 resistance level on ATNF. If it holds this halt price, I want it to set something. Wow, okay, forget about it. It just held the $7 halt level. To be sure, but with room to $10, I'd like to look for something on a dip that you can give to the $7 level. This is absolutely flying. While I'm waiting for drug to open back up, this one is going absolutely ham. So you got to look for sometimes these sympathy plays. There is that news that was moving like NUZE, but that's like it's a coffee company. Yeah. I don't know if I want to be believing in that one on a day like today. Obviously, you know, you want to be in the names that are actually giving you the bigger moves and giving you the bigger action in terms of volume. But 180 Life Sciences here, ATNF, flying around to set upside. Yeah, not a very good look in the market. NVIDIA just lost VWAP. Let me go back over to AMD, which I want to see if it, yeah, AMD is right back into that 157. So this might be setting up the short again for Advanced Micro Devices. And if you're wondering why I like the 157, essentially, it was at pre-market low and then the opening range resistance level. It's still above that resistance on AMD, so got to watch out for that. And then SMCI, which was cruising right into the highs, I just got the dip back into that in front of that 48.60 level. So we got the move into 49, now dipping, still staying on trend as SMCI, but with AMD, with NVIDIA losing VWAP there, got to watch out and keep it a tight stop here on that re-entry trade. If it get any pop into the highs, got to make sure we're taking profit on it because this market does not want to break higher. And if NVIDIA goes lower, at some point it might start dragging everything else down with it. So good luck if you're trading those small cap runners. I'm going to wait for one or two of them to try to calm down a little bit here But SMCI, good move into 49. We'll see how the second volley goes now.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll keep an eye out on some of these small cap movers going forward. But I got my eyes on this. I guess I made a bit of a basket here of all of those nuclear kind of names as well. So let me show you guys what I got. Now let me know in the chat if I'm missing any names here. So I got Dominion Energy, I got NNE, I got IONQ, I got Nano Nuclear. Is that two?
NNE is Nano.
Sorry, SMR. And then NNE as well. I got OKLO. I got XLE. I want to keep an eye on that one as well. I got Uranium URA ETF as well. That one's bidding up alongside that. And yeah, I got space for I guess a couple more. I'm more than willing to replace some of these. So let me know in the chat. Am I missing any nuclear names that have been moving as of right now? All right, Rivian Millionaire talking about BWXT. Let's take a quick look at that one there. What is BWXT? Oh boy, there it comes down. IONQ to the downside, looking distinctly different than some of these other names as of right now. Oh boy, stock selection. Got a little lucky with that one there. Okay, there it is. Open on drug. Opening at 62s. Okay, I was looking at 70s maybe perhaps. 62s.
It's halting down.
Halting once. Wait, where is it halting? It's not.
62.
How is it halting at 62 though?
It opened 69.
Insta halt. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, look at that. It just opened up at the halt price. Is that what you're telling me, Neil? It opened up at the halt price?
No, I think it opened at 68.
Okay.
It opened at 68 and then halted down at 62 from what I could see. The other thing that's happened, I
think Neil's chart might be.
No, we got to get over to the market for a quick little second. So drug, it looked to me like it opened up at 68, halted down at 62. It might have been a 69 open, but you're losing the bid here. I mean, obviously, we saw NVIDIA go, this is a NASDAQ retesting the opening range bottom. So you got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. Amazon's at the support, but you got to be able to preserve profit. I wanted to go back over to SMCI. We had SMCI to the upside. It lost support levels. Get out. Wait for VWAP. If it can hold VWAP, great. But do not want to get caught just sort of leveraging the whole way in. I had just drawn the trend on Intel to look for reversion, and look how quickly it failed. So Intel got to 22.8. That's yesterday's high. Does the mean revert? I'm shorting pops on this one for sure. So I know we liked AMD before, and AMD definitely set up at the 57 level, but AMD just held, whereas Intel just fell apart underneath VWAP. So we're going to see how far it can get on the bounce. If it goes all the way to trend top, fair. If it fails VWAP, I want to short VWAP. Just be very, very careful. I mean, the market hasn't really failed that low yet. As a matter of fact, Amazon now catching the bid at the 182.25 mark. So I still like Amazon for the longs. I'm going to sneak in here so if I can't weasel my way into the 30s and join this trend of the upside. That's what it's been this morning. Find something that's actually giving you an entry point. Wait till it gets there and take it. Not try to fight anything. We're having a very inside day at this point. I do see Isra in the chat. And I'll get to this JBLU very quickly. I just wanted to show that I want to get that bid on Amazon in front of the quarter mark. JBLU is the definition of a linear move to the upside. Like you can't misdraw a trend line in here if you're doing so on JBLU. Up 8%. It is a breakout, but that is very much like that's almost like an algo buying trend level that you're getting off this break at 760. Usually, a trade for me would set up, if it does this, goes parabolic at some point and then tries to mean revert. Or does a hefty dip that allows you to buy said dip. So either you get like a distinct dip down, which it had been doing earlier, and then you try to go long, or it does a parabolic move up and you look for the fade off of the parabolic move up. When it's going linear like this, you need to already be in that trade or you're going to run yourself into some trouble there. So the next thing I want to grab is Amazon. We know the relative strength. It didn't make the breakout that we're looking for off the highs, but it certainly held on and confirmed that 188.25 is still support here on AMZN. Robbie V says news is starting to go.
Yeah, no, I'm still kind of a little bewildered on that drug move because a couple different platforms here not really showing that. People in the chat also saying that it opened up at 69 and then pulled back into 62 for a halt down. But I'm not seeing that price action on a few different platforms there. So interesting stuff nonetheless. But it is halted down, or it is halted as of right now. I guess halted down as well. And we talked about that. I was like, yeah, it's probably going to open up in the 60s or maybe even 70s. That seems a little fair with what it's been doing. I guess a 69 to 62. Pull back in. That's absolutely crazy. So going to keep eyes on this one. Like I said, I want to wait for it to kind of settle down and finish all of its halting. Maybe for the volume to kind of die off as well a little bit there. But if this thing has shorts trapped, oh boy, which I'm pretty sure it does, Neil, with the action that we've been having. Something to note as well is that prior high right here before this, just shy of 60, 59.96 is the pre-market high of the first day, or was it the first day? I guess the second day of this moving, because I know that the first day we did kind of, let me get this VWAP out of the way here. The first day that drug kind of moved with some significant volume was on Monday here. We started off, oh boy, we started off at a low, opening range low of $1.13. Was there volume prior days? Maybe a little bit here. You can see that people probably, I don't know, Wednesday had a little bit of volume as well. So anyways, regardless, a strong move up on day one on Monday. Started going parabolic off of the open there on Tuesday. Wednesday, a little bit of sideways chop, so maybe people are looking at this as backside. Maybe swing shorts are getting in and like, okay, well, this is going back to $1. Has no business trading here at the 30s. Look at this day right here, the lowest volume day of the week. Trading underneath 3 million as of right now. It's opened at 35 right now, 32, 34, 62, 65 roughly is what we're trading at right here on drug. And yeah, second day, when on that third day, on Thursday, low volume, and then we get that push back up. Oh boy, definitely it's a failure to follow through. That's the liquidity trap that I'm kind of talking about. And when we get back through those prior highs, we talk about that 35 being a little significant, showing itself not only prior days in the pre-market and off the open as well. We get a 100% move off of that 35 mark as of right now. Or
wow, you know what time it is?
Right now. Oh boy, it is 11.
It's already 11 o'clock, so time flies. There's a couple of things I want to get to. I did grab Intel at VWAP for the short trade. Amazon's breaking the high of the day, so we waited for this one to confirm support, make a higher low, get in the long. Now we're playing it through that high. Amazon going to likely break this 190, at least the way it's 189, I should say. 189.90 was yesterday's high. It's trying to break it out. You just have to be patient. Find the strong stock, move over to it, or find a weak one if you want to go short, as this is trying to take the highs. But it is 11. We'll be back at 2 o'clock and see what the heck drug is doing at that moment. Yep. But I know there's going to be some small cappers and some runners on tap for you. And on top of that, some options lessons, because we've got Joseph, we've got Sharif. Go get them, gentlemen.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That's your boy, Joe. We got to give you a nickname, man, like something with options. I'll come up with something. I'm pretty good with that.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I think we'll get something along those lines. Yeah.
I hope everybody's having a fantastic Friday. We're going to wait for everyone to weasel on over from the other stream. Excited for today. Lots going, man. If you know, if you've been watching the show, you know I love these small cap gappers, so this is kind of my thing. All right, Matthew Booth. What up, Scott H? He's been trading Piton. He's been trading Reddit. We're going to get to those soon. Shout out to the OG Scott H. We got another OG, Darwin, dancing up a storm, JF Trader. And we got Malinowski, Miss A. What's up, Miss A? Brandon Townsend. And we got Ronaldo and Vicky and Novak, Benson, Paul Goodson. Stock up as opposed to, of course, stock down. T-Man, Medical Marinera. I love that name every time. The one, he is the one. I love my niece and nephew. They're always talking about him. You're not him. You're him. Blah, blah,
not that guy. You're not that guy.
You're not that guy.
You're not that guy.
Omar, Dave Miller, Marty M, Robbie V. Shout out to the Piper. He weaseled. The Piper weaseled into the chat. Shout out to him. Scott Edwards, CompuCare team. Oh, I shouted you out. You said, bro, you never shout me out. Oh, and I just read your message, and I did shout you out. So shout out to you. Junior Son, Dreamy Sleep. We got Idris, TX Trader, and Dad Trader, small cap trader extraordinaire, by the way. B Trader as well. Who else we got? We got Saint Genovese, Anurag, my man Anurag. We got Thomas Johnson, Vanessa A, and Solanjo. Good morning, Joe. It's Friday.
It's Friday, brother. It's
Friday, homie.
It's a good Friday too. A little bit action packed, and we like that stuff. So yeah, I think we're having a good session so far. Everybody's having a good day.
You good? Okay, we'll take over for a bit while you fix that mic.
We'll fix that mic there.
Yeah, you're good. I think you should be good. Is he good, Fabian? No? Okay, he's not. All right, let's talk a little bit over here while Joe gets that taken care of. I took one trade and one trade only. I don't usually trade before we get onto the show, but I saw this bad boy going and I just could not help myself. It's one that we're all familiar with because it was going the other day, ATNF. Neil brought that to you guys just a short while ago. I yelled out to Joe, I'm like, man, this took out the pre-market high at $6. It has a definable pre-market high. It wasn't just whiffling and waffling in the pre. No, it had a very definable high. It took that, and then that's when it really got interesting to me here in ATNF. There's the $6 and almost $6, $5.88 high. This was a candle that took it out right at half past the hour. And then I saw this one at 7. I'm like, no, we're going to get involved in this one. And we did. ATNF, we were able to weasel 50 pennies out of that. I'm still very interested on ATNF because it just did a quick VWAP and bounce and popping right back off, Fabian, into that 6 1/3. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. So many different small cap gapper runners. Adara put a plethora of them on the watch list today. Lots to talk about, Joe, but we're going to see if you have anything you want to chat about before we get into the lesson of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. You know, I like to pick on something that's hot for the session. Guys, and I think that's Bitcoin. I think we're reaching some key levels here around 68,400. I think if we can break this resistance here in this area, and then we can pass through 72, and then hopefully we can go for the all-time highs around 74,000, guys. And it's looking like that. We're starting to kind of curl over after we had this downward channel here coming from the highs, creating lows. And then I was talking with the guys here how we have this isolated volume signature. And at one point, this candle print wasn't as isolated. But I said, hey, within a volume like that, an isolated volume signature, that could be a potential bottom. And that's exactly what I was looking at when they put a bottom in around 49,000 or so. And it's been a little bit of a slower crawl up, and that's fine. But as long as we continue to make higher lows and continue to the top side, I think we can break through this resistance around 70 and then make a push for 74,000, guys. I think that is the look of the day.
All right, let's get to the lesson of the day. Joe dropped hot lines yesterday on the options lesson, but the day before that, we got our feet wet with an introduction into gaps. Let's get a bit more nuanced with it and talk about breakaway gaps. And I think it's an apt time to bring up this subject because we're getting into earnings season. And oftentimes we have breakaway gaps during earnings season because of the reporting aspect of it. I think you guys can figure out why. So traders, gather around. Today we'll delve into the exciting world of breakaway gaps, which are potential signals for these explosive price movements. As we always do, let's explain what we mean by breakaway gaps and start with an introduction. So imagine a price chart trapped within a trading range for weeks, months, whatever it is, okay? Suddenly a gap appears, propelling the price above the resistance or below support. Works both ways. That's the breakaway gap here. A significant jump in price with no trading activity in between, suggesting a potential breakout from that established trend. And this is what we're talking about. We're whiffling, we're waffling. They say consolidation period. I say lower highs and lower lows in a downtrend, but that's not what we're talking about here. Then, all of a sudden, something comes overnight. It could be the earnings report after hours, whatever it is. The market loved it, and they were buying up storms at 4 a.m. the next morning once that pre-market opened up, or they were on blue ocean, as Neil often tells you, overnight buying this up. In any event, it was typically something that took place outside of regular market hours, hence the void, the gap, the chasm there between the closing print of the day prior and the opening print of the subsequent day. This is what we're talking about here. And I love how this infographic has this increased volume kind of look there because that's what you should be looking for. We'll get more nuanced into it as we go, but you should be looking for breakaway gaps with increased volume. And it works both ways. So the downside, as we mentioned, there you go, an overnight bearish sentiment or bearish news catalyst or report or whatever, have this one selling off. Works both ways, long and short. So why do breakaway gaps matter? Why are we talking about them? Well, they're trend breakouts. So we always talk about the trend. This is breaking out from the trend, whatever the trend was prior to that. So breakaway gaps often signal a break from a consolidation period or a trend reversal. A gap above resistance indicates to you bullish momentum, while a gap below support indicates bearish, obviously, right? But there is the importance of that increased volume that must accompany or should accompany the breakaway gaps. So breakaway gaps are typically accompanied by a surge in trading volume, which signifies to you strong buying or selling pressure behind the price move. And there is also the psychological impact that these breakaway gaps have. They can attract new market participants, which is what we want, right? We don't want that recycled money. New market participants further fueling the breakout momentum. But it's not all blue skies and rainbows, baby. Well, first, let's just look at this quickly over here. Resistance level 1, resistance level 2, and on the third time, OB thrice, we end up taking that breakaway gap. And again, look to the volume bars for that increasing volume. But as I said, it's not all blue skies and rainbows, baby. There is the issue of false breakouts. Sometimes breakaway gaps can be misleading. The price might quickly reverse direction, creating what's known as a false breakout. Here are some methods to help you identify potential false breakouts. 1, limited follow through. If the price struggles to maintain momentum after the breakaway gap and fails to make those new highs and those new lows so that we can get that nice upward down, or to the other side, if you're taking a breakdown gap, those lower highs and those lower lows, it could be a sign of a weak breakout or a weak breakdown. So limited fall through, number 1 thing to look at. Number 2, lower volume after the gap. A surge in volume accompanies most true breakouts. If the volume, though, fizzles after the breakaway gap, it might indicate to you a lack of conviction by buyers or sellers, right, behind the move, and then you should be on alert. And then you also should be always looking for confirmation from other indicators. Never rely solely on one aspect of technical analysis. Always look for confirmation. So you should be looking for conflicting signals to make sure what you're looking at is genuinely legit, right? So you should be looking for conflicting signals from other technical indicators like moving averages, the relative strength index. If these indicators don't confirm the breakout, then a possible false breakout is more likely. So how do you trade these breakaway gaps? Like, what's the move here? So for number 1, let's talk about entry points. Breakaway gaps offer potentially entry points in the direction of the breakout, right? So however, waiting for a pullback after the gap for confirmation to identify stronger entries can be prudent. So let me just kind of explain what I mean by that. All right, so let's just say, for example, over here, we reject once, we reject twice, and then finally, we break it on the third time. A lot of people will not punch in, just simply because we broke out. What they'll wait for is for this level to come get tested, but not as resistance this time, as support. As we always talk about on the show, resistance flips to support and vice versa once they do get breached. So a lot of people will be a bit more, conservative. And they'll be like, no, it's fantastic breakout, but I want to make sure that this level was legit. So I'm going to wait for the price action to come back down, Fabian, and to test this level to make sure that the buyers are actually going to step in there. And what's the psychology behind this, guys? Why is that former resistance level acting as support? There's a very clear explanation. There's people who lament not having gotten in at that breakout level. So they say to themselves, all right, fantastic. If that price comes in again, I'm going to be buying up a storm. Similarly, people who want to get short might be interested in that level as well, to cover there because it went against their position. So there's multiple actual reasons why resistance flips to support and vice versa, okay? So we talked about entry points. Let's talk about stop placements now. Breakaway gaps often create new support and resistance levels, right? Because usually there's price discovery of some sort there. Placing stop loss orders below the gap for long positions or above the gap for short positions can help manage risk. So think about that. And last but not least, the measured move. We did an entire week on the measured move. Essentially, it predicts the size of the move based on the previous price action. So explore the concept of the measured move based on breakaway gaps. This technique estimates a potential price target based on the size of the gap. So we're going to stop there. I just want to show you one quick chart over here. So there you go. You're rallying, you break up. This is the breakout zone, and then boom, you come back and you test that same breakout area again. And this is kind of what I like to do. Now, it doesn't always give you that. Let's talk about Caterpillar for a second. Let me just bring it in because there's a case to be made here for both Caterpillar and Apple. Let's start with Cat. And I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you this on the daily. So I was in Cat. You know, this was one of my holdings for a hot minute. When we broke away from 300 and we got up into 381, I was lamenting not having added more when it was lower. So I said to myself, what's that key area of technical support that would really get me excited to add again? It's $300. And look at this. On that Black Monday in early August, when everything was selling, when the yen trade unfolded, August 5th, look what the low that we made. 310, 303 and a quarter. I added there. I know Neil added there as well. Let's talk about Apple. Apple did the exact same thing. It got whiffled and waffled into 237.5. Remember this, July 15th high? And then look what happened on Black Monday. Right back into that $200 level. So, you know, it doesn't always happen. You know, sometimes it's just never going to come back. But the fact of the matter is you got to take your chances. I hope everybody prints up a store.
Yeah, Sharif, I love your lessons, but today I particularly really love this one. And you know why?
Appreciate you.
Because I've been working on something here. And if you guys can see here, it's just a list of stocks that are gapping up and gapping down. Exactly what you were explaining with here. And I'm looking to find a way where I can take advantage of these setups. Sharif, and I think you're really going to like this chart here on Amazon. Because what I did here on Amazon, let me pull it up here, is as you can see, this is exactly what Sharif was talking about. These are a gap down on earnings with the isolated volume signature. So when you have these strong companies like this, and from the data that I've collected over the years of trading, I found that these strong companies, when they gap down, they tend to fill these gaps. So in my thought process, when I was working with Jose in the back on an algorithm, he's working on it, I said, well, these strong companies are gapping down, and then the gaps are filling. How can we take advantage of this? And that's exactly what I started to do. And I was doing it for a while. So Amazon had an earnings report. Someone on the street didn't like what happened here for whatever reason, and it gapped down a significant amount of percentage. So what I did, I said, okay, I'm now building a thesis on the point that, hey, gaps are going to be filled, especially on these strong companies when they gap down extremely large in a large percentage of a large percent gap down. So what I did is once we entered the gap, I started taking sample sets and saying, oh, okay, hey, what happens when the asset starts to enter the gap? And that's exactly what I did. So when Amazon entered the gap, I actually created a bull put spread on this trade with the intention of filling this gap. So what I used is as soon as it breached 168.84, I sold. I'll get to this another point here. I sold some puts on this position while buying protection as well. So I do have a fixed or capped profit. So, but also what I did is when the asset continued to move higher and then gapped up, guys, we talked about this before, I just kept rolling the position until it eventually filled this whole gap. And that's what I've been talking to you guys about with my AMD trade that unfortunately isn't working out very much, and the CrowdStrike that I'm looking to potentially add more size into, because CrowdStrike is starting to fill that gap. But the key metric that I want to point out that Sharif had is that the isolated volume signature and then borderline isolated pivots here. And those are definitive signals that say, hey, maybe we're overdone, because as you can see, sellers push the price down and then push the price right back up, forming hammer candles. And this is exactly what you want to look for. If you can put these two signals into function, then you have a high probability setup. So the way Sharif pointed out that isolated volume signature with the gap down is extremely key and adds more conviction within the setup. So that's just one way that I particularly played something, Sharif. And it's beautiful that see when multiple people are seeing the same thing that you're seeing, and he had no idea that I was doing this. Is that's how you know that you're in the right direction and you're doing something right, guys. So I'll just pull up the CrowdStrike too. And I know Fugazi Bear got a good point here, and we're gonna talk about your stuff in a second, Fugazi Bear. So just give me, no, we don't want that. So,
I mean, it's getting into options already.
yeah, gee, no, yeah, sorry about that. It'd be nice, baby, and sorry. Okay, guys.
Extraordinaire.
Super troll. But anyways, guys, what you see here is identical setups here as well. They had that outage, which affected a lot of its customers, and they gapped down. It sold off drastically for a long time, but essentially what I'm looking to play is that the gap fill is going to happen because CrowdStrike is still a good company, and I'm looking to play this gap fill in a manner that I haven't yet decided. I've been practicing with outright directionals, and I've also been practicing with credit spreads. I'm looking to see what is more beneficial. I need to build a large enough sample set to say, hey, even though one profits less, you maybe have a higher hit rate, or hey, one profits more, but the hit rate is slightly lower on that. So guys, that is something very, very key. And I like that Sharif pointed that out, that I am looking for in gap fills. And I know someone mentioned something about gap. I'm the gap. No, that's not the case. But I do look for them because they do tend to get filled, especially on these strong companies. And when you have those isolated pivots and those isolated volume signatures. Okay, and then Fugazi Bear, I'm going to get to your question right after we get back from Adara.
Every day at 11:20, what we do here is take a look at some of these outsized movers on the S&P 500, either to the upside and to the downside. If these are any other tickers or stocks on your mind that you want to see Neil and Obi look at 2 p.m., all you have to do is go in this chat right now and vote. It is a subscribers-only chat, but if you have subscribed, just go in that chat and go !join. Space, $, and whatever ticker you want to see analyzed there. You have until 1:50 to vote, so about 2.5 hours left. Now, I like to do a theme for this segment, and today's theme is a little bit of a different one. I wanted to look specifically at these tickers making outsized moves, all of which happen to have recent activist investment interest. So first up here, we have Lamb Weston actually up on an activist investment story. This one up about 10% here. We have this report from Wall Street Journal that Jana Partners, which is an activist investor, has built a 5% stake in the company, and they're actually looking to push LW to pursue or explore a sale here. Next up, we have CVS. This one had recent activist investment interest from Glenview Capital. They're down about 8% right now, though they had immediately tried to push a little bit higher, now curling back to the downside. Have posted here a EPS guidance of $1.05 to $1.10 versus estimates of 170, so about 65 cents off from estimates here for CVS's Q3 2024 EPS guidance. They also announced that their CEO, Karen Lynch, has left the company as of yesterday and has been replaced by longtime CVS executive David Joyner. Last but not least, Southwest LUV. This one has had an ongoing activist battle with Elliott, and today they actually are continuing to move up here. Yesterday we had an announcement that they have this sustainable fuel deal with Valero. Today it looks like another continuation playoff of that LUV. Lots of activist names making big moves today, guys.
Dara, yeah, that CVS headline was very interesting to me. I'm just going to wax poetic about this for a quick second. There is basically an industry in the States called pharmacy benefit managers. I'm going to have to opine on this. So if you work in the space, I'm sorry. But they're basically, pumping up drug costs in America by acting as middle people. And so a lot of the discounts being given at the manufacturer level are not being passed down to the consumer because of these pharmacy benefit managers. Now, the guy that they just added, the CEO for CVS, comes from that background. So I think they're trying to maneuver in a way because they know the government's going to come after them, and they're trying to set things up. So either they remove the pharmacy benefit manager or try to streamline it or fix it in some way, or I think they're doubling down and they're getting ready to go to war. So we're going to have to see how this kind of thing plays out. But keep your eye on that space if you're interested. Obviously, this is what my family does, and so I'm interested in it for that reason. But yeah, just wanted to talk a little bit about that. All right, guys, let's talk about the small cap gappers that are making moves today, Fabian, because there is a lot to talk about. All right, everybody's talking about drug. I get it. Double bottom at 50 right now looks really good on its way to 55 bucks. Kind of caught in between the 10 and the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. We're going to keep eyes on this one. Let's see if it's wants to curl back up. In my eyes, it's still bullish because it's trading above 45, where the volume weighted average price is. You're not going to see me trade these as a long south of VWAP. So this is a good one. ATNF, I showed you my trade on it already, but this one is breaking down, and I do believe it is halted. Halted at 607, gave up the ghost at 650 because that's where VWAP was hanging out, and it wasn't disrespecting VWAP. Hold, 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 and then finally give up. So there is something to be had with VWAP here, whether as a long or a short, depending on whether it reclaims or continues to reject VWAP. Keeping my eye on this one. OKLO looks really, really good to me here. I love this 4-candle holdup at the volume weighted average price, but you shouldn't have put your stop, or I hope you didn't put your stop just south of VWAP because you would have got stopped out. As you can see, it wicks 3 times below there, but Joe, it doesn't close below VWAP, and now we're weaseling our way back up. This could be an interesting setup here. We're going to keep an eye on OKLO. Last but not least, Peggy. This one's a holdover, I think, from multiple weeks ago. Good percentage move on the day, but like this one had its best move on the day at what? 4:20 a.m. Like we're still not above that level. And you know how I feel about these definable pre-market highs, so much so that I believe in this, that we're going to put an alert at, let's say, 1270, okay? So if we take out that pre-market high, I want to know about it because I'm probably going to trade it. PEGY on watch, holding on to SMCI to see what it wants to do. Possible double bottom here at SMCI off yesterday's closing print, 47.50. Keep your eye on that. VTAK was a big boy mover. Adara put this on the watch list. Is giving up the ghost now. I've got nothing on it until it reclaims VWAP. And last but not least, Donald John Trump found support again at 29.30. Don't know why, don't care. But we'll trade it if it comes back into that level, or we'll look as a breakout trade if it can get back above, Joe, that 320 area currently where VWAP is.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, brother. Okay, so Fugazi Bear, we'll actually get to your options question there right now because I like this, and I seen that you said you've seen it's a 220 mil float and then 20,000 in open interest, which is really, really key, and just a couple of days ago, and that can absolutely justify what's going on here. As for a credit spread trade, I don't think that's the direction that you would want to go, considering the price of the stock, and there won't be that much premium in order for you to profit significantly, right? So if you're looking to get into this, I mean, I would do something more of a call spread, a debit call spread, right? So what you're gonna essentially do is, okay, say you buy an at-the-money call. What you're going to do is you're going to just mitigate those losses and mitigate that risk by selling a call. So that will put you into a bull call spread. It's going to cap your profits, but it's also going to mitigate that downside as well too. So look into something like that. I don't know if you want to chase it necessarily up this way, considering it's already taken 1-2 legs up. I mean, it held 350 pretty well. We had some prior resistance now acting as support. So if you want to wait for a little bit of a pullback for maybe 450 or something, and then maybe create that spread, but just wait for the price to come to you. Find a price that you're comfortable with at taking this asset, and just make sure you put in your stop losses and have your risk defined, all right? We know that Bitcoin is strong today, but if you're going to look to put on a trade, if I was going to put on this trade specifically, I would do a bull call spread on this one, Fugazi Bear. So hopefully that answered your question, and really good luck. I like how you're keeping an eye out on the open interest there, because that's really important, and you can see how it's reflective on the price. When you have put to call ratios, and you see the call is outweighing the put, then that's something that you can also look at as well and say, hey, maybe that Wall Street or other hedge funds are looking at a specific direction in this asset. So good look on that at CIFR. I'm not overly familiar with the ticker, but yeah, that's a good one there, brother. I appreciate that very much. And guys, as of right now, I'm in some AMD, and I was talking about it yesterday that the sentiment on this thing isn't very good. and I'm trying to look for a long on it. I'd trade some IBIT maybe if it sets up, but it's a little extended. It seems like we're holding about 39.08 right now on IBIT. So I'm going to try to continue and stick with strong. I am kind of looking for a rebound on AMD, considering that it's making some higher lows here, and it's kind of forming a wedge, holding around 156.94, and putting this potential bottom out of that opening drive right around 155, I think there. So if we can continue and catch a bid on this asset and some volume to step in, then I'm going to look for this top to break out, and then maybe we can punch and go for 158. But that's if the market decides that it wants to move higher, and it seems like it is, with the Qs up about 0.8% on the day, and the SPY up about 0.32% on the day as well. So those are two good looks there. I like that one that you pointed out, Fugazi Bear. It's really, really good look here. And I think just stick to what's hot now. Bitcoin is popping. It's at 39.17 IBIT, up about 3% on the session. And I'm just sitting here letting this chop around. So you want to stick to what's strong, guys. I think you guys know that IBIT is my largest position in my long term. So I'm waiting for that thing to become optionable as well, too. So I think if we break this resistance on Bitcoin around 68 here, then I think that this thing can absolutely start moving to the top side. And we were talking about it the other day, Sharif, when a bunch of people were getting liquidated during these squeezes. Yeah, when we were getting squeezes. It was something like 400 million. Was it 400 million in liquidation? Or 182 million? Something in that ballpark of liquidations, right? And so when those things start to happen is when you start to get those squeezes. And if this thing was optionable, then who knows what can happen, right? Because then that's when you get those gamma squeezes in there as well, too. So, guys, it looks like we're starting to break this top here around 68,000, and then I think we're going to make that push for 70,000, brother. What do you got going on?
I'm watching a halter right now, Joe. QNRX just made its way onto my scanner because it just claimed $1. So if you've been watching the show, you know I filter my scanner sub 85 pennies. Thank you to my friend Neil for bringing that idea to me, because I want to know when stocks are making that approach into $1. It is a different trade north and south of that dollar mark. So this one just weaseled its way above 85 pennies, I think like right at 10 after the hour. So it hasn't been above 85 pennies for all that long. And there it goes, halted at $1.20. It's up 81.82%. Here are the details. It's an eye-wateringly big 4.75 million share market cap, but it's traded a decent amount of shares on the day. I got to tell you, I'm not really impressed with the shares. Actually, 6 2/3 million on a dollar name, not that great, but the volume just coming in recently. So let's see what it can do as we give it more time. Sub 1 million float, 967,000 shares for a dollar name. Oh my goodness. So this one can get parabolic. Let's find out what we got here in terms of a short float, QNRX. All right. Can't type. All right. Nothing in terms of a short float, 0.3%. Should mention there's a discrepancy between the float as expressed by Trade Ideas and as expressed by my platform. So, maybe we'll just like take the mean or whatever. In any event, I'm printing right now on OKLO, 20 pennies in the money, looking for more. Didn't get my dollar cost average, disappointed. I was sitting at 55s to get a better look, but we're 25 pennies in the money. And we're knocking the door of 19. The door just opened, but there is resistance at that 10 penny level. If we can get above 20 pennies, $19.20, I think we may have a shot in order to get back into that $20 area. OKLO, 21.33%. Here we go. We're about to hit 20s, and you're not going to see me wait for more than 20s. I'm going to flatten out if we get there, but we're going to have to weasel up there. Come on, Oklo, let's go, baby. You can get. Let's go. All right, it's been a good couple of days over here on small cap, in small cap seat. So we'll see if we can get another nice little dub here with Oklo weaseling its way into that 19 1/5. We'll pack our patience and see what comes. This one I'm still keeping my eye on. Not sure how I want to trade QNRX though, Joe. Do I want this to come back into $1 to test it as support, or what do I do here? These ones are often hard to trade, and if QNRX wants to become a multi-halter, I'm going to leave it alone. I want no interest in that because they're tougher to trade for me. It's got to stay liquid. It's got to stay open. Otherwise, yeah, not my look there. Coming back here to Oklo, as it comes back, it gave up the level. Unsurprised with this. We earmarked 1920 as resistance, and that's where it held up. So I'm going to pack my patience and I'm going to leave my resting order there at 18.5 because I want to play this range. So I'm going to keep looking at OKLO right now. If it wants to give me a little bit more, I'd be happy. Otherwise, we'll figure out the next trade. Joe, what's the left on your side?
Yeah, no, I was just talking with Sean James in the chat, and he was talking about ASML Holdings and that they have a potential gap fill that they're looking to play on that as well. It's a little bit farther away, and it is a little bit more of an expensive type play, so that's something, I mean, good luck for you, but that's a little bit out of my price range. It tie up a lot of capital in the way that I would necessarily want to play it. But I was looking to get into some OKLO with you there, brother, because I know you're in that one. So if we continue to hold VWAP, I think we're going to get into it. But as of now, IBIT is still moving to the top side, which I really like. And I think maybe we join this. I think if we blow the top off of that 68 level in Bitcoin, then we're definitely going to continue to the north side on that asset. So we've held 39 here really well, and we've just been continuously trending up. So we're above VWAP. We're holding VWAP very well. So as long as we continue to make these higher lows and go to the north side with the volume stepping in, that's something that I really like to keep my eye on. But as of right now, I'm still holding AMD, guys, and I've been emphasizing, and I don't know why, I've been kind of going against my own theses, is that why am I trading something that the overall market isn't the biggest fan of right now? So with that being said, I'm going to do exactly this. And we're no longer in it anymore, brother, because we don't want to mess around with it. And I think that's it. We're not going to take too many looks at it throughout the day there, Sharif, because there's so many other things to look at. And you know what I am looking at right now?
What?
Is OKLO. And you know what I think I'm going to do right now?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to start to size in, I think, a little bit here, brother. So we're going to start to have a little... Obi Troy,
Obi's feeling himself today.
He's feeling himself, man. Obi's feeling himself today. So we were having a little fun in the chat, Obi and I, and we always do. It's actually the first time I think I sat across from Obi, which is real cool.
I'm sorry for you, bro.
Hey, no, origin story. I met Obi, origin story. I met Obi. We didn't know who each other were a couple years ago at the Money Show. And
no way.
Yeah.
No way.
And some other guy introduced us. He said, yeah, this guy's on the show. And I said, oh, cool. So Obi and I, not knowing each other, spoke for a couple minutes, which was pretty cool. And yeah, so that's the origin story. And yeah, we've been buddies ever since. So it's good stuff there, guys. But yeah, we're just looking in here at OKLO. I'm in there with Sharif. I think he's got a little bit better of a price than I do on this thing. But that's okay because... I think this thing might continue to move to the north side, and that's what we're going to like. If we can continue to hold the volume-weighted average price, then I think we'll be okay. But as soon as it breaches that, I'm going to probably punch out on this and then wait for a better entry, see if we can get it a little tighter. But if we decide that we want to take up this second leg and maybe head to 20 and head north of 20, then that's something that could be definitely potential.
Agree.
Possible. But like just to look at this thing from a daily, the volume spin starting to pick up. You get this 3-bar play. Here you get the consolidation. That's exactly what you want to see with low volume. And then you get this second leg up here too with the high of about just under 21 bucks. What's it doing? We're moving. There we go. You got something.
I've been waiting, bro. I've been waiting at 20s, but 20s has been the top. Well, there we go, Joe.
Boom. Let's go. We'll send it over him because he's buzzing. I'm just in this a little bit of small size here, so we'll throw it over to Sharif and see what he's got going over on OKLO.
Big Smile was trolling me because my nose is runny, and he's annoyed by it. He's like, any of them got a Sudafed? I'm sorry, man. I didn't bring any with me today. It's funny. Shout out to Derek because I gave her one the other day. There you go, my man. Oklo's going. Oklo's going, Joe.
Let's go.
I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, I woke up this morning feeling like 10 times worse than I did yesterday, but I got it the day before. So I don't know how this whole illness is working out. It's taking days off. Not sure how that works out. So shout out to Big Smile. And
I'm sweat it out, man.
Well, dude, I've been sweating every day. I smashed 1,000 calories at the gym yesterday. Like, I mean, what else do I need to do? Shout out to Nessa. I know she's trading these small cabs as well. Also, shout out to Solanjo. She's talking about Mara. I want to look at this, MARA. Sadly, the Mara indicator is no longer here, but that's all right. We can shoot him a text, find out what the situation is. Let's look at Mara. First of all, guys, that $15 level on Mara. All right. So there it is. Now, what I'm looking for, guys, is a decided break and take of this $18 or $19 area. Why do I say that? Because I feel like we have a lot of chop and churn in between 15 and 19. Look at this. So we know 15 has been a solid support level. At times it gives it up, but it makes it back, or it weasels its way right back above there. But there's another resistance level that we need to concern ourselves with. 19. Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get where I'm going with this, right? So long period of consolidation at 19 where it was support, and then it flipped to resistance around August of this year, and then again in late September. So I'm really interested to see if we can work our way back above 19.20 on MARA. This will be a hell of a rounded bottom, and Big Spa would be very impressed. In any event, Mara, high a day, 1897 right now. What a fantastic look for this name. Give it a second. It usually loads in a second or two. There it is. 19 incoming, Joe. We're about to hit $19 on the day. Adair's got some for us at the big desk. What do you got, Adair?
I have our earnings segment every day around 11:40 a.m. What we like to do is take a look at day one earnings moves or companies that are set to report in the next day. So as of right now, we have 3 day one earnings moves I want to talk about. We had quite a few companies reporting that we're not going to cover, including Fifth Third Bank Corp, as well as SLB, Schlumberger. But I want to talk about Netflix first and foremost. This one's still up here about 10%, holding on very nicely, especially to that 750 level, though as of right now, we've given up 760s. They did beat across the board here for earnings per share and sales. They have a Q4 forecast of $4.23 earnings per share and revenue of $10.128 billion. They also had a pretty strong report coming, again, in addition to that EPS and sales beat. 16% year-over-year growth in their European region and their North American region. They also had a 14% year-over-year growth in their global streaming paid memberships and a 35% quarter-over-quarter growth in their ad tier. In addition to, as well for guidance, they're also expecting higher paid net additions in Q4 than what they saw in Q3. So higher apparently than that 14.4% growth we already saw. They said Q4 seasonally tends to be stronger, and they have a, quote, strong content slate on watch as well. Worth noting here, there's a lot of support at this 757 level as of right now for NFLX on the order book. Now, AXP, another earnings name on watch here, clearing that 274 area, story of previous support and resistance, now heading into 276s for American Express. They beat here for earnings per share and sales. They actually as well raised their guidance for the fiscal year, though they are still down about 3% as of right now. Last but not least, interesting one here for Ally Financial, ALLY. This one got hit pretty hard pre-market, still down about 2.5%. Despite a pretty strong report, they beat here for adjusted earnings per share 95 cents versus estimates of 53 cents. And sales here, $2.058 billion versus estimates of $2.03 billion. No reports tonight to keep an eye on, but next week we'll have Boeing before the open on Wednesday, Tesla after the close on Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be a pretty big day. If you're looking at the communication space, Verizon, VZ, T-Mobile, TMUS, and AT&T are all going to be reporting as well. We'll also get Coca-Cola, Enphase, among others. If these or any other tickers are on your watch today, make sure to vote for them in the chat. Exclamation point join, space, $sign, and whatever ticker you're looking at.
You're going to hit something. Now you're going to win over when you do that.
Hey, that's it.
I want to shout out Havana Woody. Fabian, can we get that stick poker guy? And on this chart, though, because, Havana needs this thing to do something. Come on, do something. I'm keeping my eye on this Havana. It still hasn't worked its way up into my scanner quite yet because it's still at 56 pennies or so. 16%, decent look. Volume, though, Havana, a little bit, it's a 55 penny name. We only printed 2.75 million shares. We need a bit more. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Keep me up to date. If I miss it and it starts breaking out, I'd love to hear from you. And here we go. It's printed newer highs. So good luck for you, my man. This one, though, I missed. QNRX, I waxed poetic about the dollar retest. Well, guess what? It came in $1.02. Now it's $1.28. So I missed this one. That's on me. I should have put an alert there or a resting order. This one's going, guys. QNRX, 87%, just printed new highs. I gave you the details on this earlier. It's a $4 million or $5 million market cap. It's around for a good time, not a long time. Don't fall in love with this story. Intraday trade only. Joe.
Yeah, I was going to tell you to hit me with the diamond hands, Sharif, on OKLO. We don't have the diamond hands, but that's okay because I'm still holding it. And we'll see if we can start crawling a little bit higher here. But I don't know about these small cap guys. That's Sharif's field, but we're going to hold and see if we can continue to push that leg. Until we breach VWAP, we're in this trade, brother, and we're going to hold until then. So Diamond hands, jazz hands, jazz hands. All right. So yeah, guys. Hector Castillo. Hey guys, would love to get your opinion. I've been trading for 3 years. I'm finally seeing some green months. How do I get that to that next level of profitability and being a profitable trader? Yeah, congratulations to you, Hector, because it's definitely not easy. Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't change it. Stay methodical. Stay patient. Stay collecting data. Continue to do the things that got you to that profitable level, and then continue to do that. And then eventually you can continue to scale in size. So I got Fabian trolling me in here. Okay. Look at the pip.
Oh, here.
The pip.
Picture in picture.
Oh,
That's what
pip.
you mean.
Okay. Diamonds. Thanks, brother. See, look, he's looking at diamonds.
I like
pure
that, baby.
diamonds. All right. So that's what we got. We got
Those are like diamond fists.
those diamond fists. So we can go
I'll
through a
knock
lot
you
with
right
that.
out.
Cheers. Thanks, brother. Put you right to sleep on that. So yeah, guys, let's take a look over at here at IBIT as we continue to hold into OKLO. But we're going to pull up IBIT really quick for you guys because this thing is continuing to move to the north side, and that's exactly what we want to see with this asset. So continue to climb higher. And I think that once we broke this resistance, we do have that potential to go through, as I mentioned earlier in Bitcoin, we're now above 68,000 by just a couple bucks. And that's okay because I think that if we sit on top of this, which was once resistance, can now become support. So we really like that in that aspect. As we continue to break 39.25 and 39.20, we're going to the north side. As you can see, the volume stepped in right here around exactly $39. And then that's exactly what we want to see. And there you go. You take another step higher. So Bitcoin is breaking out. I think we can confirm that. The one thing that I will keep an eye on is that the dwindling volume. So as we advance in price, we are kind of diverging from a volume standpoint. That's okay. But as long as sellers don't really step in, I think we do continue to crawl a little bit higher, brother. Other than that, I'm still in OKLO. What do you got going on?
I'm keeping my eye on QNRX, so I'm trying to figure out what the right method is or what the right price is to get in on this day, man. From what I can kind of gather, I think a VWAP retracement would probably make the most sense in here. But I'm concerned because now there's 3 topping tail candles on the 5, and I don't know if I like that. I'm going to put it at $1.11 just to front run the position of VWAP, which currently on my chart looks like it's 109.5, 110. You can't always make out these levels. Here we go. It might dip into my trade. We're printing 12s, 13s. I'm waiting at 11s. Let's see if it comes in. It's going to have to hold the dollar. So by definition, we're going to risk 11 pennies, de facto here. As I look, though, as I wax poetic about QNRX, using a Adair term, drug is on the way up again. It took 58. 58's an important level, guys, because that's a halt level. You've heard me talk about halt levels acting as potential areas of support and resistance, and here it is. So this is a 15-minute halt, so it's a 5-minute chart, so 3 ticks on a 5. That is 15 minutes worth of halting, and now we're above it, 58 and a third. Here we go. 60 could be incoming here, and I love how this one, for whatever reason, seemed to respect the 20. It could be that the algo, the dominant algo that's trading this, is using the 20. Who knows? But what you know for certain is that this 5-minute candle pattern has successive higher highs and higher lows, kind of that curling effect that we always talk about. But we're coming into it in an area of resistance. At least that's my theory of this 58, 57, 80, 58 level because of the halt there. So let's keep an eye on DRUG. I think it presents a good opportunity. Somebody was asking what's going on with drug. Does it have news? Here it is. Thanks to Benzinga. Shares are moving higher Friday. The company announced a $35 million non-brokered private placement. Each share in the private placement is priced at $21.70, while pre-funded warrants are at a price of $21.69. All right, we're not going to go much more into that. That's the headline. It didn't have a headline when it started moving 1,000% the other day, or not one that we could find anyway. So today it's got one. It's up 170 some odd percent. Good luck. We'll trade it if we can. Oh, come on, bro. QNRX goes 2 pennies from filling. 1 penny, Joe. Double bottom at 12s. I was waiting at 11s. Now it's at 27. Don't be frugal like me. That's trouble. That's frustrating. But I had the right idea. Poor execution. We'll look to do better next time. Double bottom at 112, waiting at 11, and now it's working up, putting in higher lows. $1.30 now, the high of the day on QNRX, 87%, Joe.
Yeah, that's it, guys. As we can see, OKLO is starting to pull back a little bit here, and if it breaches 1874, then we're going to get out of this trade because we're looking for the continuation on this one here. One thing that I will keep in mind on is that the volume is slightly low, so if it does continue to the north side, then maybe we'll look to get back in. But as of right now, it looks like I might get out of this trade for a small loss. But we're off to Adara.
In addition to today's story in DRUG that Sharif just went over, we had a couple that came out on Wednesday, one of which could have actually explained part of that move. We did have Perceptive Advisors and Perceptive Life Sciences. This is basically a hedge fund that specializes in the medical and healthcare space. It's that company and its CEO, Joseph Edelman, did file this 13G with the SEC, which revealed a 9.6% passive stake as of October 14th, which is when DRUG began running. So after the fact, we found out Joseph Edelman had been stocking up DRUG starting on Monday. They could have explained that run up on Monday and Tuesday. Also on Wednesday, we had news on a partnership between Bright Minds, which is DRUG, and Firefly Neurosciences, AIFF. So those are a couple catalysts we got coming in on Wednesday that could have explained part of the move in DRUG, though as Sharif noted when we initially had that run up, we didn't have anything on it. It does have a float here of under 3 million shares, about 2.98 million shares, and 35% of the company's insider owned. So that's always worth noting. That can sometimes impact these moves. Also keep an eye on CRM here. I'm just seeing news that is partnering here with Perplexity, and the CEO is saying there's going to be a Slack connector coming soon. So keep an eye on CRM with that Perplexity AI partnership being announced, apparently.
Timone, or I'm not sure how to say your name. Sorry if I'm butchering it. Timon. Great comment there, man. Let me read this out. Sharif, you didn't get filled because you were Capital's patient. Definitely the best reason to not get a fill. The one time, come on, stop moving. The one time you get get nasty and move your bid up is the time it tanks and blows through. You're right. You're right. And there is a general rule, I have a specific rule to, always try to follow my rules. But I don't think this was a thing of patience, to be honest with you. This was an issue of frugality. Instead of waiting at 10s where VWAP was, I thought I'd put it at 11s. I don't know why I was haggling over a penny. I should have put it at 13s, whatever. In any event, we'll look to do better next time. But your point is very well taken. The time where you break your rules and you lack patience is a time the market makes you pay. Your point is very well taken, and thank you for making that, because I think a lot of people need to hear that. I don't know what you're talking about, Adam.
Yeah, Adam,
because so much is moving on, Adam. There's probably an inside joke there.
What's he saying about 2 weeks? You see what
I think he was here 2 weeks ago.
Two weeks ago. Oh, the anniversary is marking the anniversary.
It's been a quick minute, dude. Since he left,
2 minutes.
Just like that.
Didn't feel like that long ago.
No.
He said we got to make $1 or something so we can head over to London there with him. And
I told him I'm already going to see him soon because I want to hit an Arsenal match in the winter. Yeah, I'm thinking the spring or winter. Weasel my way over to London.
Hey,
London town. In any event, guys, let's talk about what else is moving over here. So I was looking at SMCI, and call me crazy. Oh, Fabian, didn't do it. Andre knows what's up now. I love it. Andre's part of one of the gang now. No, seriously, though, SMCI, it kind of double bottomed over here near yesterday's closing print around 47.57. So I have this one a holdover from yesterday. So I said, this looks like a good double bottom. We could possibly take something off here. Guys, and this level that keeps coming in is a recycled level from yesterday. Have a look at yesterday's price action after that big boy drop, that hockey stick pattern that we often talk about. Big move down, then sideways consolidation. It's a bear flag. I mean, we just kind of always joke around like it looks like a hockey stick. In any event, this 47 and change has held up. But you don't get that, nice aggressive bounce. You get an anemic hold of the level. So don't expect too much from this. Now, what I was thinking about was this one might have some problems with the 10 exponential. At least that's what it was showing me initially. It looks like it might be working its way higher now with those higher highs and higher lows. So if SMCI wants to curl back in to VWAP and, that pre-market consolidation top at 48 and change. I'll take it, but it's not giving me like a big move here. So maybe I should look for something else, Joe. What are you looking at?
I'm still keeping my eyes on OKLO here. We're holding the volume weighted average price exactly like I anticipated with this low volume pullback. So if we can continue to hold about 1880s here, about 1870, I guess I should say, then hopefully we can continue and make this leg to the top side. I'm looking for volume to step in here, and if we can continue and break this pivot here around 1940, then I think we can continue and maybe make an additional leg up. But I'm not going to fight this thing. If it decides it wants to break 1870, then we're going to get out of this trade. But as of right now, we're getting the signals that we want to get. We're getting the low volume pullback, and then we're starting to get that up thrust move, right? So these are the types of signals that I want to see, and that's exactly what's happening as I'm talking you guys through it. So as long as we can continue this strength, if we don't fail this pivot here at 1840s, then I think we can break it. If it fails, then I think it's going to be a little bit ferocious, and then I think at that point, then maybe the trade may be done. But I could be very wrong. The thing is, I notice a lot with trading, and you guys, your thesis may be right, but just the timing off. That's totally normal. That's how things go. But you just have to be prepared. Leave yourself in a situation where you have the ability to take that second or third trade. You don't want to take too many. That way you may be over trading or a little bit tilted as the term that we use here and not thinking straight. So just make sure that you have your system built in place. You know how many trades on average is good for you. And Sharif, OKLO is moving, my guy. Let's go. So I think if we, but I'm not seeing the volume step in that I like to see. So I think we're gonna hold on to this position. Diamond hands. Yeah. That's all right. It's cool. It's very cool. Excited. Yeah, Obi's very excited. What do you got going on over there, brother? What are you looking at?
What's going on?
What are you looking at over there, Obs?
Ion
price.
Q?
This guy. Price
Ion Q says Neil. So let's have a look at IONQ. By the way, Ob, I'll tell you something after over here.
This guy's.
No.
Yeah, it's a secret.
Joe's trolling him. All right, IONQ. Here it is. Let's have a look at what it's doing. Let's go, Mr. IONQ. Oh, hi, Ob.
Tell the secret.
What's going on?
Tell the secret.
I'm telling you after, homie.
Yeah, that's right. That's how much of a secret it is, guys.
Oh, this is like trolling me hard today. Yeah, this is giving up the ghost, Neil. What is happening here? So we're dropping down from 1380 all the way down to 1270. We're basically giving back the entire move here on IONQ. Going to keep an eye on this one now. It's only 1.5% in the green. That's not the look. Now I'm weaseling it. I weaseled into QNRX. It's going to have to hold VWAP. Otherwise, I don't want it. So we're going to risk very little because it's been awfully respectful of BWAP. But now I'm starting to see an issue with either equal lows or lower lows. Can't really tell. I have to look at the actual prints of the candles. But I'm looking for this one to weasel back above 120. It's going to have to hold above 108. Otherwise, we don't want any smoke. 71.25% it is green on the day. Todd McLean, silver. 3.33% as I see the silver, what contract is this? December contract up 3 1/3. Fantastic look for SI over here. Silver, it is at day's highs, $32.80, 32,890. I don't know why there's 3 decimal places for silver, but I guess that's how they do things. What's the daily on this? We're still not at all-time highs. It looks like May, we printed those all-time highs, but very, very close. And I was reading an interesting article about, the parallels between the price action of gold and silver, and it's kind of deviating a little bit now because you've got gold printing all-time highs, silver still south of those all-time highs, but however you cut this one, it's up on the day, so good luck, Joe.
Let's go OKLO. We want this thing to continue to crawl to the top side. So,
looking good.
Hey, look, I'm taking a page out of Sharif's book here now, and we're looking for the small cap. So we are holding this. Fabian gave me the diamond hands in the corner. Fabian, I need those one more time here as we go for the break of this pivot here around 1940. So there they are. Look at the fist there. Those are brutal. I think that looks like Arthur. That might be Arthur's fist. Now, is it? Yeah, it is. So Arthur, the aardvark is now diamond hands. So you can call me Arthur, I guess, for the rest for the rest of this. I don't know what's going on. So So we're having a good time here, guys. Man. So let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat here. You see that we're in OKLO. We're up about 22% on the day. So I think I got to keep that in mind too. So opposed to going significantly higher, I'm not overly sure about that. But then again, if we were, then we could have a lot more conviction within things and create a lot more profits. But here, all we can do here now is just hold. And as we make this push for 1940, is that we hope that volume seems to step in a little bit, and that's exactly what looks like is happening. As you can see, the volume is starting to pick up in OKLO, and that's exactly what you need when you're looking for a breakout price, all right, or a breakout of a significant level. You need that volume to step in, guys. So that's really good look. Someone in the chat says Uber. Yeah, let's take a look at Uber. Oh, okay. OKLO is absolutely ripping to the top side, Sharif. I think we're going to break 1940 here.
Oh, that's nice.
There we go. So yeah, we're still in this one here. So we're having fun with this one. Oh my God, we're at 1950s. All right. So yeah, look, diamond hands. Arthur. Oh my days. Look at this. Let's go. We're having fun. So, all right, guys, we're taking a little bit off the top there. We're taking out the top. See, there we are. Arthur, the diamond hand aardvark, guys. So what do you got going on?
I don't know. We go to Adair or no? Okay.
No, I was going to you there because.
Okay, yeah, Adair is at big desk.
Today we're going to take a look at what's happened so far in this market. There's been a pretty good amount of excitement here. If you're looking for small caps, we certainly have you covered. Both DRUG, Brightmind Biosciences, and SOBR, Sober Safe, so drug and sober, both on the move today. Certainly have been on watch. As Sharif has said, it's certainly been a bit of a small cap season there. We still have nuclear on watch. Of course, we have ongoing updates with geopolitical situations, and also it's been on watch this whole week with regards to Amazon announcing, being the latest mega cap name after Microsoft and Google, to announce it's going to be investing here in the nuclear and energy space. Now, we also have even more continuation plays. If you're looking at Chinese ADRs, so some of those have given up their early moves. We have comments from President Xi sending that group to the upside as of this morning. Now, we also have comments coming here from Fed's Bostic saying that there could be a bit of a lull in investment activity as the election uncertainty could also cause some issues with household spending. More Fed comments coming today. At 12:10, we're supposed to get Fed's Waller, and then at 12:30, we're supposed to be getting comments here. Another round of comments from Fed's Bostic. Right now, S&P 500, a little bit of resistance at 584. Netflix still on watch here. NFLX near all-time highs. We did print that all-time high just shy of 764. This one's still up 10% in a strong earnings report. So if you're looking for mega caps, spready names, or small caps, seems like the market's got you covered on all those bases. And if there's any tickers you in particular are looking at and you want to have covered by Obi and Neil at 2 p.m., just get in that chat and voted. It's a subscribers-only chat, so make sure you've hit that bell icon and that subscribe icon. And then you can get in the chat, go ! Join, space, $sign in your ticker of choice to make sure your voice is heard, because the top 5 tickers will be covered by Neil and Obi. And with that in mind, Neil is actually going to give us his lesson of the day, as he does every day around 12.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Thank you very much, Adara. Hey, and thank you, Mr. T, in there for letting everyone know to hit that like and hit that subscribe. Your lesson of the day, hey, let's talk about runners, multi-day runners here, because why not? It's been unavoidable, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, can you talk about something like drug, which is, it's on a different level, the things that halt a million times. I'm talking about the runners, like a lot of these nuclear names and these energy names that have been going, like your Oklos and your INQs recently, that are multi-day, clear, huge upside. There's nobody out here that's going to question the run that they've been on. And it's steady. Like, it's steady Eddie for multiple days here. If you pull up a chart of IonQ as an example, like this has been going off a $6 bottom for a while. Then recently, just at the end of the month, we started to really ramp up in volume, and you get a very good move. Very few red days in it. So every single move here is a continuation play. And I just want to distinguish between, why IonQ is obviously a really good breakout trade, but I want to get to why another one is having a little bit more staying power today, at least from a technical standpoint. So IonQ has been a multi-day runner. The last recent move, and I just want to point out, there's your couple of days worth of consolidation, and then you had a breakout there on Wednesday. Yesterday was a gap down, hold support, and just gently close back above the prior high. So showed some weakness. There's your consolidation above. That sets up a clean breakout trade, but it's a breakout into air, right? Like, it's at those tops. when you had a sell day the previous day before. So it's a strong move. I have nothing against the breakout trade. It'll be remains to be seen here what'll happen on the way back in. A pullback into prior support needs to hold that prior support. But oftentimes, what can happen is the thing that's leading the charge is also the one that's extended the furthest in its move, which means you have more profit takers on IonQ than you might somewhere else. And when we look at something like an OKLO, what's more interesting about this is IonQ, remember I said it's been going for a while. Well, OKLO has not been going as long, but when it has gone, it's still in a very parabolic phase here. So it just started, unlike starting in the beginning of the month, this actually just started this week and was still in a more parabolic phase. It just had one nice update and then an explosive update, which is the first explosive update. And then you had the same setup that IonQ had with a bit of a twist. It did a pullback day, finding prior support. But IonQ then closed above here in a consolidation for it to then break out a top, which equivalently would have been like, okay, call it like 17, consolidation, and here's what IonQ did, and then blew out the top. No, this one holds on underneath. So when it's breaking out, it's actually doing a better job of trapping shorts than IonQ did. And that's an important part of any runner like this. Like if you want a squeeze name, if you're looking for these runners, like where are the shorts trapped? Well, in this case, when it had the reversion day, there's your resistance, there's your opening short, it held on, like it was still in the money. And then this morning, it was still in the money. So you had maybe people stopping out here, maybe people stopping out there. There's still people looking at that initial pullback short, and they were trapped. And that is the difference between what I think is the difference between IonQ and OKLO. IonQ, as we said, it had a dip day, but if you were shorting this reversion or underneath here, well, not only did it break out that high, it then spent the entire afternoon holding out above that top. It's a lot harder to make the case that anybody shorting this reversion is liking it when it consolidates above that top. A lot of people have probably covered short-term shorts already on that second move, and then they're pretty much no chance they're holding through that break. It doesn't even make any sense. So when it breaks out, all of the short-term shorts that you've grabbed underneath here, they're gone in a good sense. And you got to think about that counterparty in the trade. And there's nothing wrong with the IonQ breakout. Like it's clean. Technically, it looks fantastic. It's consolidating higher. It's in an upward trend. It's been an explosive stock. It's in the right place. All that good stuff. But you also want to have new entrants that are trapped to the short side to get continuation, which you didn't get in IonQ. And so OKLO, just to recap here, and it's a pretty simple lesson. I think a lot of times we say buy high, sell higher. There's no argument that it was a more bullish looking chart on IonQ, which is great. It also means that a lot of shorts had probably got stopped out of it. And that move has been ongoing for a longer time. OKLO just started, gave one pullback day, and then trapped shorts. Context is going to matter sometimes. It's not always about the perfect technical setups. They're both breakout trades, but one of them, as a squeeze name, as a runner, is just trapping a few more shorts along the way, and it gives it a little bit more staying power, which you're seeing here on OKLO. So shout out to anybody that banked on any of these, if you had them for a while. Sometimes you want to look at multi-day runners in a certain group, if there's 3, 4, 5 of them that are going, and try to find something that'll differentiate between the one that you like the best. And they're all good. You would have made money if you took either break. It's just that the one that trapped a few shorts and held on to them here in OKLO ends up with a little bit more staying power. So it's a nice little tiebreaker to think about what's the counterparty here? What's the reason why this is going to explode higher? And in a squeeze name, it's going to be like, are there shorts that are trapped? And the more, the merrier for your explosive long position. So if you can find a reason why there'd be more from one stock to another, then that can break the tie when there's two fantastic looking breakout setups. And that's what you're always trying to do. You're just trying to pick the best trading opportunity. hey, they can both work, but if you just leave it at that, then you're never getting better. And you're always trying to get better as a trader. So congratulations to anyone that had these alongside. I didn't, but I'm glad I was able to look at this one for the lesson of the day. And actually, to be honest with you, the reason I actually looked at this was because Obi's in a short in Ion Q, and I look over, and obviously Joseph is going long in Oklo, and I saw that difference between them. I'm like, okay, well, what's the reasoning behind that? And it was clear as day in the chart. Oklo has more shorts trapped based on yesterday's price action than IonQ logically would, because a lot of them would have got stopped out. So be able to think about who's on the other side of the trade and how that might be able to benefit you. That's your lesson of the day.
Fantastic stuff there, Neil. Very much for that.
Yeah, fantastically put, absolutely.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Fantastic lesson there, not just because it was covering small caps, but because it was very apt. And I really like the part about how he looked at yesterday's price action to see where the shorts are trapped. Exactly. It makes eminent sense. Yeah. So shout out to Neil for that.
Yeah, really
you're in that Oklo, so let's talk about that.
Yeah, no, I just got out of it, guys. I seen someone in the chat saying, call me Joey Diamond. So we like that one. Yeah, we'll join the boys at JPM. So we're having fun with that, guys. No, we had a really nice trade here on OKLO. Sharif pointed it out. And then I just seen where it was standing. And to add on to what Neil was saying is that you can see where the shorts were trapped, and then this thing started to squeeze and then move to the top side. So this is exactly what we were looking for. I could have potentially added here, which would have been a hindsight look, but I'm still happy with it. We stuck to the game plan. We told you guys, like, hey, we're not going to get out of this trade until we break the volume weighted average price, and it never did. So if it never broke, there's no reason for me to get out of this trade. And look what happens when you stick to your game plans. Whether it works or it doesn't, when it does, these are the results that you can get on these types of trades. So really good look there from Sharif and Neil on just pointing those little nuances and what we need to see on these types of trades. And then just going through with those game plans. I didn't quite top ticket yet. I said we're either going to go and break the high of day with momentum, or maybe we do a little bit of a failed new high of day test, which is totally fine. But one thing that I really want to point out, and one thing that added more conviction within the setup, is that you have the volume continuing to rise. You have this stair-step volume increasing as price is also increasing. So that is something that you are looking at for a breakout trade. So Havana Woody, how can I predict when options are made available on a ticker like an IPO or a parabolic runner that has been beaten down? I don't know if you can predict like an IPO. I'm not too sure I understand the question to the fullest. I mean, I'm looking for IBIT to become optionable as well, too. So if anybody knows when IBIT's going to be optionable, please let me know in the chat. But as predicting like IPOs and options, I don't think those mix very well, kind of like electricity and water. I don't know if those are the best mixtures, because of the lack of data that you have, and that at IPOs, price usually tends to get pumped up a little bit. So you don't want to get too involved with that, Havana. But if you can clarify your question, then we'll step back and we'll take a look at that. Other than that, Sharif, we're flat here now. We had the OKLO trade. I don't know if we're going to continue to push higher, but hey, if we go for the high a day, that'll be absolutely fantastic. I won't be participating in it anytime now, because we know that we like my entries as close to the volume weighted average price as possible, as close as possible, even though I was a little late. So if you guys look at this, I would have had a much better RVR on this trade opposed to what I had, but I was a little late to the dance. But that's okay. We were looking for a longer time frame trade, and that happens to be what you usually do in the later hours or the lunchtime hours, is that you need those things to grind a little bit more. But other than that, what do you got going on there,
I'm
brother?
looking at DJT, man, because there's not a whole lot in small cap world that's moving well right now, except, of course, OKLO. That's really the only one. I see another one that just halted. EFSH. What the hell is this? Okay, here we go. We got to cover this because it's halted up. EFSH is the ticker. What is this? Oh my God, it's a sizable $2 million market cap. Say it isn't so. It's too big. I can't trade it. Let's have a look. I get trolled. I love it. All right, let's put in the ticker here, EFSH. So, as I mentioned, halted 298 volume. light, about 400,000. As you can see, the volume bars just started getting big right there at about 12:05, so right at 5 after the hour. The float on this monster company is about 7 million shares, give or take. Let's find out what the short float is. EFSH, 7 2/3% of that float is shorted, or at least so Trade Idea says. Having a look at this, how it's traded in the past, the 16th of October, this moved big boy. But it moved big boy in the aftermarket where there's no halt parameters. And at that time, it worked its way up almost into $5, $4.93. We are currently halted at $2.98. Big boy green candle off that 240 open, 298 close. We're going to have to wait for this reopen to trade it 69.25%. It's up on the day. Let's find out what the tap is. Theoretical auction price right now on EFSH. Nothing. Don't have anything here. Is this New York? What is this? No, it's MX. That's why I'm not getting it. It's on the MX, so it's on the pink sheets right now. I'm not going to be able to see the theoretical auction price. We're going to pack our patience until this bad boy opens. And if I miss it, guys, please let me know, because you know that's easy for me to miss that. Now, so I'm looking at Donald John Trump over here to see what it was up to, because it was trying to get off the bottoms. Let me bring in the side charts and show you exactly what I'm saying, but it looks like it's rejecting the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. There's really no key areas of resistance, in my humble estimation, until we weasel up into $29.90. That is yesterday's closing price. It initially acted as a level of support when we were doing our trade in the earlier time of the day. Now, on this last pop-up at 11:30, it did reject that area, and this little pop-up over here into the 20 exponential, it couldn't even work its way back up there. So I'm packing my patience. I don't want to jump into anything right now. I don't like how anything is setting up in small cap world. So let's flip to look at the large caps. What are they doing? The future, almost at lows. Well, not almost at lows. It's coming down close to the IB low. The implied balance low, 20,433. We just held 50. We're trying to hold above 50 right now. That 50-point area, not the 50 exponential, 20,450. Why is the 200 exponential featuring on the day? Bizarre. Doesn't usually feature. That is the solid navy blue line on my charts. Not going to base anything off that, but just an observation quickly. I don't like how any of the large caps are setting up. It's just not my day for them today. The only thing that I can kind of try to see, maybe we can give this one the old college try, is this flat bottom right now on NVDA. This is interesting, Joe. Lower high, symphony of lower highs over here, starting with 915. And we've got this 137.50 defend for whatever reason. Generally, that area on NVDA, that's not going to hold up forever. I mean, what's the situation from yesterday? Okay, kind of a similar look. It was about 137.25. This could be an interesting area here as a range trade. Kind of a riskier trade, though, because of all the lower highs. And that flat bottom. We know what happens there.
I was going to hit the FB break. FBB, the FBB.
And that's what looks like is happening right now, Joe. We just printed the low of day on NVIDIA, 137.30. So this one just broke. Doesn't mean it won't pop up. Keep your eye on this one. I don't know. I don't feel like I have a read on the Mag 7 today, but this is an interesting level on NVDA. Maybe the third time is not a charm here. First time over here. Second time over here. This is not a charm. We're breaking down. We just got into 29s on NVDA. We also are still holding that 50-point area on the future. So I'm going to keep my eye on these ones. Obviously, keeping my eye. Peggy is reawakening. Peggy Bundy. Let's go, Peggy Bundy. Shout out to Married with Children. One of my faves. Did you ever watch Married with Children?
I never did. I think that might be out of...
Well, he's a little younger.
Yeah, I was going to say, come on. It might be out of my time. Married with Children.
Neil wants to hit the fail.
No, time out. Okay, so we'll take a quick break here for a second. I have listeners. Okay, so Neil, you gave me... Neil gave me the thumbs up. Neil gave me the thumbs up for Sub-Zero, right? I got the thumbs down for Coca-Cola.
Oh.
So let me ask you, if Sub-Zero drank pop, which one would he drink?
Oh, that is...
And I thought I lost sleep over that one. All right? No, he's drinking Pepsi. He's drinking Pepsi. Sub-Zero is drinking Pepsi to the fullest. Yeah.
Neil's getting it. All
Hold
right,
on a
here we
second.
go. Here we go.
No, you have to understand that Sub-Zero is the one, and Scorpion is like, he's like number 2. So number 1 is Coke, and number 2 is Pepsi. So that
the blue.
100%,
It's the blue.
it is Sub-Zero
It's the
on
blues.
Coke, and it is Scorpion on Pepsi. You don't even have to
No,
think
it's
about
not
it.
Scorpion.
We know what the 1-2 is. Sub-Zero is number 1. There's no question about it. Straight up. So we know what he drinks, and nobody calls it rum and Pepsi, okay? Nobody.
I got
Nobody calls it rum and Pepsi.
Which one
yeah.
tastes better, Pepsi or the Coke?
Personally, Joe,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm a
Be
Coke
frank
guy.
with me.
I'm a
Okay,
Coke guy.
all right then, all right.
I don't mind Pepsi. If you put a Pepsi in front of me, I'm drinking.
You're drinking
I don't have
it.
a problem with
All right,
Pepsi.
all right,
It's not like
all
I'm
right.
going out of my way or anything like that. Got Peggy Bundy. Just like she did on the show, she doesn't do much, and she didn't do much here. Down she goes from that $12 touch all the way down into 10.06. Wow, Peggy Bundy is halted at the volume weighted average price. But what's funny about this is that even the halt level that we're at right now, we dropped $2 on that halt, by the way. It's still higher lows. So I don't even think that Peggy's done here. PEG-wise, the ticker we're talking about, guys, and we're just joking about Peggy Bundy. I hope nobody really gets offended. We're just, all tongue-in-cheek on this side. So right now we are halted at $10.06. Let me find out what the current theoretical auction price is. We have $9.90, so we're a little bit lower. That could change. The theoretical auction price is essentially an auction system pairing buy and sell orders during the period that it's halted. It's not too dissimilar from the imbalances that we get before the open and into the close. So kind of, if you want to wrap your mind around it, that's kind of what it is there. Now, as you can see, I got a yellow line there on my chart. Why do I have that there? Well, that's an alert. And the reason I put the alert at $12.75 was to account for possible pre-market high break. That is one of my rules, right? I like to take these bad boys, I'm talking these bad boys as small cap gappers, above a definable pre-market high if they were running in the pre. And most of them do run in the pre. Not all, but most. So anyway, this one is halted still at $10.06. I still am interested in it simply because it's awfully close to VWAP and it's still putting in higher lows, albeit in a halt. So, keeping my eye on this one. Don't need to be first to the party. In fact, I'd rather wait until that pre-market high gets taken out before I get in. But I could be persuaded to get in at VWAP because it's been kind of respectful of VWAP and it's been putting in higher lows. So that's kind of what I'm looking there for the trend. Donald John Trump is still whiffling and waffling near the lows right now. It held this area over here. Somebody's buying DJT at 29 1/4, 29 1/5. They were buying in the pre and they're buying it. They bought it at the open and they're buying it now. So this is an interesting hold here for this low on DJT. I like this low. An alert is going to go on near this low as well so that I can be made aware of a possible range trade to be had here on DJT. Back in my patience, your boy Oklo's coming right back up, dude, into that 1970. Something tells me this becomes a bit of a mover today because it's really the only one, Joe, that's holding VWAP very respectfully. Yep. That's why you got into the trade because it was holding VWAP, so I don't have to tell you, obviously. So that's a good look there. I'm going to keep my eye on these ones. What are you looking at, dude?
Yeah, I'm looking at OKLO as well too, brother. But I'm also keeping an eye on Microsoft here. We'll touch on Microsoft in a second. But I just want to point out the continuous pattern that continues to happen in OKLO. As you can see, these pullbacks have dwindling volume. And then when the price starts to move to the northeast side, the volume starts to pick up, even though as of right now it's not. But if you go onto the lower time frames, the volume is picking up, and these are key signals that you want to keep your eyes on. All right, so this can help give you a little more conviction within your trade. Is like, okay, hey, do I hold on to this a little bit more, or should I get rid of the trade before it hits your potential stop? So, and that's exactly what happened with my entry here. I was a little bit early to the dance, but that's okay. But I noticed that, hey, the volume on the pullback was absolutely dwindling and extremely low in relative in comparison to what the other volume signatures were showing me. All right, so that's something that I wanted to point out, and then you can see from a 1 minute time frame that the volume is starting to pick up, guys. And there's something I was just looking over here, looking at Microsoft. from a daily perspective. And it's been chopping around in these areas, and it's still a little bit, I think about maybe 10, 15, 20%, I think maybe off its highs or something around that area. I'm not sure of the exact number, but it is starting to form a head and shoulders type pattern. Do I think that Microsoft is going to break down? I don't. Is it a little weak? Because I know there's a lot of capital expenditure with going into AI and everything like that. So I don't know if the street is perceiving that very well. But here's a look here. As you can see, you have shoulder 1, head, and then shoulder 2. I don't expect 4,400 to break, but I mean, I'm not too sure on their report date or when they report, but I'm assuming it's within a couple weeks or so at most, because when all the other Mag 7s start to report. But I haven't checked this one out, so just keep an eye on Microsoft. I think we've been chopping around in this area for quite some time here for almost a year we've kind of been in. We broke out and then came back in. So keep an eye on Microsoft because we might head a little bit to the north side, guys. So we got Rob with a $2 super chat. What do you both think of GEVO? Up 14, up 14%, looks strong. All right, let's take a look here at GEVO here. So I'm not too familiar with this company.
It's like 2020 all over again, baby.
Is it? Okay, 2020 all over again here. Doesn't want to pull up here. So is it really super small cap, Sharif?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's about $3 here.
Yep.
Yeah, and it totally looks extremely strong here. You're getting the volume to step in. One thing that I would want to keep an eye on is you see the strength in this candle here, but the volume, right? So that would not be a very genuine move. So you're looking for things like cause and effect, and that is not something that you necessarily want to look out for. And effort and result as well too. So you can see the effort in this candle and the result in the volume, or the effort in the volume and the result in the candle print, and it's not correlating very well. So that's something you definitely want to keep an eye on. NVDA is starting to dwindle a bit, slowly crawling to the downside, down about a 0.5%, while the Qs are still holding at about a 0.5%, and the SPY is up about 0.3%. So those are looks there, guys. I'm still keeping my eye on OKLO. As of right now, maybe we'll wait for NVDA to see if it can crawl towards the volume weighted average price. And if it can hold it and sit above it, maybe we look to take a long on NVDA. But as of right now, there's nothing signaling or telling me that says, hey, there's a long here. So we might have to continue to the downside on this one. It hasn't held that all-time high very well. There's been a lot of resistance and a lot of battling between bears and bulls on this one. So look forward to eventually break, but they don't report until mid next month. I don't think the 22nd or something along those lines. So there's some time. They're usually one of the later ones to report. But other than that, we're going to keep our eyes on a couple of these guys, OKLO and NVDA. What do you got going on, brother?
And a couple of things. I just got into DJT, but I want to talk about EFSH. It's on the Amex network. Shout out to Yoel Reyna, letting me know it's going again. Yes, sir. This one is pumping. Here we go. 4.5. This is really flying now. 150%. It's breaking the half. There goes 2/3. But you're going to have to be careful with this. It just dropped from 2/3 into the quarter. So be careful with this. Make sure you are using correct size and getting it at the right price, because you can get wiped out super quick, especially when it starts halting like this and moving in this fashion, right? We want everybody to be safe, because if you don't have an account to trade, you're not probably going to watch the show. So take care with these ones, but it's going 160%. Here we go. This one looks like it's destined to go to 5. I would just love to have a halt parameter indicator to tell me where the halt is and update constantly. I think that would be super cool as an option for these small cap gappers. Looks like this one has a bit of support right now at that 4.5. It's not hard clad because the size is dissipating, but let's see if this holds. A couple of about 200 lots or so at the $0.5. It did defend the $0.5. Here we go. Back up to 2/3, baby. Back to the $0.5 we go. So you're going to have to deal with this. But every time we dip into the $0.5-ish, okay, well, I was just about to say it holds, but then it gave up the ghost. So there you go. Wow, look at that dip back down into 4, baby. Let me tell you the halt levels on this one super quick. Let me flip back. Okay, so this one halted at 298. Okay, so we're well away from the halt level. The reason I'm looking at the halt levels is because I like to use them as informal levels of support and resistance. Yeah, I'm not jumping into this. It's going to have to calm down. It's going to have to give me specific levels Otherwise, it's just a shot in the dark, and that ain't my jam. So we're going to pack our patience there. We're printing on Donald John Trump. Nice. I didn't get my ad, sadly. I tried to get my beak wet there at 60 pennies for the ad. It weaseled up into 90s. I'm going to pack my patience with this one. Let's see if I can get my ad. I'd like to have a bit more shares. Took a smaller position there. Peggy Bundy's Gonzino. She dropped down into $9. She's holding generally $9, but she ain't for me because she's south of VWAP right now, and that ain't the look. 10.15, it's going to have to reclaim that $10, 10 and a quarter area for me to get interested. I should tell you, though, that higher low situation still in play right now on Peggy Bundy, as that previous low was basically the day low at 7.50. This last little dump, it was at 888. $8.88 there. Donald John Trump coming back into my entry, fine with that. Looking at adding at 60s, let's pack our patience. Back to EFSH. Where the hell is it? Over here. There we go. Back down into 4. I'm telling you guys, these ones they're dangerous, especially when they start trading like this. Let's see if 4 wants to hold up over here. I'm going to have to take some stuff off the side chart over here because I have to include EFSH for what it's doing right now. It's got an ugly, ugly topping tail candle right now on the 5, with the high being 465 and the current price action 380s. This is what I'm looking at. I mean, this is ugly right here, especially if the next candle subsequent to this one is big boy red. We'll see. And this one seems to be going right now. So EFSH doing, wow, big moves down here. Sorry, I just have to look at that in a sec. And then I also want to mention CTCX. This one is absolutely going. Shout out to whoever showed me this in the chat. This was, what was this? What's happening over there? EFSH. Okay, Neil said it just bounced back up, and it did from 60 pennies. Sorry, guys, I got to jump from different things over here. Right back into 4. Yeah, this one's going to have to calm down, Neil, for me to get interested. But this one seems to have found, CTCX, seems to have found a bit of a base at around 60 pennies. It's looking awfully bull flaggish, and it's not giving up the price action in the same way that some of these others are. So if I can work my way into CTCX here to take the bull flag breakout, that would be interesting. Donald John Trump didn't fail me again. Still dancing with 80s, looking for 30s. So I'm going to pack my patience and look to add as DJT continues to put in higher highs and higher lows. We'll see what we get with that one, Joe. Peggy Bundy looking like it wants to bear flag. Look at that bear flag set up with the 10 being the start of the pull. And now we're getting the consolidation. If you can get shorts on this one, this could be interesting. Now, I have a rule. I don't take these long south of VWAP and I don't short them north of VWAP. So this would fall into my rule of shorting south of VWAP, which I haven't done in a while, by the way. It seems to be finding its footing at 9, but it is looking very bear flaggish. It could be a nice 9 break. And let me show you something else on the 5 over here, the 5-minute chart on PEGY. We have 3 bottoming tail candles all into 9. Now, why am I showing you this? Because if we curl back up above this level and start putting in higher highs and higher lows, this could be one hell of a hold at 9. Not going to guess if that's going to happen or not. We'll find out what Joe's trading when we get back from the green screen with Adair.
Get your fall coat out. Small cap season is certainly here, as Sharif has been alluding to. We do have IWM actually holding on pretty nicely here, trying to curl back as of right now above that 226 into that 226.25 area, which was a bit of an interesting support resistance area if you go back a few days. Still some resistance, though, overhead above that 227.40 area. Russell 2000 trying to curl higher, though, off that bottom. First name on watch here is going to be EFSH. I apologize. It'll be a little bit repetitive because we have quite a few small cap names on watch. 1847 Holdings is the name of this company. They have a really small float, around 670,000 shares, but no new news catalyst that I could find. Next up, we have OKLO. This one is a little bit larger. We do have a short float of around 12.35% for OKLO. Oklo is in the nuclear space. Its CEO was actually making some comments on CNBC a couple days ago as well. So OKLO certainly in the spotlight. Now, last but not least here, we do have PEGY. This is Pineapple Energy. And this stock is worth noting because of the 230,000 share float. As Sharif mentioned, definitely off the highs, but keep an eye on that one due to the small float. It also, noteworthy, I would say is pretty noteworthy, does have a market cap of $3.35 million. Small market cap and even smaller float here for Pineapple Energy Group. If these or any other tickers are on your watch, make sure to vote for them in the chat. !join, space, $ticker. You have about 1 hour and 20 minutes left, and the top 5 tickers chosen will be covered by both Neil and Obi on the rundown at 2 p.m.
Very much a dare. I got Joe trolling the hell out of me over here. He's like, yo, you need a paper hands animation.
Yeah.
And he's right, because I took out DJT.
Man.
Let me show him, Fabian. So we weaseled into Donald John Trump because we saw I was putting in higher highs and higher lows, a couple of beak wetters, but there it goes. Blowing through 30. What's the high there? 30.27, 8. That's not the high of the day. 30.94 is the high of the day. But I'm interested in this level because DJT has a way of mean reverting, and it just got into VWAP, and it looks like it might be putting in a topping tail into VWAP. Back down into 30 we go. This could be a VWAP rejection here on DJT. Pack your patience with this one. Wow, yeah, that is a bit of a topping tail manifesting right now. Or is it a $30 support level? It's zigging and zagging right now with 30. Oh, wow, this is interesting here.
Starting to catch a little bit of volume here.
Decisions. Okay, well, if I get in at 30, I'll have to give it to 80s because you don't find price action support until 80s. So, I don't know. All right, Zion Lala, my man dropping $5 in the chat. Y'all bringing sexy back. Always great midday show, great lessons. Happy Friday, Trader TV live team. Neil Roberts, love your detailed lesson. Neil, you're getting love in the chat from my man Zion Lala, and he's giving you one of the who was it back in the day, Neil, that on the Houston Oilers, the running back that used to do that. Aryan, you can help me out with this. He was a back. Arian Foster. This was his like football move when he scored a touchdown. You watch football?
I used to watch it. I used to play football, my friend.
Same? Yeah. High school football?
High school football, brother.
Finally, what position did you play?
I played corner. Well, actually, my junior years, I played middle linebacker, and then I moved to corner and safety.
All right. Did you play both defense and offense?
No, I only played defense. Yeah,
I played strong safety or free safety most of the times and running back.
Nice.
Those were my positions, so you know exactly.
Yeah, so big football guys. You know what? And you know what? My love for football dwindled over the years after I stopped playing Madden and all that type of stuff. Yeah, it's sad. So I'm not on. All my boys are still heavy on the Sundays and fantasy, and I'm like, nah. I like the fight game more.
Fight game's good. Fight game's good.
So, okay, we had someone here in the chat asking about TVGN. I mean, yeah, look at this. I think we touched up on this briefly before. You want to see a little bit more volume on that. I don't know what specifically you're looking for, biotech. For me, you're getting the no nod on that one, so just avoid that. So I'm just being honest, man. I'm just being honest. So you guys asked me to talk about things in the chat. I'm just going to be honest. I'm not going to try to lead you in the wrong direction and tell you I like something when I don't necessarily, guys. So maybe stay away from that one. There's countless other stocks that you can definitely look at that have the potential to put some good trades on, guys. But what I'm looking over here at DJT and NVDA as well, too. I'm looking to maybe get long here. I don't necessarily know if I want to, so I'm not going to rush anything. As I stated before, we're going to wait until we kind of start reacting around the volume-weighted average price. And I mean, it's like, well, Joe, why don't you get in before then? We're trading at 137 3/4. And if you're looking to make a trade around 138, then why wouldn't you do that? Well, I got to see how price reacts from there. I mean, the overall market, the Qs are starting to trade a little bit higher. Now we're sitting above the volume-weighted average price around $494.50. But we're going to see. I don't know what these semis are really going to be up to because, as I stated before, the NVDA has been struggling to hold that all-time highs. So I don't know if any buyers are going to step in right this moment. We got the election looming, so I think we're under 3 weeks away now on the election. And then we have some big reports following that as well, too. So, or before that. So we just got to wait. We're at some crucial points in the stock market and some pivotal points. So I think we're just going to wait a little bit, wait for things to come to us. It was a really good out on my behalf on OKLO. Let me pull up OKLO. And that was
coming in your VWAP again, man.
Yeah. So it's coming there. I don't know if I'm going to take it again there, though, Sharif, because you know why? Because unless I take a breakdown, because we failed that high, so we didn't make a new high a day, so we failed that on that. So as you can see, we failed to make a new high, so a lower high, and then we have the support around 1858. So we'll see if it continues to hold the volume-weighted average price and then maybe head south. But as of right now, I think it might chop around here in these areas because it is up 21, close to 22% on the day. So maybe buyers are slightly exhausted and this thing needs to take a break before it continues to make any continuous moves. So, and as you can see from a daily standpoint, like we've made some big moves. So I'm going to take, I'm going to build the thesis that, hey, right now buyers are slightly exhausted, and I'm going to just hold off on that one because we already had a really good trade on it. We're not going to want to push our luck on this one, brother. What do you got going on?
All right, here we go. Nice. EFSH took it right off VWAP, man. I put a resting order and right into 25 pennies in the money. I love treating these. Here we go. Let's get out at the 75s if we're able to. Let's see if this one wants to give it to us. It's selling at 60 here. Seller at 60, guys. Here we go. We took them out. 70s incoming. And bang! 50 pennies just like that.
Let's go.
VWAP. I mean, it literally held VWAP to the dang T. And it's going to halt. It's going to halt, guys. Here we go. No, it was not. That was a false halt. I thought it was going to halt there at 575. Bro, it went to 575. I took it out at 475. It literally went up there in a half a second. I don't understand. Bro,
we know,
what is happening?
We know what it is. We know what it is. You can't.
Oh my goodness. Small cap season, bro. Small cap dang season.
They're soft.
Joe, I literally have the bottom wick. Let me just show you real quick why I was talking about this.
Oh my days, and it's still going.
Yeah, it's still going. Okay, so this is what I saw, guys. 4.25 volume weighted average price. I'm like, this is way too extended. Put a dip trade to defend VWAP. It's got a, I don't know how many green candle pattern here on the 5. It's still very bullish. We were right about it, but we suck with respect to holding. That's been always my Achilles heel. We'll look to do better next time. But this one is on the way up. There it goes. Here comes 6. Seller at 90. We rejected at 90 super quick there. $6 incoming, 225%. This is pumping. Vamos, says Vamos TV. It's going to hold. It just blew through 6. Oh my goodness. This is so much fun.
I have to point this one out.
Go.
Sharif, you need to work on your grip strength in the gym. My God. Oh my days.
Oh my God. That's so bad. I just get trolled hard. I didn't know I could get trolled for a dub like this, bro.
For a big
oh
dub,
my
man.
God. There goes 6.
happened.
Okay, now we're actually talking about a halt level here, Joe. 605, 606. Now it's doing its little halt dance over here. Let's see if it actually halts. 243%. This is big boy right now. What's the volume on this? The volume is 5.5 million. And now we are officially halted. We are halted at $6.05. I'll give you a theoretical auction price if it allows me. It is an Amex stock on the pink sheet, so I won't be able to see that. So we'll have to kind of fly blind here. It's going to show you the theoretical auction price on my little level 2 thing over here, but it's going to be wrong. 605 right now, the high of the day. EFS dang H. Here's the updated detail. Market cap, 4 million. Last time I told you about this, it was 2. Now it's 4. It's doubled. So as I mentioned, a volume, 5.5 million. The float, 7 million shares, just a little bit less. It looks like about 6 3/4. And let's bring in trade ideas and shout out the Nos Boss. And this is the one that I told you about, 7 2/3 percentage float. Now, I should mention that the float, as expressed by Trade Ideas, markedly different than mine. I'm getting 664,000, so sub 1 million, according to Trade Ideas. My platform says 6.8 million. So, yeah, you're going to have to decide which one you want to choose there. In any event, we're going to look to do a little bit better on this one. Now, if it wants to come into 5, I'd really like it at 5, given that it whiffled and waffled here for about 5 or 6 minutes, with 5 acting as a general resistance area before obviously blowing the top off, Joe. So EFSH, certainly on watch.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. We have a $2 super chat by Stevenson. Thank you very much for that, brother. Much appreciated. Is Google and AMD a buy at this level? So perfect. Options, great question. Right down my alleyway. I love it. So, hey, listen. For me, you're going to get the nod on Google. I absolutely think Google is a good buy, even though they have the antitrust probe going into them. I mean, it might cost them a pretty penny and probably is going to. But I mean, for the long term, I think that's a company that you want to own. You can see it sitting around 160, just under $164. Now starting to trade towards the volume weighted average price with some strength. You can see on the lower time frames that the volume's starting to pick up, and as the stock is starting to move higher, and this is exactly what you want to see, Sharif. As you can see, that Google is starting to pump to the top side. So I don't know what's going on with that, but you have the nod by me. I actually want to point this out on the daily here with Google. You have the nod by me that absolutely on the Google calls. I'm just always going to emphasize, just make sure you have your stops in place, guys, because when you're trading options, yeah, your profits can be leveraged, but that also means that your losses can be a little bit more significant too. I mean, in retrospect, in comparison to what you're spending, right? So even though they are capped losses, just you don't want to be losing the max amount all the time. So just make sure you put your stops in all the time, guys. I want to emphasize on that. But I can get behind this. These Google calls, absolutely. I would look to make a spread on that. I don't know if I would want to, unless it's a leap. A leap is a good idea on Google, I think, for sure. I mean, you have this V reversal here. I think if we break 167 and sit up on top of 168, then you can potentially break this resistance, sit on top of resistance. It now becomes support, and then you can continue to the top side. And we were speaking about gaps earlier. Sharif has a lesson on gaps today, and just be aware that I'm absolutely looking to play this on Google. There's no doubt in my mind that I'll be playing this trade here, guys, and this is this gap fill here on Google. So that's going to be a nice little move there. And when it does decide to enter that gap, I will be looking to participate in that. And then you also mentioned AMD. I'm always going to be frank with you guys, and Sid, we were talking about the price to earnings ratio on this thing, and it's really expensive relative to the market, still sitting about 200 times forward. So it's still expensive. I don't like where it's sitting right now at all. I tried playing this gap, trying to mitigate losses on this thing. So we're going to see. We're going to continue to hold. But as of right now, you get the nod for Google, and then you get the wait and see what AMD decides to do on that one before you decide to get into any options with that one, guys. All right, so I'm just looking out for you on that one, but I like what you're looking at. I like what you see. Google continuing to the top side, which we really like to see here as well. Let's see if we can sustain this volume. We're now starting to break 163.90s and continuing to the north side, so that's a really good look. Sharif, OKLO held VWAP to the
It did.
Really close. It held it really long. Yeah, it held it really strong. So that's a good look there. I might have been wrong on that one, but that's okay, because you know what we're going to look at right now, and that's IBIT, the hardest ETF in the market right now. So it's the hardest thing right now, up over 3% on the session, continuing to hold this trend strong, and Bitcoin is holding that 68,000 level. It's exactly what we want to see, almost about to push 69,000. So continue to look there on IBIT. Look for the continued strength on IBIT, especially on the breakout, now that it can be potential support once we break this resistance, and then you can continue to the top side, looking for those all-time highs, brother. What do you got?
Okay, so we're open here on EFSH, new high at day 710. This one dipped right. I literally was about to punch in. I was waiting for 6 to come in because that was the halt level. I was just setting up an order, and it was already at 670, 680. Here we go, $8 in coming on EFSH, 330%. This thing is flying. Bro, $8 is in, Joe. It's $7.93 right now. HOD, seller at 93s. Can't take him out. We just took him out. No, we didn't. Look, he's still there. 94 is now showing up on the ask. So did we take out the guy at 93? No, we didn't. Interesting. So we're zigging and zagging. Random area to have somebody wetting their beak on some profits or instituting a short. There it goes. $8 HOD, $8.40 now HOD. These things flying, bro. This thing is flying, bro. Big mover. We're about to go 400%. Don't know where the next halt level is. Possibly, I don't know, man. I really need a halt parameter indicator, man. This really would help for this. In any event, 855 now, HOD. Really going here, guys. Somebody was asking me earlier, wow, big dip. Look at this topping tail candle. We just dipped from 855 to 675 in a second. Now we're at 7, Joe. Do we hold up at 7? We held up at 6. Are we doing a whole dollar support and resistance here? That's the question. 7's defending 4 now, but there's just so much chop, dog. Oh, the intensity. Intensity.
We all know today's gym session. Grip strength.
Oh, yeah, grip strength.
That's it, grip
Can I
strength.
tell you something?
Yeah.
I don't use straps. I use mixed grip. When I do my deads, like when you're heavy deading.
Yeah,
I'm
but you're heavier.
right?
That's why you're doing the mixed.
Well,
grip.
yeah. Until we get to about 2 plates, I'm holding regular. Then anything above 2, I'm mixed gripping. And then, so yeah, maybe I should regular grip then. It's a SPAC, says KFRY. Is it? Is it? Let's see what this does. Yeah, it's an acquisition company. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Usually we have these bad boys at around 10 when they're SPACs. Let's have a look at the. Wow, that's not accurate at all. Oh, okay. So let's have a look at the chart on this one since it's flying around here. Might as well look at this. Shout out to Andre. All right, let's see what we got. If it takes a second to load, I'm sorry. We're just looking. We'll look for the daily chart over here. There we go. Now we need to probably look at the weekly. What is this? This is, it's split, multiple splits. Okay, so it's distorted. Dude, I didn't even know that you could split as a SPAC. What? I didn't even know you could do that. Anyway, don't worry about me. I'm just discovering stuff live on the show here. But we have Adara at the big desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's how they give a true trading edge. And here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders like you. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power, and all you have to do is reach the profit goal. The best part of this limited edition program is that they have reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase, and the profit split's been upgraded. So you keep 70% of the profits. You should definitely want to check it out. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description for more info.
Much Adara. We're still zigging and zagging here, Joe. Here comes that high of the day break again on the FSH. 855 HOD. We're printing $0.25 right now. I just saw a third come up there a second ago. It's going to have to slow down. And Neil sent me this. Do you know Bobby Valentino?
Bobby, the singer.
Yeah. Slow down. I just want to get to know you. Yeah, man. EFSH is just too quick for me here, Joe. I can't do this, bro.
Don't get me started with the soul music, my guy. Come on.
Yeah, man. Good times.
Bobby Valentino.
Oh, random oddities. Good question, my man. EFSH is not allowed to halt or what? Well, it halted at 6 briefly. But like I was saying, random, it would be good if there was software out there that had a halt parameter so you could kind of see where the halt is given the current price action, given the amount of time that's elapsed, this, that, and the other. I think it's probably better just for small cap traders who are trading these halts, so it may not be something that's in demand. Somebody else was asking, Sharif, where do you find all these small cap gappers? I use a scanner. So any good, software like Trade Ideas, eSignal, they've all got scanners. And what you do is you go in there and specifically you're looking for highest percentage day change. Like every column might be different depending on what software you're using, but you're looking for change percentage on the day or gap percentage on the day. And so you want to filter by the highest, right? And then I use a couple of filters, parameters that you could include. So I like to trade things above $1, but I also want to know when they're approaching $1. So I've dropped my minimum price to 85 pennies. I also want them doing volume. I want about 250,000 shares. That's just my random number. You can choose anything you want, okay? But you want to see that it's doing volume because the whole point of this is liquidity, right? You don't want to be stuck into this. These are run for a good time, not a long time. So scanner is what works for me. Obviously, you can do other things. A lot of people use Twitter or X, whatever else. I like scanners. What do you use, Joe?
Yeah, same thing, brother. So in the morning when I'm coming in on the Go train, I'll run my scans. I'll read through Benzinga, go through a little bit of news, and that's exactly what I look for. My scan is a little bit, the criteria is a little bit more simplistic. I'm looking for at least 1 million shares of volume in the pre-market, and then I'm also looking for any stock over $15 to $20. Those are my key metrics. And then once I break down those, I pick my top 4 stocks in the morning when I'm on the go for all my fellow Canadians and Torontonians. When I go from to Union Station, just do a nice little 20-minute train ride. I go through a couple articles and I run my scanners and I do my top 4 stocks. And speaking of articles, something I was just going over a little bit earlier because TSM was one of the hottest stocks yesterday. And I don't know if you guys mentioned that this morning in the pre-market show, but TSM under probe by U.S. over potential dealing with China's Huawei. Did you guys go over that this morning?
You did. We did. And I went over to... I'm like, is there anybody who hasn't been investigated yet, Joe?
Yeah,
I mean, like, is there anybody?
Yeah, exactly. And I heard Sean say this the other day, like that. Just the more money you have, eventually you're going to get investigated by somebody. They're going to put a probe into you, and I think now it's Google's turn, and he was talking about Meta in that case. So he was saying that it's probably only a matter of time until they start giving Meta some trouble about something. So,
well, they're already giving trouble over the addiction thing with the children as well.
in the classrooms and stuff like that. And I watched a little bit of that, which is true. I can totally get behind that because I think all of us have fallen into the rabbit hole of scrolling. And you say
Doom
you do
scrolling,
it, doom scrolling, dude. So if you ever need to kill an hour or two, I think people just go on Reels or something like that, and it's just shots of dopamine, just over and over again. So you don't want to stick to those guys. Get back to reading books. That's how we got here. We just read a lot of books and just get outside and give yourself that time to get off the screen a little bit. You know what I mean? Put the phone down. Put the phone down. Go for a walk. Go for a run. Enjoy everything around you, and just don't be too glued to those. But you know what, Shreve? You know what I'm liking right now is DJT.
Get it?
DJT is exactly where I like to see it. The pullback, the volume has been slightly low on this. You know what we might do? You know what? Actually, I think we're going to. We're not going to give it too much space here, Shreve. But we're going to probably get our toes a little, we're going to wet our beaks a little bit here because it is starting to move to the top side. And I think that this thing can start squeezing. So we're going to get in some small size here. Nothing crazy, just to have a little feel. And if we break this low around 29.78, then we're going to get out of this trade, brother. What do you got going on?
I'm looking at some of these large caps, Joe, because we just took 20,500 again on the NQ December contract, so we're above that. We didn't really break, many levels today. You can kind of look at the price action. I think it's an inside day, So it's definitely an inside day from ensconced yesterday, basically, by yesterday's price action. Almost 20,600 at the top. That was early on in the day. That was around 9 a.m. And then that low right there, that's yesterday's closing print, 20,366, and we're well within the range from the top and the bottom. But we did just take 20,500. However, there seems...
Whoa, SPY. Did you see the SPY?
What happened?
I wouldn't say but it's trading significantly higher than the Qs.
Oh God, yeah. People were saying that.
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, hold on. The ES, how can that be? The ES is up 0.43. The NQ's up 0.69.
Yeah.
How's the Q? Okay, let me do this. Okay, right now, let me just update this. No, dude, Q up 0.8, SPY up 0.49.
Yeah. That's what I got too.
That's what you got,
that's what I got too.
Yeah, so this is a good look right now at the NQ because we're getting into this area of technical resistance. I mean, we've wicked above this 20,515, but look at the closing prints on all these candles and where we are currently. We keep finding resistance in this area, right? Donald John Trump?
No,
NVIDIA?
NVDA is ripping it. So
great, I just saw it broke VWAP.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah, so NVIDIA's got something to do why we're above 20,500 right now. But I am concerned about this level that we're currently at right now, guys. 10.05, 10.10, 11.25, 11.30, and now we found resistance here. Obviously, we've wicked higher. 20,529 is the high of the day, but we've closed at this level twice before. We'll see if we can get a bit of a bigger close today. As that happens, the dead one Apple has now retaken VWAP. Amazon is at the high of the day. Joe astutely pointed out that Google worked its way up above VWAP quite aggressively, having issues with 164, a couple of topping tails right now. We'll have to see if this one can continue. We haven't been looking at the MAG as much today, but there is a trend now of note that we need to take into account because we're moving up here. So good look. Apple's really squeezing here through VWAP, and so is NVIDIA. NVIDIA's going to take 138.50. It looks quite soon. Tesla's above VWAP. Softy is at VWAP and doing the darndest to get above it. Nice little double bottom there on the soft one at 416.25. It was almost a triple bottom there because is that the IB low? Yeah, that is the IB low that right before the bell, we printed that level as well. Look where we closed. So interesting look here on Microsoft. This could be a short though at VWAP. Now we did breach it initially, so I wouldn't put too much into that one trade until I saw some confirmation. But yeah, the future on the way up. I am concerned with this level that we're at right now on the December contract. So let's pack our patience, I guess, and see how we can execute on this, Joe.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, go finish your thought.
Yeah, I was looking at CTCX over here because it worked its way up into that third of a dollar. Now it's coming back into what I perceive to be a level of support. So we had this area as resistance in the illiquid time of the day, and you can see that there's really no, big boy volume candles to account for this area over here. But we got them over here. So now, do we use 56 pennies as support? Well, it held once. Worked its way up to 58, 2 whole pennies. I think I can find something better than that. Peggy, we're going to have to remove. Donald John Trump is continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows, but still dancing with VWAP. And EFSH is at $9.77, and it's halted again. It's up 450%. Did this double its market cap again? Let's see. We said 4 million last time. It's only at 6.7 million this time. I mentioned it at 2, so it's like triple its market cap. Let's see where it closes the rest of the day, Joe.
500%? Wow.
Close. We're getting there, baby.
450, yeah.
That trade at 4 looks amazing, eh?
Wow.
Paper hand.
That's him.
Oh, by the way, guys, I just want to remind everybody, guys, that the afternoon segment is literally nothing without you guys. It's basically 20 minutes of you telling us what you want covered, and the big kahunas, Neil and Obi, will cover them for you. So let's go and see what people are voting for in the chat right now. Hashtag wants to talk about CYCC. Get into the chat hashtag and vote for it. Above that, we have Jode Koj basically voting for drug. He wants to see drug on that, on the, what's it called? The rundown. Mark Lasky talking about ELSH. Get into the chat, man. And this is the prompt right here. Make sure to enter it correctly. ! Join space. Then the $ and the ticker of your choice. Let's see what else people are voting for. Everybody's talking about, excuse me, EFSH. And I don't blame them. So there's not a whole lot to see aside from EFSH here in the chat. So yeah, vote for that if you want. $10 here on EFSH, and it dropped back down to $8.50 like that. Zigging and zagging, Joe. I think it's got some support possibly here at it's going to halt at $8. Here we go. Down halt possibly. Let's see if this is a false halt right now. 99's on the bid, 8 on the ask. Didn't have to do this for 10 seconds, and then it halts. We'll see if it's a false halt or not. Size staying, and there we go. We are now halted $8 on EFSH, still well above the moving averages, well above VWAP. It's still bullish, guys, even though it's halted down, Joe.
Yep. So we have VRO trades in the chat. Joe, how do you like Lace for $10 November 15th? So I'm assuming that's your expiration, and it looks like we're sitting around $6.80 right now. If you're gonna buy the out the money call, you really need this stock to appreciate in the next month and just a little bit over a month. So, okay. sorry, Fabian. I thought you were gonna say something there.
Same.
But Okay. So yeah, we'll just finish this thought here before. So yeah, you're looking for an expiration of the 15th or of November, $10. You're a little out the money. Look to go a little bit more at the money so you can give yourself some time. Maybe give it a little bit more time out. The stock isn't that expensive, so a contract shouldn't cost you that much. We'll talk more about Lace when we get back with Adara.
Time for our afternoon crypto segment. This morning was pretty interesting. We got to look at Bitcoin, and we also got to look at the fact that the Alabama man who's been accused of hacking into the SEC with that earlier than expected spot Bitcoin ETF news has actually apparently been arrested. But today we have another interesting story coming out of comments from Feds Waller. We know Feds Waller was set to speak at 12:10. Instead of speaking about economic policy, we actually had some comments here on decentralized finance, with Feds Waller saying, amongst other things, that stablecoin, quote, may have benefits for payment system. Also noting here that decentralized finance tech can add efficiency, and saying as part of the ending paragraph of his speech, quote, ultimately, I believe that advances in technology have the potential to drive efficiency gains in finance, just as technological innovation has done for centuries. So lots of interesting pro-DeFi comments coming out of Feds Waller here. Thought that would be a bit of an interesting note. Now we have to talk about stablecoin, because stablecoin has been on a tear as of late. And from what I've read, a lot of this move up has been attributed to Elon Musk. We know he had his Department of Government Efficiency shirt that a lot of people were saying was a good look for Dogecoin. And that right now, Dogecoin at July highs and at a very interesting level here. Let's see if we're able to clear this 0.139 level, which was certainly some resistance. If we go back to July, from that point, we continued to push lower, actually pushing below the 0.1 area. So let's see what happens here for DOGE, pushing into high of days. Great run this week. Let's see if it has even further to go here. And if there are any tickers you're looking at in the crypto space or otherwise, make sure to vote. Exclamation point join, space, $, and your ticker of choice, whatever it may be.
Thank you very much, Adara. Appreciate that. Always good look there. Look, I'm in Donald John Pump.
You're in it?
Yeah, it's going to have to hold 30. So we've got the price we want. If it doesn't hold, that's okay. We're going to weasel out of that. We're also in CTCX because it's defending, for whatever reason, 56 pennies. Now, if we get stopped out, it's going to be below 55. So we're going to have to risk a little bit over here, looking at wetting my beak at 62. It's not the greatest mover, but it's showing me a price action support. So we'll pack our patience to see what we get there. DJT's whiffling and waffling with VWAP. So this could be a bit of a dicey trade as the tug of war between buyers and sellers manifests at VWAP. Now, sometimes you get the money fills a little bit below VWAP. If that's the case, then we're going to have to deal with that. Right now, we're coming right back into 30. Let's see if there's buyers sitting at the whole dollar. Initially, it looked to me like there was, but I think there is an equal amount of selling in the mid to low teens there. So we'll pack our patience, see what we get. EFSH, guys, still halted. Where the hell is this one? Oh, it's at the end over here. There we go. EFSH still halted at $8. What's the halt time? I think it's exactly like 1 o'clock or something like that. Let me double check super quick. EFSH on my platform over here. Let's see. It's going to give it to me in a second. Got to pack my patience with this. It's not showing it to me. Why is it doing that? 1 something. So I think we're like a minute. Yeah, here it is. 1:30. Exactly 1 o'clock and 30 seconds. So we should open up at 1:50:30 if it is to be a 5-minute halt. So that's about 30 seconds from now. So let's see what we get there. Still in DJT, not in doing. All right, nicely moving up here on CTCX. Looking for a lot more. Let's see if this one wants to squeeze. I feel like there's a bit of a bid creep with this one. Shout out to Adara, who uses that term often. 60 pennies right now. We're whiffling and waffling at, Joe. Good look for these ones. Robbie V, thoughts on LEU? $100 break or not? Didn't even know about this one. Let's have a look. LEU. So what's the, wow, what is this rocket ship, bro?
Wow.
Centrus Energy Corp. Tell me this isn't nuclear. Nuclear! I love nuclear energy. I'm writing this one down. I'm taking a screenshot.
Did you see, after he sent that, did you see what I said to him?
No.
I said, is there volume? And then you pull up the chart, and there's absolutely
well,
no
not that much, dude. I mean, like yesterday we had... Yeah. It looks really good because that's a daily.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Hey, man, this is a good-looking chart, man. Nuclear, look, you feel how you want. Price action speaks for itself, but... this is a good look right now. Very directional, Joe. Wow. This is the 5-minute chart on LEU. Nary a touch at the 10. And when it touches, when it gets a bit deeper, it's awfully respectful of the 20. Look at that 12.25 and 12.30 hold up. And there we go. We're at $99. Rob, shout out to you. Great look there. Going to take a screenshot of this, because definitely need to put this on the watch list. I was talking to Brendo off camera. I'm like, we definitely need to get some sort of watch list for these nuclear plays, because it seems like it's awfully in vogue at the moment. So thank you for that, Rob. Appreciate that, certainly. What are we doing here with Donald John Trump? It looks like it's going to break down below 30 here, but CTCX is still putting in higher lows. What are you looking at, Joe?
Yeah, I'm just over here talking with Nick V in the chat, and he has a pretty cool question that we're going to go over shortly. Right now, he says, Joseph, what type of option strategy would you use with MSTR, with it being close to all-time highs? All right, well, let's take a look here. And the thing is, with options, you don't want to just force a strategy. You just don't want to implement something to do so. You want the strategy and the system to come to you where it's like, oh, I want to run this on this type of trade. As for right now on MicroStrategy, that's Michael Saylor, right? MicroStrategy? Yeah, so I mean, this is Bitcoin, trails Bitcoin, it's breaking up, and he has an absolutely ridiculous amount in his reserve of Bitcoin. So, I mean, if you're looking to join this trend, if Bitcoin continues to go to the north side, which I do think it does, then look to continue to the north side on this too. I'll always tell you to do a debit spread, so you can do a call debit spread, but always buy that protection, hence the spread, right? So I won't tell you to flat out buy a call. That way you can just kind of mitigate that downside, but it does slightly mitigate the top side as well too. But I mean, when the stock is starting to break out like this, as well as pretty much the primary asset that it holds, then definitely look for something like that, because it's sitting around $213 right now with an all-time high of around just under 200, or just under 230. So the one thing is though, is the effort and result in this. We're getting little effort in the volume, and the result is slightly big. So always kind of keep that in the back of your mind that hey, this doesn't really add up too much. You want to see a little bit more volume on this breakout. So just keep that in mind as well too. So I mean, I don't hate it, but it's slightly extended. So you're definitely going to want to wait and see if that can come back into a price that you really like. All right. So that's just my look, Nick V, on MicroStrategy. So there we go. But guys, I'm in Google. It did pump pump not too long ago. It is now pulling back. But the Qs are continuing to move to the top side. I mean, we're in exactly where we want to. We got a little bit of a move, but this selling's coming in a little bit too heavy for my liking. So if we break this pivot here around 163.75, then I'm going to get out of this trade. But I'm looking to hold this area. We have the low volume on the pullback, which is giving me a little bit of confidence within the setup. But if it decides that it wants to break down, then that's totally fine. Maybe we'll wait, let the pullback phase out, because we did have this strong volume. So I'm going to look for the continuation within the volume. All right. So that's something that I'm looking for. And I mean, it looks like it's about to move to the downside, which isn't too pretty, but that's okay. And if it breaks, which it might shortly, then we're gonna get out of this trade. For now, DJT, are you still in DJT?
Yeah, still holding it.
Yeah, it's still looking good. I might get back into DJT. I didn't like how when I was in DJT, the rest of the market was trading higher and DJT was slightly stagnant. So that's something that I'll always keep an eye out for. So let's see if Google can hold these levels and then continue to the top side with that, guys. So Nick, that was a great options question. I like talking options. You guys know that. So keep throwing your questions. Let me know what you guys are looking at, and maybe we'll do some rundowns on some potential option strategies with those guys. So keep sending those in the chat. As of right now, Google's holding this level. We're gonna continue to hold because we are Joey Diamond. So there we go. But first, we are off to Adara.
We have another small cap. In case you missed this one, we had CYCC just get a bit of a volume spike up about 75%. We do have a short float here of 2.3%, so not super significant. Float of just over 2 million shares, market cap of just over $3 million, and not a ton of social media attention for what I'm seeing here. We're definitely getting a bit of an escalation though, so a bit of lower volume. I think we just hit the million mark, but CYCC on watch. So many small caps in play, of course, today and this whole week, really, guys.
Guys, Meta's at VWAP, and I'm really interested in taking a short. 581, generally double top. Now, I don't want to give back the gains today on a bad Meta trade, and we know what Meta can do to you. Just ask me on Monday how Meta can do, or Tuesday. Tuesday was the bad day for Meta. In any event, here it is, a 5-minute candle hold up right at the volume weighted average price, and just have a gander at what Meta did last time it got to VWAP. It was a quick one candle rejection. Wham, bam, thank you, VWAP. And we made a new lower low of the day. Sorry. Here we go again. We're putting this 2-candle hold up here at VWAP. META, it's up 2/3%. But this is a good look here, man. What do you think? What are you looking at over there? Because you are okay. Well,
Yeah,
let's Joe cook for a second.
Yeah, we're not cooking up anything, buddy.
Why am I out of DJT, bro?
I was just gonna
Why
ask
am I
you that.
out of DJT? I paper-handed this. I didn't mean to. I took out the entire position.
I was gonna ask you. I'm like, yo, this thing's trading higher, so why don't I see you in it anymore?
Because I did true to
strength.
form.
It's the grip
Fantastic
strength.
stuff.
It's the grip
It's always only the best on this
the
side
grip
of the desk.
strength.
Only the best. No, I didn't mean to do that. Meant obviously to take out a portion, so that's a mistake on my part there. We'll look to do a little bit better. Still into this one though. CTCX nicely in the money, looking for that 62 penny bounce. But now I need to pay mine to Meta because now it is doing a nice rejection here. At the volume weighted average price, you're not going to get the best price at these levels. The money fills were in the high 580s, but here we go. We're putting a 2-candle hold up, and I'm getting multiple topping tails on the futures as well in that area that we talked about where we've experienced resistance on the day on the futures. So kind of coincide that with Meta. I'm having a look at this bad boy over here, and I just don't want to get into this and do it the wrong way. Let's think about this one. Joe, what are you looking at?
I'm still looking over here at Google. It broke the level that I said that it was going to break, and that's exactly why we get out of this trade. If it decides that it wants to pick up volume to the north side again and start heading northeast, then that's what we're going to look to do, especially here if it comes back towards the volume weighted average price. All right, so we're going to hold that. IBIT is still deciding that it wants to grind higher, and that is perfect. That's exactly what we want to see. We want to see a nice, strong breakout, and then those levels holding when it does break out, and IBIT seems to be doing so. So we're sitting around 39.30 right now, just at the high of day. So we'll see if any volume steps in, and then we can make a nice move to the top side here. The volume is dwindling a little bit, but as long as we're slow grinding, then I don't have any issue with that. DJT I was in, and then I punched out. I'll show you my DJT trade because what I mentioned before is that as the market was moving higher, DJT was just kind of chopping around these levels, and I didn't want to hold it just in case it decided to break VWAP. So we're still holding, and it might continue to the top side. Let's see if we can test these pivots here and this resistance levels here around 30.80 and start moving towards them and potentially break them. And if the volume steps in, then you can definitely consider those a genuine move on that. But other than that, and I just want to point out here actually, and we haven't really looked at it, is SPY. The SPY has absolutely been a monster, and we're going to pull up the SPY. It's been the stronger index. So it's like, why fight this? This thing has made all-time highs. Well, the Qs decide to chop around and decide that it's extremely, well, not decide, it is extremely tech-heavy. So in order for this to continue higher, we're going to need to see those good earnings report from the Qs in order for it to catch up to its peer, the SPY. So as you can see, we broke 565 clean, and then we just continued to grind to the high side. So 565 break, that was prior resistance, now acting as support here, and then continuing to 585. So this has been the better index totally. We got the strong financials and everything else that is just leading to this, right? So definitely good look on the SPY, up about just under 0.5% on the session, but these slow grinds is exactly what we're looking for there, brother. What do you got going on?
I got short on the Zuck train over here. We're just looking to put our stop. All right, where are we short? 50s. All right, let's look at wetting our beak at around here. There we go. We'll let that one cook, see what comes, come what may. It's a bit of a hold up here at this level, but knowing full well that the futures are at highs, and this could be a bit of a troublesome trade. So we're gonna let this one cook. Let's see what else is moving here. CTCX, good look. It's having trouble with 60 pennies though, or 60 and a half pennies, if that makes any sense. So I don't know about this one. I've given it to about 55 pennies, but it looks like now it's starting to curl with that 60 penny resistance. If that's the case, then we'll start curling back down to break 56 pennies. So that ain't the look for me. Looking to see what we can do here. Let's just pack our patience a little bit more on this one. Let's see what Meta wants to give us. Is it weaseling down? Well, yeah, it's going to have to weasel down a little bit more over here before we get involved with any profits. And here we go, showing 14s now on the ask. And there it is. There it is. Big one. Yes. All right, so there we go. We take the short off VWAP on META, and we're not going to paper hand this one. I promise you that. So we're going to look to do a little bit better over here, about 50 pennies in the money. I'm looking at taking it out, Joe, either at 580 or in the 570, high 579s. Reason is there's a support level here at 579.80, and I don't know why, and I don't care. But I'm cognizant of it, and if we continue to move back down into this area, I will look to take it out. That's exactly what I'm going to do now.
Perfect. We call you diamond hands after that.
Nah, I got me crap hands today with the way I traded, bro.
So you set that level and you wait for that target to be hit. You are officially diamond hands, part of the JPM crew.
I like that. Shout out Jeremy Diamond, man. I know his name is Jamie, but it's all good. We're going to call him Jeremy. So here we go, coming into about 580 on META, showing OOs now on the bid. Can we breach 580? 16 on the ask, double zeros on the bid, looking for that 580 to give way and squeeze down a little bit more. That's the idea. 09s now. There it is, Joe. Dip down, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Can he hold?
Can he hold?
That's the question.
Can he hold?
Oh, what happened?
Well, it's spready. You know how it is, right? So it's not going to fill you right away. You're going to have to wait on this one because spreader, yeah, the hell with that, bro. I'm getting out.
Oh, no, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Oh, my God, he didn't wait.
All right, I flattened out right at, where'd I get? Let's see exactly what I got. 95s, bro. It's not too bad. I waited at 82s, 95s. Not bad, not bad. Happy with this trade.
Didn't do it.
META triple top. You can make the argument there on the 5 minute at least at VWAP. This is the only reason I was in the trade, guys. We rejected VWAP initially, and then we did a 3-candle rejection over here. So that was the only reason I got into this trade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even been looking at Meta, but this was an outlier to me. So when I saw the price action, got right back in there, I was like, okay, let's do this. So good look right now on META. Now let's look at the other one that we're currently in. This one's boring me to death. CTCX, still at 58 pennies, nothing doing here. Killing me on this one. I want something around 62s, but 60 acting as resistance. However, the other side of the coin, so that was the bad side, that 60 is a resistance because I'm long. The other side of the coin is we're still putting in higher lows. So if you want to do a little trend line there you go. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. I put my stop south of 55. I gave myself 3 pennies. We'll see what we get there. Bob Curran, LUN is moving. Let's have a look at LUN. You are LUN or LEU? No, he says LUN. All right, let's have a look at LUN. What is this? This is this is on the Toronto Stock Exchange. I ain't trading anything on the Toronto Stock Exchange. Bob Curran, LUN is what you're looking at because I'm seeing London Mining Company and that trades here in Toronto. I don't think that's what you're talking about. So let me know. Robbie V, LGHL, big volume on the 15. Sure, let's have a look. LGHL. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Big boy volume coming in there. Look at this candle at 115 5 minutes ago, Joe. It had about 1.6 million shares there, and it took VWAP on a decisive basis. We're still south, though, of the IB high. The IB high, around 30 pennies. Put an alert. Trust me on this. Put an alert for the high of the daybreak, maybe a little bit lower, than the actual 30 penny area. I'm going to put it at 29s. That way you know when it's approaching the high of the day and then wait for the high of the day break and then base something off that high of day break. Tell me how that goes. LGHL, keep it on my side chart, Joe. What are you looking at?
Yeah, that's good stuff there. We're back here in goggles here. We're back in around 163.57s. So we'll see if we can continue. This is going to be my second entry on it. We'll take a couple stabs at it. If we break this low here, I'm going to get out again. And I'm going to wait for a potential better entry on this one here, guys. But I do think we can go towards the volume weighted average price. Around 163.90s is the potential target. It was strong. It started to rip a little bit and then started to pull back. So let's see if this pullback has been deep enough up into the 163.40s, and then we can continue to the northeast side. That's exactly what we want to look at. So, guys, we didn't really talk too many options today. We had Sharif's lesson on the gap fills, which is absolutely fantastic. But if you have any options questions for me, we do only have about 40 minutes left in the session. So make sure if you're looking at anything particular, please put it in the chat, and then we're going to take a gander at it, as Sharif said. So put those in the chat. Let me know what kind of option strategy you're looking to employ: condors, credit spreads, bull put spreads, or any other market neutral such as butterflies and stuff like that. So Last night looking at charts, found BSFC, Blue Star, Foods Target 250. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll take a look at that shortly. But as you can see, that Google's starting to move to the top side. I'm pretty confused on XO. What are your thoughts? Of course, understanding it is leverage tool entails with momentum, but geez, it's so incredibly discordant with the market. Yeah, I totally agree, John. It's actually it's like my fourth largest position, SOX L, in my long term. So, I mean, it's a 3x leverage, and you got to look at the top holdings of it, right? So you have AMD, AVGO, NVDA, TXN, and all those. So we're going to need all those to move together. So in order for this thing to become profitable, I thought it was going to break out not too long ago. It was sitting around the $40 level, and it decided not to. It wanted to reject and then sold off about 10-15% or so on that session. So that's a good look on SOXL, but just be patient because the companies in the main holdings, the broad of that is really concentrated in some companies that you want to own, all right? So there's some good stuff. Does max pain matter? Absolutely, Havana. Joe, could you explain open interest? How does it work? Yeah, so open interest is just kind of, so when you're scrolling through the options chain, you're going to see a number below the specific value of that contract. With that can be the open interest of that contract. What open interest can identify is where there is a lot of buyers and sellers for that specific underlying asset on the options chain. So open interest can also give you and dictate where price might potentially go. And guys, unfortunately, Google is not doing what I want it to do. So that's it. We're not going to mess around with this one anymore. But yeah, so back to open interest, it can help dictate where price can potentially go and where there's a lot of open interest in a specific price or strike price in an underlying asset. So that is what options traders look for, is when you're scrolling through your chain and you see that there's a high open interest at specific strikes, this could lead to potential momentum to those specific levels, all right? So hopefully that answered your question. Yeah, and other than that, guys, that's it. We're just here looking. Unfortunately, Google's not doing what I want it to do. The market's starting to come back in a little bit, and that's a little unfortunate. So we took 2 L's on that one, and then we only have this 1 L here, OKLO.
That wasn't an L, bro.
No. I'm saying it was a big dub. It was a big dub on that on OKLO. It was a really nice dub on that one, and then we took the 2 on Google there, and then 1 on AMD. But as long as your winners outweigh your losers, then you're good to go on that. And that's exactly why I emphasize risk to reward, and then that's why I like keeping my entries specifically close to the volume weighted average price, because it's a definitive out, and then you can base your risk to reward off of those. So Google's starting to come in a little bit more. The Qs are absolutely a choppy mess today, which is unfortunate, and I think that it may be the case for the foreseeable future until we get those big reports, brother.
I agree with you, bro. I agree 100% with that, and I also want to throw in a little bit of a tidbit there. Yeah. I was of a bias that we would whiffle and waffle until the election, but you know, the SPY and the Dow have different opinions about that. The NQ we're still waiting for that, I think, July break and take on the all-time highs on the NDX, NQ, or the composite, whatever you're charting. Obviously, they're a little different, right? In case you're wondering, the NDX is a NASDAQ 100. That's the top 100 companies there, but that's not the only thing that's contained within the NASDAQ. If you want the entire NASDAQ, that's a comp. At least on my platform here, the way that I load up the comp is actually type in composite, type in comp. And there it is, the NASDAQ composite right there, index. And then you can see what the index looks like there. So we're still below ATH, all-time highs on the composite itself, 18,667. We're still, today we're at 18,520 or thereabouts, right? And then there's the NDX, which I mentioned is the NASDAQ 100. So you can look at those as well. Let's see where the hell that is. Novadex, NASDAQ 100. There it is. Got it. There's the NDX. So you see that they actually have different prices. Like the NDX itself is 20,694. We were talking about the composite being 18 and change. So different looks here for the NASDAQ. Apprise yourself of all that. And then in addition to that, there's futures contracts. And then in addition to the futures contracts, there's the continuous contract for those who want to chart with without interruption, having to chart every few months. So lots of different NASDAQ adjacent or derivative products there. I don't like to use the word derivatives because usually that means options, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you got SOXL and, and everything, and futures.
Exactly.
Futures are a derivative too, so.
Exactly. Well said.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna say, Sharif, we have Tesla next Wednesday, and then the following week is when the big boys start to report.
Absolutely, so, that's going to be big. It's going to be real big, and that's why we want to do the lesson. Let's go one more time around the lesson, guys. About 1:30 right now. We usually do it a few times, but we've been trading today, so I haven't had an opportunity to do this again. We're talking about breakaway gaps. So. We'll delve into the exciting world of breakaway gaps, which are signals for potentially explosive price movements. Let's look at what we're talking about here. What do we mean by breakaway gaps, though? So imagine a price chart trapped within a trading range for weeks or months at a time. Suddenly, a gap appears, propelling the price above that resistance or below that support level. That's a breakaway gap, a significant jump in price with no trading activity suggesting a potential breakout from the established trend. And this is what we're talking about over here. We're putting in lower highs and lower lows, or you could even say we're consolidating somewhat. Then overnight, something comes, it breaks, or something, news breaks, an earnings report, a positive headline, even a negative headline, because this works to the downside as well. And all of a sudden, there's this space on the chart where no trading took place. Well, how come? Because this is the closing print from 4 p.m. the day prior. And this is the opening price at 9:30 a.m. Now, if you include pre-market and aftermarket data in your charts, you will not see the gaps as clearly as this. If you want to chart gaps, my suggestion to you is remove pre-market and aftermarket data to get that clean close from day prior to open the next day. That's the gap we're talking about. In addition to that, when we do gap up in this manner, it behooves you to look at the volume bars. You need to look to see, was the gap accompanied by above average volume? And if it was, compare it to the previous volume bars. Does it stand out? So that's what you're looking at there. And this chart over here just basically shows you the opposite of what I showed you. We're putting in higher highs, higher lows, and all of a sudden, news catalyst comes in overnight. The market doesn't like it, and now we're gapping down, and you see what that new trend brings, okay? But why do breakaway gaps matter? Like, why am I even talking about it? What's so important about them? Well, they're trend breakouts, and trend is important. We always talk about the trend is your friend until the end, until it bends. Well, it could break out as well. So breakaway gaps often signal a break from a consolidation period or a trend reversal. A gap above the resistance level that we've established indicates to you bullish momentum, while the gap below support suggests to you bearish pressure. There's also the importance of increased volume, as I alluded to, accompanying the gap. Breakaway gaps are typically accompanied by a surge in trading volume, signifying strong buying or selling pressure behind the price move. And there's also that psychological impact that comes with breakaway gaps. They can attract new market participants. All of a sudden, NVIDIA is making all-time highs, and all the 20-year-olds at the gym are on their phone buying NVIDIA. You got to hear, like, I listen to these kids. Dude, they're way ahead of my generation in terms of investment, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta digress for a second here. LGHL just popped up an alarm on my platform. LGHL. Let's find out. LGHL. Let's find out what this one is doing. Here it is. It just broke above, I believe, a key area. Yes, this one is above the pre-market high, or close to. Sorry. This pre-market high still at around 30 pennies. Anybody who wants LGHL, it is on the way to taking that 30 penny pre-market high, and this could be really interesting for this one. So watch out. I'm not going to trade it because I'm doing the lesson. But, oh, there it is. There it is, breaking above. Adara, what do you got?
We have some breaking news here on BEN. This is Franklin Resources. You might remember this one because it has had quite the tumultuous last few weeks here, and I guess months as well. We do have a new report on their ongoing situation here suggesting that their Western Asset Management Co., so that was the area, the WAM Co., this is the segment that was getting probed. Their clients are now being probed by the DOJ as this probe ramps up. So now we have questioning from the DOJ by specific clients impacted here by Western Assets Core portfolio. There's just an SEC investigation into Ken Leach, who was involved in this company. Specifically, it's Western Asset Core aspect. So again, this is now being investigated with actually clients being interviewed. So ramp up here for that BEN probe, sending that one initially to the downside. Bit of a recovery, but there is a 10.5% short float to be aware of here, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Breaking news. Love that. Up 2.25%. Keep your eye out on that one. All right. So just going to continue on with the lesson. Just telling you super quick. Psychological impact because it's bringing new market participants in. And this is what we're talking about here. Again, we're ranging top, a bit of a top over here, and then all of a sudden a news catalyst comes in and boom goes the dang dynamite. As you see, higher highs, higher lows, and it continues to break out. Same thing over here. We're in a trading range on Starbucks from May all the way until July. And then all of a sudden, we're breaking above there. And accompanying that is large volume. Have a look at the bottom right there. Big boy volume. You're going to say, Sharif, how do I know it's big boy volume? Well, look at the volume bars preceding it. Compare them to that. Does it stand out? Yes or no? And here's another one, LinkedIn. This before Microsoft took over this one. We're whiffling along from November till February. Then boom, all of a sudden, we're breaking above. We're above that $140 area, again on higher than normal volume. Look at that black line on the top of the volume bars. These bad boys over here exceed that, so it's a good look. But there is also the ever-present danger of false breakouts. Sometimes breakaway gaps can be misleading, like all technical analysis. The price might quickly reverse direction, creating what we call a false breakout. Here are some methods that can help you identify potentially false breakouts. Number one, limited follow-through. If the price struggles to maintain the momentum after the breakaway gap and fails to make newer highs and newer lows, or newer lows and lower highs, if it's going south, it could be a sign of a weakening breakout. Number two, lower volume after the gap. A surge in volume accompanying most true breakouts. If the volume, though, fizzles after the breakaway gap, it may indicate a lack of conviction by buyers or sellers behind the move. And last but not least, always seek confirmation from other technical indicators. Look for conflicting signals from other technicals like moving averages or RSIs, whatever you use. If these indicators don't confirm the breakout, a false move may be more likely. So how do you trade these breakaway gap? What's the move here? Entry points. Let's talk about that. Breakaway gaps can offer potential entry points in the direction of the breakout. However, waiting for a pullback, this is my move here, after the gap for confirmation to identify stronger entries can be prudent. So if the breakout gap was 200 on Apple and you got all the way up, like I showed you, to 237, guess what? Apple tested and broke 200, but it popped back up quick as you like. So if you love that 200 level, sometimes it's the best idea to wait for it to come back after it's broken out. Obviously, the risk there is you miss the trade. Stop loss placement. Breakaway gaps often create new areas of support and resistance. Placing your stops, very important here. It should be placed below the gap for long positions and above the gap for shorts. And you can use also the measured move. We did an entire week on this with respect to how to use the measured move. You can explore the concept, which is based on breakaway gaps. This technique, essentially what it does, it estimates the price target based on the size of the gap. And here's kind of what I'm talking about there. You get a big boy move, and then, look, you break above the zone, you get a small rally, but then you come back in and you test that breakout level only to move up higher. So hope everybody prints up multiple storms. Joe, what are you doing?
No, yeah, great stuff there, brother. You know what, I was just thinking I should have took some out, and when you start thinking, hey, I should take some out, is probably when you probably should. But I want to mention I took one more entry on Google, and for one definitive reason, all right, guys, is this. I took a couple of entries in here, but now you see that this potential reversal signal candle here, we have the volume signature. Sellers push price down, and then we create this isolated pivot, a bottoming tail candle, which can be potentially a reversal signal, especially at an extreme that we're going to go back to the other side, and that's exactly what I did. I played the break of that candle, and I got some pennies in the money, but we're going to hold this to VWAP, all right, guys? So that's exactly That's exactly why I'm in Google, guys, is exactly there. But we're going to talk some more Google right after we get back from Madeira.
Time to take a look here at the US dollar. This is our afternoon edition of Money Talks. I wanted to look at the weekly chart because we are still in an uptrend. Last 3 weeks here, nice upside for that DXY. Right now here in a little bit of an interesting area here. We had wicked as high as this previous resistance here going back to December 2023 before pulling back a little bit lower. So let's see if we're able to continue to push higher here on the DXY after a pretty steep downtrend with that nice bounce around the 100-point level. It has been a bit of a lighter week for economic data. Next week, with the exception of some Fed speakers and the Michigan Consumer Sentiment number on Friday, is also going to be a bit of a lighter week. However, we got some really interesting comments just coming in through right now from Fed's Bostic, saying that the outsized first rate cut was, quote, very appropriate, and that he was comfortable with the fact that this was the cut they chose. They also said because of how long the rates have been higher, it made sense to lower them, but there is still some uncertainty here. There was also some other comments here from Fed's Bostic suggesting that the policy rate needs to be moved because risk had, quote, shifted. The neutral policy right now is in 3 to the 3.5% range, but to be patient, he views that by the end of 2025, we should get to that 2% inflation goal. So Fed's Bostic giving us about a year to get to that 2% inflation goal. It's also worth noting here because Fed's Bostic last week in a bit of a market-moving interview with Bloomberg suggested that he was in no rush to raise rates, to lower rates, kind of similar to what's being said here, saying that he would actually be comfortable with holding off on a rate cut at either the November or December FOMC meeting due to some, quote, janky inflation data. So Fed's Bostic making some more comments suggesting he's going to be a little bit more patient with these rate cuts. We'll have to wait and see how everything unfolds. If you guys are looking at tickers, though, you only have about 11 minutes left to vote for your ticker of choice to see if Obi and Neil will be able to review them at their session. 5 top 10 tickers, guys.
All right, guys. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience, which allows you to analyze, strategize, and certainly capitalize. You can foresee the profitable opportunities with the platform you need. You get infinite data, you get instant trading, and you know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data executions. It's got fantastic charts, certainly ones that change the game. You can customize them. You can analyze the market faster in your way with your indicators. You also get better backtesting and scanning. We all know the secret sauce to the formula is to make sure your strategy works, and this helps you predict the future by understanding the past. And the data is real-time and awfully reliable. You get that up to the second market information from hundreds of global markets. It's literally everything you need all in one place. So don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or check out the link in the description. Go.
Yeah, good stuff. The OG Kyle Burdett asked me a question. Joe, I want to set up a bearish-minded options trade for next week on SPY. Can we run through that again? Absolutely. So let's dive right into this because I really like that because there's multiple things that we can do. But I know what you're referring to, Kyle, and that was that call credit spread that I mentioned, a bear call spread. I just want to point out multiple factors in this strategy because I don't want you to take too big a loss, all right? So when we're going to construct a bear call spread, essentially our main leg of that trade is shorting calls, which will create that initial credit. But then we also buy calls at a higher strike price that will give us protection. But you still need to implement a stop loss, Kyle. So if we say and in this, we'll start from the beginning. So say you wanted to create a bearish call spread on this trade and you wanted to sell the 600 calls, all right? So Kyle, what you're gonna do is you're gonna sell the 600 calls and then you're going to buy the 605 calls, all right? This is gonna put an initial credit into your account. But mind you, Kyle, when you create this spread, please put a stop loss at the amount of credit received. So if you receive $50 or $100 in premium, put your stop loss at $50 or $100, all right? So that is a call credit spread. And this also gives us the thesis that, hey, we don't think that in the coming week or so that SPY is going to close above 600. This also gives you a little leeway room that if SPY trades up to 590, you can still be profitable on that trade. or if SPY continues to move sell side, then you are going to be extremely profitable on that trade. But it is a fixed profit, all right? So that is one method if you want to create a call credit spread on SPY, Kyle, where it gives you leeway room where you don't have to be as directionally biased. But you can also do an at-the-money put debit spread. So that is still a bearish thesis, but what you're going to do is you're going to cap those losses and you're going to cap those gains by doing this. So say we buy an at-the-money put. So what we're going to do is we're going to buy the at-the-money put at 584, and then we're going to buy, so we're going to sell, or sorry, we're going to buy this.
Oh my God.
We're going to buy the 584, and then we're going to sell the 580 or the 575. This is going to kind of cap your gains, but it's also going to reduce that loss a little bit as well too. So just keep in mind, there's a couple ways that you can create bearish trades on this, Kyle. So the one is being the call credit spread. Right, so I'll map it out for you a little bit here. That will look like this, right? So this just says, hey, Kyle, we don't think that SPY is going to close above 600 in the duration, and then we can do this for your put debit spread. All right, so Kyle, and we're going to touch on this a little bit more because there's another key point that I want to point out. But first, we're going to go to Adara, but we're going to get back to that question, Kyle. All right.
I'm still waiting to see some news here on Starbucks. I'm seeing a couple notes here on apparently there are some call alerts. But what could be on watch here is a tweet from Jonathan Mays. This individual is a journalist who works for the Restaurant Business magazine. And about 4 minutes ago, he tweeted that Starbucks is hiring Yahoo's CMO, whose name is Tracy Lieberman. This individual will be working as the company's chief brand officer. Apparently, Lieberman also used to work for Taco Bell and Chipotle. So he has past experience with new Starbucks CEO Brian Nichols. So again, unconfirmed tweet here by Jonathan Mays, a restaurant business journalist, saying that there's a potential that this new individual who's worked with Brian Nichols in the past could potentially be joining Starbucks as its chief brand officer. Again, that is not as of yet confirmed. And the tweet only has under 200 views from what I'm seeing. So this might not necessarily be the catalyst. I will keep you guys posted.
Thanks so much for that, Adara, because the OG Gaurav brought that to my attention. He's probably a technical breakout. There we go. Adara giving us the goods there.
Yep.
And thank you so much for that, Adara. Very important.
Just one last point there for Kyle. One thing to keep in mind, Kyle, is that when you create a call credit spread, time is in your favor, right? So the more time that goes on that SPY doesn't trade towards 600, you're going to be collecting premiums just from time decay and those only being extrinsically valuable, opposed to when you create the put debit spread, time is working against you, right? So you need the asset to move in your specific direction in order for you to become profitable. So just keep those 2 points in mind. You can construct it how you want, but just remember that when you create the credit spread, time is in your favor. As time goes by and it doesn't reach your price, the decay is chewing up the value of the contracts and you get to keep it, opposed to the opposite side where if you're in a put debit spread, then time decay is not in your favor. It's going to be working against you and decreasing the value of those contracts, brother.
Entropy sucks. All right, Mr. Physics. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare. CDP. Hey, Sharif. Do you believe in hard stop losses when trading the fast-paced 5-minute time frame? I do for most tickers. Look, I believe in hard stops, but I also believe in specific stop placement. Let me give you an example. Remember that? I don't know if you were around, but I had a wicked VWAP trade on Meta. I took 2 shots at it. I think it was Tuesday. It was a bad day for me, and I got stopped out both times. All because I was placing my stop far too close for a name that we, lovingly call spreada. Well, why does that matter? Because you have to account for the volatility vis-a-vis the spread. So I do believe in hard stops, but I also believe in strategic stop placement. If you're going to trade the more risky tickers, the more risky stocks, whether big caps or volatile small caps, make sure you're strategic with stop placement. But I do believe in hard stops. That's just kind of my own thing. Have at it however you want. SSF, Sharif, Where can you find the scanner for small stocks again and trending stocks, please? I missed it. No problem, brother. So I can't show you my scanner because we're not sponsored by them, but I've got my scanner on my own platform. And let me show you one that we are sponsored by. Shout out to, oh my goodness, Trade Ideas and the Nos Boss and his crew. Look at this over here. This middle dark green part, this is my scanner. Michael Nos was nice enough to help me set this up when he was visiting. And look at this, EFSH, DRUG, INHD, TVGN. So what I do is I use a scanner, but I have specific parameters that I enter in the scanner. One, I'm scanning for the big gappers up on the day, whether that is called change percentage up on the day in your thing or called gap percentage. Sometimes they're called different things, but what you're looking for is the biggest percentage mover up on the day. And you want to filter by from high to low. Okay, so that's step number one. Step number two, my suggestion to you is filter based on price. I don't really like trading, these sub $1 stocks all that much, but when they're in vogue like they are right now, I will. So typically what I do is I filter everything below 85 pennies. It's really to filter out everything sub $1. The only reason I put it at 85 pennies is because I want to know about the ones that are working their way into $1 beforehand, before they've touched that dollar. Number three, I would suggest to you a volume filter. I personally use 250,000 shares, but that's kind of random, right? You may want to use 500, others may use 100,000. So those are the three parameters that I would suggest to you to put in the scanner. Other than that, I think all scanners are equal. Maybe some are quicker to update than others. I hope that helps. Thanks for that. Big Spile. I made money long this weekend on PLD and NEM, but no one wanted to hear it when I called them out in front of out on the front end of the week. Well, bro, if I saw it, I would have called it out. So it's that simple. I think you're a hell of an analyst or a chartist, and I think you can make money definitely both ways. I've always told you that, Big Spouse. So shout out to you. Yeah, so that's it. Really, those are the questions there. And now let me just go into the last trade that I have here as we wind down the show. I'm in CTCX, and this one weaseled its way up to 61 1/3 pennies. I'm waiting at 62 pennies, and I've been in since 58. Don't be a schmuck like me and trade these low volatility, low liquidity names. Get into the good stuff, is my suggestion to you. The reason I only got into this one is because I saw a key area of support, but it's been lulling me to sleep since then. So hopefully I'll print on it, but if we don't, it's all good there. Yes, you guys have 1 minute left to vote. Obi and Neil, they're getting locked and loaded right now, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So get into that chat super quick. If you haven't voted already, vote for your favorite ticker. This is how you do it. That's the prompt right there. Make sure you're entering it correctly. Otherwise, Streamlabs will not register your vote. And that's all I got there. And I've got one hell of a gnarly headache right now.
Oh, see,
good stuff, Joe.
It's good stuff, though. You drink some water,
yes, sir.
Hit the gym, get the blood flowing. So, yeah, exactly. Fabian said stop
Fabian
getting
is
headache.
just trolling everybody
because
today,
we were
bro.
trolling him today with the paper hand. So grip strength is the session, gym session of the day, guys. We're looking here at NVDA. It's continuing to the top side. It seems to be holding the 138.20 level pretty well. So that's good. So let's see if it can roll over and continue to the north side. For now, but as of right now, it's holding the volume weighted average price and 138.20, guys. So that's some good stuff there. We're going to continue to see. I mean, if NVDA is strong, then that's good news for the market because it's so heavily weighted now, and those large percentage moves after the split just really moves the market. So these are things that we need to keep an eye out on, and would follow the strength, right? So. In theory, the three of us go out on the 10 who pulls them. Oh my, okay. Yeah, you literally can't read it.
You can't read what he's
Yeah, you can't. Kyle, I think I'm going to have to take the W on that one. So yeah, Kyle, I'll take the W on that one, brother. There's no ways. But hey, you never know. Catch me and Obi out on the town maybe tonight in the city. You never know what Friday brings. With the boys here, with Wayner in the back and stuff.
You got an interesting, it's not a question, but it's a comment related to options. I want to see if you want to chime in on it.
Yeah.
Todd McLean, NVIDIA has a massive call wall at 138. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, call wall so is just a large amount of volume or open interest at a specific like strike price on a call wall. So it's like on Bookmap when you see a massive amount of orders at one specific level.
Right.
That's the exact same thing as a call
So it's a
wall, right? So it's just
resistance
it can be rejected, right? So in order to push through that, you need those orders to get filled and continue to the north side, right?
Okay.
But for the call wall, it's just a massive amount of open interest and open contracts around that is, right? So it's like it looks like a wall, right? So it's just an immense amount of contracts at that specific price. So yeah, that's a good stuff there. Yeah. So yeah, guys, we're still here. I mean, everything's continuing to trade to the north side. Unfortunately, I got out of my Google trade a little bit earlier, so I didn't do what I did on my other trade earlier today. But that's okay because I already took 2 stabs on it, and the other one I only took 1. So as you can see, we were long initially here on Google. It didn't work out. We punched in again, took a break even, and then we went for the move back towards the volume weighted average price off of this bottoming tail candle. And so it started to come back, so I kind of got spooked on that one, paper handed that one. So grip strength is what we're working on. But I mean, I think if we can continue to up here, I think maybe eventually it'll get up there. So we'll see what that is. Guys, call wall. So yeah, so QQs, the Qs are still sitting around the same
Fabian, bro.
Fabian.
What year is that from? Like the 20s?
Yeah,
that was like the where the
picture,
operators would have to connect. Did you know that you actually had to pick up the phone, speak to an operator, be like, yo, I want to call Joe in Markham. And she would like have to look through all the different Joe, I won't say your last name. Right?
Yeah.
But, you know, and then can literally take one of those things and connect it. Dog,
like
it was hilarious.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, they were saying 1/3, or I think like 25% to 1/3 of women in the States during a certain time period
worked at the okay.
do the connection.
Yeah, so I see that. Yeah, no, I mean I had yellow pages, but I think we live in a more fortunate,
same, homie.
more fortunate time. I didn't live in the pager era, so I don't know. Did you have a pager, Shreve? No, you didn't. Did you?
No, I'm listening to the Chilean.
Oh, I thought you said a pager. Okay, I was like, bro, I don't think you had a pager.
I did. I
No,
like, yeah.
did you?
Oh, are you kidding? Bro?
Okay,
Used
all
to
right.
have a pager.
Yeah,
Yes, I
okay,
did.
yeah. So all right, there we go.
Dude, I'm 42 years old. I had a pager.
Wow, I never would have guessed.
Can I show you something? I don't want you to look at the ticker though.
Yeah.
I don't want you to cheat.
Okay, just let me look at the price action. Yeah.
So, what chart is this, Joe? It's an index.
It's
an index. And I want you to tell me what index that is.
SPY.
No.
Oh, IWM.
No.
Dow.
No.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea. You got me
This
now.
is the Toronto Stock Exchange.
No way.
The Toronto Stock Exchange is at all-time highs, Joe. And if you bought the bottom last November, you're well in the money. You're 33% clear right now.
Wow.
The Toronto Stock Exchange is a dang rocket right now.
When you drew that trend line, did it tell you the return on that?
Yes, that's what I did.
How do you
so you're gonna have to drag and drop, but you can't use Trading Views charts, right?
Oh,
like you have to use the other one,
I
the
see
old,
what you're saying,
old
yeah.
kind, right? But that's the look there. Yeah, that's the Toronto. Neil, have a look at Chilean Nightmare. Can you throw that up?
Shout out
That's the TSX, Neil.
TSX.
I'm not going to repeat what he said, but he's pumped up about it, and so am I. Shout out to Toronto, baby.
Yeah,
We're making moves.
Hey, maybe it becomes a little more liquid, and then we can start trading.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Joe, we got our fill, Joe.
Bring in. We know who provides it. No, Obi, who provides it? Who provides the liquidity? Who provides the liquidity? Obi, please tell me.
Well, I don't want to get into conspiracy theories. We'll let Ob chime in. But here, this is my last trade, guys. We're in at 58 pennies. Wet my beak here at 62s. I'm going to leave this one out for at 66s, only to front the high of the day at 67 pennies. I'm happy with the fact that I packed my patience with this trade. It was lulling me to sleep, but I had the right levels. I put my stops at the right levels. Now I want to wet my beak at 66s if I can. We're up into 64 again, knowing that the last little pump up there took us to 64 3/4. You know, it's a penny stock, but a dub's a dub. Happy with this trade. Looking for a little bit more here up at 66s. Don't want to flatten out. I'm talking about CTCX, guys, up 31 1/3%. We've got 4 minutes left on the show. The voting is now closed. Joe and I definitely will see you Monday. Sateo was sick today, as most of us are sick. That's why Joe was nice enough, astute enough to jump in. And the second I asked him yesterday, the dude was ready to go. So we're gonna shout you out and send you love that way, bro.
No, anytime. Hopefully Sateo feels a bit better. I know there's some people under the weather too. Adura was a little under the weather too. So hopefully they're feeling a lot better.
I love these comments in the chat right now. Everybody's talking about pagers.
Yeah.
I had a pager and Ericsson with a modded LED aerial. Shout out to you, David Cott. Do you remember the old Nokia phones that you could put the little antenna on that would flash all sorts of different colors and the clear faces? I'm dating myself, but I don't care, baby.
That's crazy.
Because those were good times when the phone would like make your computer speaker go nuts when you were getting a call and you could just tell that the call was coming in before it even came in. Can you actually? So Fabian says he can still hear that in the pack. So when we get an incoming signal, it still distorts his headset. It doesn't do it, obviously, with PC speakers anymore. I don't know what they've done, Fabian, but that's a look. Here we go. We're about to fill here at 66, and we get the fill, baby.
Let's go. Way to close it out. Way to close it out.
Yes, sir. All done. The trades now, guys. I'm very happy with the trading today. I hope everybody had a great time. Shout out to CPDP. He said better times. I think all times are good, but shout out to you, my man. Sharif had a rotary phone. I did Starburst. It wasn't mine. It was my parents when I lived with them, but I used it. I still know how to use it, and I still like those days. Never going to forget the good old times. No question about that.
Yeah, typewriters and stuff, man.
Yes, sir.
The good old typewriter.
I've still got a typewriter at the parents' place.
So.
I use my parents' place for a couple of reasons, Joe. One, the pantry is AKA Costco for me. When I go there on the weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
And number two, the basement is kind of like my de facto storage. Anything that I can't fit into my condo,
it's going right.
It's going right there.
Going right in there, free of
guys,
charge.
this is squeezing. It behooves you to look at this. CTCX is squeezing here, guys. Big move up from 60 pennies. Now we're knocking the door of 74. We're up 55%. We could see $1 real soon on this. So we're going to leave you with this, obviously, but keep your eye. We took out that previous high at 67 pennies. Good move up here for CTCX, but zigging and zagging right now. Sorry to interrupt you, Joe.
Yeah, no, you didn't interrupt me, man. Before we close it out here, Sharif, I just want to say we've been getting a lot of love today, man. So shout out Mohit, shout out everybody. Call me Joey Diamond. Shout out to everybody, Rivian Millionaire, everybody in there, and there's a couple other people. Melvin too, guys. Thanks. Ron, Joey Slings. I'm getting all these nicknames that I absolutely love. So, guys, honestly, it's fantastic. Thank you guys so much. So, if I missed you, we appreciate it very much.
Yes, absolutely. Big smile chiming in here. Let me read this. I had a pager, a Nokia with a pull-up antenna and a lowrider pickup truck with huge stereos and a removable head unit face. I played MP3s. I remember everything in detail, just as you described it, dude. Those were the good old days. Remember the Motorola StarTAC?
Oh, yeah.
My
Walkman. And
remember, Neil, they were in all the rap videos? The Motorola StarTAC. If you had a Motorola StarTAC in the early 2000s, you made it. No, I'm kidding. Shout out to Big Spout. Look, I didn't have a lowrider pickup, but definitely had a detachable face for my stereo, and I had the sub and everything back in the day.
So you're back in the day. Stop.
Oh, bro, such a shooter.
Stop it.
Such a shoot, driving down my parents' street with like my little Ford Focus and like those windows shaking from the bass, dude. I was such a shooter, but those were good times, man. Joe, it is 2 o'clock. Gonna hit you up. Thank you for stepping in.
Beautiful session. Fun as always.
All right, guys. It is time for the Big Kahunas to take over, but we'll see you guys same bat time, same bat channel. Get them, Big Kahunas.
Yo, I just welcome everybody to the afternoon show. I just found some stuff out about I'm muted.
Oh, never
I'm not
mind,
muted.
Never mind.
I just found out some stuff about Obi. First of all, the boys were just talking about like old school cars, what they used to ride, because Sharif obviously was a baller. Look, man, my first ride was a 1989 Mazda 626. It was broken down.
Right.
I mean, some things didn't work on it. Like when I was driving on the highway to my summer job, like I had to have the windows down and you blow the hot air coming from the engine. I had to vent it out, coming out of the windows. The windows down. The windows always had to be down.
Was it
you couldn't
that
roll up
window?
the window. You had to keep them down because the heat was like you couldn't be in your face. You had to blow that excess heat coming out, which was crazy. When it was raining, it was a problem. But I just found out that Obi had a motorcycle.
I ride.
Look, man, I'm learning things right now. The market just made a move to the downside, which is good for AMD. I'm just going to quickly point out, everyone was talking about old school phones. Nokia is up 9% today. They must have heard you guys talking. But I'm very surprised.
How's that surprising?
No, for some reason.
Motorcycle.
No, just for some reason in my head, in my vision, I never pictured you to be a motorcycle guy.
Yeah,
which is
definitely.
Maybe that's just my bad.
I like my crotch rockets. So.
Obi lives dangerously.
No, I was telling you, we were talking about the first vehicles, and I was like, I had a choice because I was living at home, and I had a choice of like getting a vehicle, getting like a car, or getting a motorcycle. But that was like that. I was thinking about it because I was like, do I really need a car? Because I don't necessarily use one. I get around with like transit most often. And then the other option was like a couple of my buddies were getting into like motorcycles, and I was like, yeah, I'll check it out. If you ever get a chance to ride a motorcycle, let me tell you, it will change your life. It will change your life. For sure.
Oh, I'll tell you
Ride responsibly, of course. Don't ride responsibly always. Defensive driving is key. Twist of the Wrist is a great documentary. To watch if you really want to look at like defensive riding and safe riding as well.
I feel like the days have passed for me to ever be on a motorcycle. Like it's just for me. It's
never. It's never too late.
Oh, 100%.
Yo, you can't like. What about like a nice cruiser, like a nice cruiser, or like a nice chopper?
100%.
Get yourself a nice Harley, or
Nah, I wouldn't. And it has nothing to do with whether I would want to or not. Yep. But I can tell you right now, like like my wife would be in fits, and if it would stress her out, then it's just like I wouldn't love it enough or be that interested enough to do. Like
it's something you can definitely fall in love with.
Like a risky thing that she wouldn't want me to do that I would actually do if I had the opportunity to do was be to go to space to be able to see the curvature of the Earth. Like that's something that I would love enough if you're like, I don't want you doing that. I'm like, well, I'd love it. So, but riding a motorcycle, I don't know. We take enough risk in life. But I just didn't see it coming. It is what it is. I'm surprised if my first vehicle when I was living at home, look, my family's West Indian. If I had said, hey, Moms, I'm thinking about for my first car, I'm going to get a motorcycle instead. She would have looked at me. She would have like done one of these. And that's about it. And that's how my high school football career went. Hey, Mom, I made for second practice, I made the football team. No, you didn't. She said, no, you didn't that time. But it's the same thing. A motorcycle, not for me. But yeah, I think that's amazing. I wouldn't have guessed it.
My mom wasn't too big about it, but my dad was definitely supportive because like he rode all his life as well.
Okay, there you go.
He was about it for sure. So.
That's what it's all about. Yeah. See, we're just biding some time to get to we're going to go to Sharif, but I have to point something out that just happened on the NASDAQ. First, I'm glad I took these fills out at 156. Ye old VWAP trade on stock that is not strong. That's the only thing I'm in. But this just happened on the NASDAQ. Legitimate wick underneath VWAP, lit grab, and now holding higher low support. So I'm going to back off the automatic reload at VWAP and just play it by ear here because that was a bit of a bounce here on that NASDAQ. Bit of a bottoming tail candle. I don't think you want to rush into anything. Yeah. It's a Friday. If that's going to push us back to the highs, there's lots of strong stocks we can get to, and we'll probably find some of them when we go to the screen with Sharif.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean, not Sean, Neil and Obi are locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join us during that midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers. But it's a subs-only chat, so make sure you're subscribed. Let's have a look at the indexes first. As Neil was showing, the SPY here up 0.4. The NASDAQ outperforming the SPY on the day marginally, about I think up 0.55. Last time I looked, the Dow and the Russell are red, but they're essentially flat right now, not doing much on the day. Let's have a look at the first ticker as decided by you guys, AMZN. Good day for Amazon today, over 1% though. It was lacking a catalyst, but there was this catalyst from yesterday. It looks like the Amazon AWS CEO insisting that if you're going to work at Amazon Web Services, you have to be in the office 5 days a week, and that has some people upset, but not really market moving, guys.
doesn't need a catalyst. It's Amazon. All it needs is a liquidity grab off the open. And sometimes that's all that it requires. Wasn't part of the trading plan. And we left you guys in the afternoon or at the end of the morning show with, hey, I'm going long Amazon because the things that I was looking at for relative strength. I liked Apple today. They had the good news. Maybe you're going to get a 52-week high break. Great. Nope. No good. I liked Nvidia today. Okay, maybe it's going to make that recovery, bouncing dip buys like we did before, and then we trade it till 140 and we short that. Nope, that never set up. So Amazon decided it was going to lick grab to the prior low, trend up, and then there was a bull flag. So there's your bull flag. Well, there's a couple of ways you could play it. One of which would be wait for it to break out, or allow it to try to run the bottom this last time in here. Like just when it looks bearish, you're running into the low, hold the low, lower high. That's about as bearish as it looked the whole time. Wick through that support level, liquidity grab, hold higher low. Now you're long, and then now you're long into the high, and then we played it into 190. It's still strong. Oddly enough, I was just in it when that liquidity grab in the NASDAQ happened off the 189.5 zone. I think now that you have this rounded bottom, if it can break out this top and start to show me a little bit more green, I'm liking this back into the long side one more time. So Amazon, it's been a great long already. I think it can do more. 190 is resistance on the daily, just a little bit above there. 190.30 or so was the prior high. You got a little further than that today, almost to 191. But this is a strong one today on Amazon. I love the fact that it just, like the market just liquidity grabbed. A lot of people like myself would have just gotten out of some reload longs, put in a higher low in here, get a rounded bottom. I think Amazon has a good shot to get back to the top. One of the stocks I would be looking long this afternoon in.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think you pointed out something important there, relatively strong. If you look at some of the other Mag 7 names looking distinctly different is Amazon right now. It is the only one that's held above VWAP and trending strongly to the upside. 190.74 is the high of day right now, breaking past Monday's high as well. Monday's high being 190.17, so breaking out of the weekly. So the week went red to green off of this pop here above 190.17 right now, going back a little bit in the green there. So interesting stuff. Strong close to the week, it looks like, on Amazon here today.
Great day for crypto-related stocks and great day for Bitcoin as well. Obviously, there's Coinbase, second name on your rundown, 6 and a 5th in the green right now. We talked this morning during the morning show, about the record amount of net inflows that are coming into the exchange traded products, Bitcoin spot ETFs, as well as some others, with Fidelity and BlackRock taking the cake there with IBIT and Fidelity's ETF, guys. So good look right now for Coinbase.
Coinbase.
Don't look now, but that trend on BTC that has been holding on the daily, it's trying to break out as we speak. Now, it's not flying above. I mean, you're under, like right now, you're underneath 69. If it can hold above 69,000, that's a break of this trend line. So I think it needs to go 70 to really confirm it on a higher time frame, and maybe that's something you get this weekend. But as long as it's threatening, you have all of the related names, like a Coinbase, which are also going to be threatening the highs. So not exactly rocket science that you're going to get a retest of that high. I think the problem with expecting us to break out this level is tricky. Because that 69,000, 70,000 overhead, a long-term trend line, it's going to be really hard, in my estimation, for a lot of these names like a Coinbase or an MSTR to get that final push through. The thing that kind of sucks is it's not really setting up an obvious mean reversion off the highs. Like if we're going to lose that level on Bitcoin, it's not going parabolic enough that I'd want to play a reversion trade on Coinbase, and even MSTR, which is another one here. Like it's very gently going higher. So while I think you're pretty much at overhead resistance on Bitcoin, which makes any kind of a long at these tops to me very perilous, it's also not setting up any retracement trades. I might be sitting these out unless something crazy happens. What would be interesting would be if you did like a parabolic break of the high, Bitcoin failed 69,000, and then you'd look for a retrace. But it's hard for me to look long this afternoon when I think the breakout of that level on BTC is happening this weekend. I don't think you get there's almost no chance it's going to happen on Friday afternoon. it's a couple hours till the market closes. Bitcoin doesn't care about that. I think it's unlikely we get that kind of a level break here this afternoon, which makes it really tricky for me to want any part of the longs up at these tops on something like a Coinbase.
Yeah, no, I just noticed that Coinbase is breaking out of a bit of a level here. That gap down that we had prior earnings right after that August dip as well. I'm surprised we actually got below those August numbers early in September here and only bid right back up. So it's interesting that we're finally breaking back above. I'm just looking at this high here. This is a 3-hour chart. So looking at that high, that's 213.46, and I think we did clip that action today, and I guess earlier on in the week as well. On Wednesday, we made a high of 212.40 there, so almost right there, breaking that level today through there. So interesting stuff. Again, Bitcoin testing the top of its a trend resistance, as Neil pointed out. A lot of these crypto tickers definitely going, and Coinbase has a strong chart underneath it, right, as well, underneath this 200 mark. It's been building up quite nicely, trading almost back up into that gap area, Neil. So interesting stuff. Well, I guess trading above this gap, but this selling that started all the way from 272s right here, a bit of a level here. And are these all-time highs I'm looking at that 287? No, never mind. I don't think so. Those are not all-time highs.
Oh,
we were much higher.
Yeah, we're not close.
Yeah. I forgot about that. Yearly highs at that 278. So we're kind of headed there. Look at that volume as well. Looking interesting on the weekly Coinbase.
All right, guys, drug next up on the list here. What a move up for this one. There was a headline earlier in the week, but the one that got it moving today was this private placement offer to the tune of $35 million. Had the market very enthusiastic, up 158%. I've chosen this 60-minute chart to show you where we were trading with this stock at the beginning of the month. We were at $1. Now we touched 70, off the highs though, 56 2/3, guys.
So, regardless of how your day is going, your week is going, and I hope everyone's day and week is going fantastically. That's what it's all about. But if you aren't having the best of days or the best of weeks, just remember one thing. There's more good days than bad days, and more good people than bad people in the world, and the sun's going to come up tomorrow. And also, you're not short drug. Because truth of the matter is, somebody is. Like, while we're watching this, somebody is short this thing.
Stop it. Get some help.
But the problem is they probably haven't stopped. And there's probably more of them today than there were yesterday. And they're trapped. And when this is happening, it can get really nasty. This is a big continuation play. It's what happened yesterday. And what was the other? I'm trying to remember.
ATNF?
ATNF. We're going to get to ATNF in a quick second, because that was the other one that might be doing something similar that I want to pay attention to. So it looked like you had 2 days in a row. You had the pullback day right into the same, like this lower high here, about 22, dip into 22. And then yesterday on essentially no volume, it just hung around and just chilled at $22, doing absolutely nothing. Couldn't break down. When these things give it up, you know how fast they can give it up. It just went sideways. And what that meant was you probably had some accumulation shorts that got zero follow through yesterday. So when that means they've covered nothing. If anything, maybe they were even adding on light volume yesterday. But then it starts breaking things out and breaking things out and breaking things out. And then trapping more people short and trapping more people short and trapping more people short. So you got a huge squeeze on a low floater here. That doesn't mean it's going to go up forever. It could break a trend and drop $15 in a heartbeat. But right now it looks very nasty. It's ATNF. Now, I'm not saying this is going to do the same thing, but if we observe that pattern of something which pulled back, did absolutely nothing at the bottom, held that same low, and is now consolidating, I mean, that's kind of like the prior 2 days on drug, where it lulled a lot of people back into sleep, and then we could wake up on Monday, and this decides to start going when there wasn't that huge fall through. Now, the difference would be anybody that's short ATNF on that last move is deep, deep in the money. So it's got a lot of room that it has to go, but I think it's lulled a lot of people to sleep, just like drug is. I wish I could tell you this one makes sense to, I don't see any trade for myself personally. Even you pop a 3-minute and try to make sense of it, Like you could try to work some tight stop longs and then just hope. But I think those are all better at the 50 area than, like, if you take pot shots at 56, like 50 is the level right now that's got to hold. So you take pot shots in here, I think you're just going to get yourself in and out too many stops. Let's see it try to liquidity grab, like do one of these candles back into 50, and if it can hold 50, then maybe there's a long trade this afternoon.
Yeah, no, I really like that. Again, Neil covering pretty much what this thing has been doing. Again, I talked about this in the morning. Textbook liquidity trap there, especially after what happened yesterday, right? And I was talking to Neil about this as well. You can clearly see this a little bit on the daily, just looking at some of the volume that it's been doing over the past few days, right? We saw that initial day coming up from $1, opens up at $1.11, right? And it closes at $2.49 with a high of $2.66. Strong volume on that day. And if you can see right here, it's done about 20. You can see up here in the corner how much volume it's done. It's done about 21 million. Next day, it shoots all the way up to a high of 38.49. And guess how much volume it's doing on that day? 102 million shares, 102.75 million shares. Instantly, well, not instantly, the next day, the next day, it does 13 million. The bar right after, it does 2.6. After doing 100 million a couple of days before, and it cannot break below this 2021 level right here. If you look at a shorter time frame, it literally cannot break through that level once again. So it's like, all right, on a low volume day where we're starting to break down levels where we did significant volume going into the close for multiple days, you cannot break this level down, and we start to break up in the pre-market. Somebody's stuck. People were stuck on day 2. People were stuck on maybe not day 2 and day 3 and 4 because it looked like it was maybe working, but a failure to follow through below the 21 on a low volume after it's done over a 3,000% move, oh boy. And then it goes for the next leg right there, breaking that prior high, pre-market high. Again, up over 3,000% on its run this week. This week, starting off Monday. Again, we can kind of start off at that, dollar, was it $1.30, whatever, $1.30, $1.11, right there. It's up over 5,000%. Right at the highs, it's up over 5,000%. If you want to see what blown accounts look like, drug is the ticker to watch.
Yeah, and the thing about blown accounts is when you're trading something like that with your own money, you're basically going to be in a world of hurt. However, you do have the opportunity to trade other people's money, which is a little bit easier to do. And Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's how they give a true trading edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders like you. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power, and all you've got to do is reach the profit goal. The best part of this limited edition program is that they've reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase, and the profit split's been upgraded. So keep 70% of the profit. You should definitely want to check it out. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information. And speaking of information, we are full of it, including a symbol which is about to break out.
Oh boy.
What is it, Sharif? What's right in front of you?
It's Disney, Neil, and it looks good right now. I mean, it had a fantastic day a couple of days ago. As you can see, that big move up. Today, another good look, but it's lacking a catalyst, at least one that I couldn't find. I'm assuming it's moving in sympathy with Netflix, so that's why I put this one up. Obviously, we didn't have Netflix on the rundown. Just wanted to let you know the company reported far better than expected Q3 financial results with about 14.5% growth in paid streaming memberships, guys, just assuming this is moving in sympathy with Netflix.
Yeah, I mean,
8 days.
I think it's a safe assumption, but either way, a very long downward trend has already been broken. You can see it like holding above the 50 period. If you draw a trend line or just use the 50, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. It's the fact that after breaking the trend, you know what? You don't need a trend line when we actually have the 50 period. That will work so well on it. After that, you held support right at a prior high, right in front of the 50, and you're now getting a local breakout here. And now it hasn't taken $98 yet, but that's just, That's probably next week, maybe even today. It's entirely possible they could do it today. Definitely Disney looking pretty solid in here. And if you look at the way that it's gone up today, essentially a bit of a liquidity. It's not a liquidity grab because it didn't break yesterday's support, but it does break pre-market lows, accumulate at yesterday's support level, and then just an obvious trend up. Like that's like algo trend up, clean, nothing parabolic, nothing ever out of control about it. Right into that resistance on the daily, consolidate above the top, break it out on Monday, and then you're off to $100. It looks like on Disney. Just want to get over to, like Amazon did make that retest here. So there's your bottoming tail wick. The NASDAQ did the same thing. There's your, I don't know, wick candle, whatever the heck you want to, there's a name for this. It slips my mind because I'm old. And then you get the nice little confirmation of the long. We get long out in front of the 70 break. I got 71s, playing it into 190. Breaks 190. We'll play it into the quarter mark as well, and then see how far Amazon go. Trending stock up. Does liquidity grab, I know, because I was in it. And then we get right back in on the other side when it confirms the strength. So Amazon still looking pretty good. Disney looking fantastic on that daily chart.
Yeah, I really like this look here. I have a couple anchors from these highs again, earnings and some event ones as well. We're trading right back up, and Neil is definitely right in that trend break. Look at that. I was pointing out when that trend does break. Look at that grinded buying, and I was like, oh, it got bid up consistently, and I was like, how long did that happen for? That was about 9 to 8 days roughly from those lows, and then we hold some higher lows, continuing to push to the upside right there. Prior highs incoming at that 97.55. Today's highs right now 97.54. So just a penny shy of those prior weekly highs right there on Disney. And look at that strength coming in off of the dump, off of the open today. If I can just fix this chart, there you go, right there. You can see aggressive selling into some of prior days lows, end of day consolidation lows right there. Look at that wiki action above 96, and then we catch a little bit of a bid that not only breaks opening price but opening range high as well. Trading higher 97.35s right now is Disney. That's a magical chart.
Ooh, I like that. Magical.
We'll get to Peloton in a second, but I want to bring to your attention this stock, guys, breaking out on highs right now. LTBR, small cap gapper, really getting its footing under it during the midday. This one didn't really move in the pre-market, taking out the high 60% right now in case anybody is interested in that. Peloton, no specific catalyst today, just assuming possibly, breaking out with the rest of the small caps. They did, however, release when they're going to, or announce when they're going to release their earnings for Q3 of 2024. They're going to release it on the market open or before the market open on Thursday, October 31st, Halloween. Hope that their earnings aren't scary.
Goodness, like that LTBR, unbelievable. There's too many of them. That's the scene from, I know you did the October thing, but that's the scene from Empire Strikes Back, where the one dude in the middle of like a firefight where his life is, and he's like, there's too many of them. Like, does it really matter in that situation? They're all shooting at you anyways. It's like not like you can beam yourself out. You just got to deal with the situation, man. Complaining about it's not going to do anything when you're in the middle of space and the Death Star is blowing people up. You got to just hunker down and do what you got to do. But the guy decided to complain about it anyways. It's weird what they say in the copy. It's not remotely realistic. I had a cousin who was a pilot, and he flew here in the Navy in Canada. You would always joke about when you watch stuff like that. Yeah, because that's how they, like, ain't no one freaking out like a Mitch like that. But anyways, LTBR looks like a really strong one. It's absolutely going, no question about it. There's so many of these runners trying to, look, I really want to find one before it's making these breakouts. They're going to have some scanners up because I feel like this, with a Friday volume, there might be some opportunities out there of some decently strong stocks. But, I mean, Amazon, if it goes like 50 cents to $1 this afternoon, I think we're happy. These things are doing them all the time. Now, Peloton, on the other hand, is on the other side of the trade right now. So it ran this morning, went huge, made the breakout on the daily, and now is right back underneath the prior high. So Peloton's been on a bit of one. I don't want to call it a fail breakout yet because it could always close, right? It's literally 580 is where that prior high was. And it could still try to hold above that price. Actually, I think 570, that's a bad wick. Get rid of that. That's actually like 565. So it's actually much stronger than on the higher time frame than I thought. Yeah, when you don't look at that level on that wick on the daily, really your support ought to be like 565, which it's holding on to. So Peloton, nice move, but you want to see a retracement hold on to some prior highs, even if it looks bearish. That way you can see continuation maybe in the next couple of days. But good look there on Peloton. I don't know if I have a trade that isn't it breaking out. Squeeze names need to break levels to squeeze. And if it can't get back above 590, like where's the opportunity in the stock if it can't break back out above the 590 level? But I like this 570. It's just, there's so many squeeze names and runners that are actually going that to try to hope that one goes doesn't make sense today. I don't think that's what you want to do. You want to find something that's starting to do volume, that's starting to break out, and try to join one, as opposed to, well, Peloton went this morning and it's not going down, so maybe it goes up. That kind of hopium, when there's so many things flying around, I don't think that makes any sense. It's going to ring the register here on Amazon. I almost said NVIDIA out of habit. Just got into that quarter mark. Actually stalled out in front of 19, 190.20. There's some offers in front of the 20 level. But we'd like to see high of the day next year into the 50s. If it breaks this newly minted trend line, I probably just jump out of it. You got to remember on a Friday, we're not getting a tremendous amount of volume. The futures are drifting toward what has been obvious resistance up top here. So call it 20,520 or quarters or whatever you want to. But we haven't on the NASDAQ been able to breach that top. Now the ES has not had trouble. But the ES is less tech heavy. So I want to watch the NASDAQ here. The ES is pretty much at the high and trying to break it. It's a NASDAQ which is actually lagging right now. They have a bunch of chip names and some tech names that aren't all participating. So if we can't break the high, I want to make sure we preserve the profit here. But Peloton, probably nothing burger. There's so many other things moving if you want to squeeze name.
Yeah, I think the trade here, again, I wasn't really watching Peloton that closely. Again, we looked at it for a little bit in the morning, but look at these strong candles right off of the open, cycling all the way to the upside there. 618 is the high, but look at that reversion, Neil. That's the one. That's the thing I am most, I like that. Look at that nice little trend break, and that selling comes in quite aggressively after that volume kind of starts to dissipate. Reversion to VWAP. Oh boy, that trend break, and now we're consolidating underneath VWAP. So I think that reversion kind of is starting to obviously slow down, but that bid is holding a little bit higher here. 571 is the low of this consolidation underneath a VWAP of 587. So looking at, again, higher time frame, looking at that 3 hour, let's take this VWAP out of the way now because we don't really need that. But yeah, it has been kind of stepping to the upside since earnings. We consolidated off of earnings earlier last month, 22nd, 23rd of August, in and around there. 22nd of August in the morning was when earnings were reported, and we consolidated sideways, holding that 420 level for another leg higher here. 618 is the high a day right now. Peloton, yeah, can this one turn, Neil? I have no idea, but it seems like higher time frame. Again, looking at it at the weekly, this thing's been pretty stationary in terms of like holding its trend to the downside.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you there. You know what just tagged the high again? Netflix.
Yep, I'm watching Netflix squeeze right now.
Netflix is super strong. I saw
reversion of the reversion?
JD roaring in the 20s. It just asked, is Netflix splitting? Nope. Should they split? In my humble opinion, it would be nice if they did, but Netflix doesn't have to do what I want. If that was the case, then every single, it is what it is. Every single time they cancel a show that I like, that wouldn't happen. Maybe they'd be a little bit quicker on the draw with the next season of things that I'm interested in, little things like that. I've been told I should stop watching Outer Banks because it's not going to get any better. But whatever. It popped on my list for some reason, so I tried it. No, but Netflix is trying that high. Now, I know you're thinking about mean reversion on Netflix.
Oh, I was.
I couldn't bring myself to it this morning, and I don't know that I can bring myself to want to be short it this afternoon. That's a heck of a recovery.
It was a beautiful mean reversion.
It was a good one, but now it's retesting the highs.
No, I think I was talking to this about with this one about Adara, and I think she actually took this trade. So shout out to Adara for taking the reversion on Netflix right here. First red bar. I was talking about this. I was like, okay, this thing has done green bars since 8:30. Since 8:30, only green on the 15-minute. The first 15-minute red candle that shows up can't even break prior high, can't even break prior open, and reverts all the way down. Sure, it doesn't touch VWAP, but we get to a low of 753.40. So if you're putting this on a bit of a trail, you're probably not getting out till 757, or if you're holding for a strong prior bar break or a double prior bar break, then you're not getting out till 755 at least, all the way up from 760s, and you're risking what? You're risking a couple of points, 2 to 3 points. So interesting price action nonetheless, but definitely a strong push off of the open. Beautiful reversion down into VWAP, but we're getting that strength coming right back in towards day highs. You can see that a little bit of increasing volume coming in as this action takes us right back up to the highs, trading at 761 right now. Netflix with a high of 763. So I was looking at this, I was like, oh, that's the reversion down to VWAP, but then there's more. But wait, there's more. There's a reversion of the reversion off of VWAP, off of a VWAP hold where that trend breaks as well, and it gives you an even tighter risk if you're risking down to VWAP there, and we're all the way back up to the highs. So, oh boy, earnings day one, Netflix is definitely giving a lot of opportunities. That's a good show.
It's a very good show on Netflix right now. The reversion of the reversion, that should just be like a Black Mirror episode or something. There. That's another fantastic show that they just more and more seasons of that. More. I love Black Mirror that's my ish. And I love the one, I already forget the name. There was like the Choose Your Own Adventure. Bandersnatch, yeah. That was super cool. I love this whole choose your own adventure thing.
Like the Goosebumps books. You ever read those?
I mean, okay, so I know what they are. Yeah. I'll cop this. I actually haven't read the Goosebumps books. However, I did have some choose your own adventure books when I was a kid. I had a Star Wars one. So I know that. Okay, I know how they work. I just Goosebumps I never did. But a couple of things here. We have a poll because right when we came on, Amazon did not trail out. Hold on a second. I thought I just put a trail on Amazon, and instead it just went to the high of the day. We'll take that into the high. Amazon strong, baby. Strong like a bull. But I wanted to make sure we put this in a poll because I have said several times that I think any break of 70,000 is happening this weekend. So will Bitcoin break and hold 70,000 over the weekend? Yes. And correct to the viewer who's like, what does HODL mean? It's just hold on for dear life. Or no, dump it. I've already made my vote for yes because I've said I want it to happen. Of course I'm going to vote for what I think I want to happen. The other thing, too, is if you want to be a part of this poll, if you want to ask us questions in the chat, then obviously you got to be a subscriber. So here's the reality. You got to hit that like, you got to hit that subscribe. You want to see what we're trading, you want to have an idea of what we think about a stock, or you want to alert us to a stock or ask a question of our great community, then make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit that like, then you can jump into that chat. So pretty much the plan over here in Amazon. What I like about this move, however, is I think it's confirmed that I should be jumping back into AMD. Now, I didn't necessarily want to auto jump in to AMD off of VWAP because of the way that candle happened on the NASDAQ, where you lit grabbed underneath VWAP and then held higher. That didn't make me want to jump in and add any short positions. But suddenly, with the hold of VWAP, AMD is still weak. So I want to be going back over to that. As we go to the desk, it's time for a little bit of a update with Adara.
Just to recap here, if you missed the midday session, not everyone's going to be sitting at their desk during that lunch hour. We're going to give you everything you need to know. So many small caps, of course. We had some more moves in DRUG, SOBR, trade a little bit lower. PEGY was also on watch here as well. S&P 500 continuing to push higher, up about 0.5% right now. We did have quite a few Fed speakers, but really the only one that was saying anything a little bit interesting with regards to interest rates was going to be Fed's Bostic. We had Fed's Bostic generally be fairly dovish, but there were some signs that he wanted to be a bit slower and a bit cautious with the pace of rate cuts, echoing comments he made in a market-moving interview with Bloomberg last Thursday. So Fed's Bostic saying, amongst other things, that he believes interest rates will continue to fall and that the job on inflation is not done. He also said he believes that inflation could get to that 2% mark near the end of next year. So near the end of 2025, we could have the Fed's 2% goal. He said he currently sees neutral inflation at about 3 to 3.5% as of right now. We also had comments from Fed's Waller, not really about inflation, but he did mention his thoughts on decentralized finance. So apparently he is a proponent of DeFi, something we learned from Fed's Waller today during the midday. We also learned there's more ongoing in this Franklin Resources story. BEN had a bit of a volume spike to the downside, currently trying to recover a little bit here. It had its Western Assets Management, its WAMCO segment, has been investigated here by the DOJ. This probe is ongoing, and now apparently its clients are being interrogated. So BEN up about 2% now, recovering, but still on watch to the downside with that ongoing investigation as reported by Bloomberg. Netflix, as mentioned just now by Neil and Obi as well, continuing to stay strong. This one still up almost 11% on a standout earnings report. Let's see where the rest of this day has to unfold, guys.
It's happening, Sebastian. Thank you, Adara. Thank you, Sebastian, for mentioning it. We've been talking about how gold's going and lots of things are breaking highs, but yeah, it looks like silver is finally through the top here. It's going. Let me hold on a second. Let me zoom out a little bit here. So you got the breakthrough 30 on SLV. What's PAS doing? Let's see what PAS is going to be doing on this breakout. Should be pretty strong, I'm going to assume as well. You want to have some ideas like where you would play the trade because you can always express a trade in many places. So Pan American Silver also in the midst of a almost high break. So this one's not quite through its top yet. Up 10%, huge move for Pan American here, but hasn't really broken that top. I mean, I can't see any way if SLV is going to continue going. That should probably get through that high. So yeah, you're getting a little bit of a squeeze happening in SLV. It's a very I always use the term linear, but that's just correct. It's a very linear move up. Like a nice, gentle grind higher, completely nothing out of control whatsoever. Only 5% though. It's this PAS that might be. This is just a little bit more extreme. That said, it's at the 52-week high right now, or maybe like 10 cents away from it. So tricky to want to join right in front of resistance on PAS. Would love to see it maybe try to run that high, pull back, give you some kind of a quality entry where some people are getting out of longs, and then you can jump into it. But great trend on silver, finally making a bit of a bounce to the upside. It took a while. Gold was doing all that heavy lifting, and finally silver starting to come into play too.
Yeah, no, definitely some of those, I guess, yeah, gold. I was watching even earlier this week, just pushing towards those highs there. We were thinking that, was it in 21, 22 that, gold is near highs there. Maybe not the best time to buy, but definitely proven wrong there on that one as these I guess assets continue. I was going to say tickers, but gold is not just a ticker. Right? These assets kind of push even higher there. Still kind of involved with this IONQ idea. Trying to make, I guess, made a few decisions there earlier. This was interesting in the morning action there with a lot of these nuclear names kind of pushing to the upside and then fading back off. Again, if you guys were here with us in the morning session, we were watching a few of these tickers here. This was the basket that I was looking at. So let's take a quick look. I will pull my other charts over here. So Dominion Energy right there, again, was associated with Amazon with that nuclear reactor news. We can see that NewScale SMR pretty much gave back a lot of its gains from the morning. IONQ as well. NNE, although surprisingly holding well above 50% of its opening reaction or opening range highs right there. Nice little consolidation happening there. OKLO doing the same thing here. Has not really been able to break down. I'm sure there are people looking at this being like, why are some tickers in this sector kind of, why have they pulled back all the way to their opening prices or trading below VWAP, whereas some of them are trading above? I have no idea. But that's the case right now. Watching this XLE as well. I don't know how related that one is. Uranium is up to the upside, holding its highs as well. And then I guess this one here, again, shout out to the chat. I forget who it was, but someone pointed out quadruple U, which is, again, Energy Fuels Inc., and another nuclear-related ticker. So interesting price action in this sector today. Okay. Watch me, you.
Okay, you did get that. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we're on board. I like it.
Boy, tell him.
Soldier boy, tell him. I wanted to give a shout. Oh, crap. I just lost the It was Anuja. I wanted to welcome Anuja here. Welcome to Trader TV Live, and I want to thank a couple of the super chats in here. I'll get to SP Williams first. Neil, thank you for the super chat, SP. You're going to trade one small cap for the road. Enough respect. I mean, look, I've been looking for the one because that's where the volume is right now. Peggy's not doing anything. EFSH is pulling back in. So I want to find one which is currently going. You guys can always help. And I have a couple of scans I'm looking at to see if we can find something that's in the midst of going and not a dying quail like this Peggy here. And then Ian Rispetto, between AMAT and LAM, LRCX, at these current levels after the ASML pullback, which looks better for a long-term buy upside? That's a really great question. Now, usually I just lean to which one do you think is the better company? And that's tricky because I really love what ASML does in terms of their speciality. But then they have the bigger China risk than I think LAM does. So if you look at these two, let me just pull up ASML. I want to have the daily and the weekly here. When I look at what ASML is particularly doing, like it's at the 200 period on the weekly. I'll just pop that out. On the weekly chart, it's at and bouncing off the 200 on the weekly. And I kind of already said this, maybe it was yesterday or maybe it was a couple of days ago, that if it closes and opens on Monday and we hold this and we hold above this 200 on the weekly next week, then that's a stock that I would like to buy at that level because I think you could just give it to the 200 period, and if it holds it, you're just holding on to that one forever, or you can just give it to that 200 period. Like it's a couple of easy ways to do it. You can trade it off the 200, or you can hold it forever. It looks really good. I like if a company is a good company and you get that 200 on a daily or a weekly, especially coming off bad news where it can't seem to make a fresh low. I do like it. Now, on the other hand. I instinctively went to AMAT instead of LAM. I don't know why I do that. They're all basically, I mean, they make the stuff that makes the chips, right? So they make the machines that make the chips. So they're all related. That's why I would have just done it. So with LAM here, the problem is, it's on support. They did a split. They're on support right now. You have yet to bounce it. The 200 period on the weekly is a little bit lower. And then see what this says? Yeah. You got to see what happens next week. Like, we already got the news from ASML, so you can formulate a plan with ASML, understanding that we already got an update that the market didn't like. But when it comes to LAM, well, you're going to have to dodge their report, which is a little bit of a different story. So de facto, the answer for me is ASML because I can formulate a plan of action after we've already got that update that everybody hated. With LAM, I would want to wait until, like if it holds this bottom here after earnings, then yeah, sure, they're both good companies. I don't think you can go really wrong, but for myself, it's an easy answer in the short term. That's why I was saying ASML the other day. But it's not like you can really go wrong. In the long run, they're both going to be, I think, fine. You can throw AMAT in there as well. Let's go to Adair.
Just really quickly, we're going to talk about a different stock, but I just saw this news come in. Apparently, a spokesperson from Google has said that a U.S. judge has granted Google's request to temporarily pause the injunction which orders the App Store reforms in the Epic Games case. So keep an eye on some of these apps and seeing MTCH, that would be the match company tagged here. Basically, to just recap that story, Google spokesperson saying that the judge has granted the company's request to temporarily pause this injunction which orders the App Store reforms in the Epic Games case. So that injunction ordering the reforms has apparently been paused. Keep an eye on some of these app companies to potentially move in response to that. Now, I also have BIVI up here. BioV, this one up about 80% right now. Another small cap runner. Looks like a little bit later to the game with nice volume increases here. This one a couple days ago received notice here that of an allowance for a Japan patent application with regards to its cirrhosis treatment. So BIVI apparently allowed to apply for this patent in Japan for its cirrhosis treatment. But that was a couple days ago. No new catalyst on this. We have a float of about 5.5 million shares. 7% of that's going to be sold short. Market cap of $13.2 million. And 31.3% of that 5.5 million share float is going to be insider owned. So decent insider owned portion, decent short float, and pretty small float and market cap for BIVI.
Love to see it dip into VWAP. I mean, the $2 level just bounced right now. I'd love to see this one pull back into VWAP. I'm going to throw that one up on a level 2 so that I have it locked and loaded and ready to go. This looks like it could be a good one. You got volume still holding. You got higher lows. You have pretty much everything that you're going to want out of it. And our Arthur, like right now, only in one position. I don't want to ignore anything. SOUN, it's got a nice move. You're holding the higher lows, but notice the difference in that BIVI volume. Man, that stock is poison. That volume is absolutely sick. Whereas you had the volume spike on SOUN here, and then pretty much nothing. You guys can see like the volume immediately die down. That's the issue for me. So yes, you've got the breakout. It's hard to continue when you don't have volume. So maybe the volume starts to pick back up again, and SOUN is on the radar. 5%, it's not bad. There's no question about it. But some of these other runners, they're going much bigger moves than that. And that's just providing, I think, some better opportunities here, like this BIVI. It doesn't even seem to want to get down into VWAP. There was just some buyers at 2. Would have been nice if it did a bit of a failed break of the $2 level, and then you could play in a VWAP, which it's been hugging the whole way. But sometimes when it hugs VWAP like this, it's almost too simple. Everyone's going to want a VWAP entry on this thing, and maybe that means it just doesn't get there. And if it does get there, you don't want it. So I'll have a look at this too. Ideally, a failed break of 2 that everyone thinks is going to VWAP that immediately holds back up, get the long just in front of $2 and see if it can roll right into the high. So yeah, BIVI looks like a good one. 90%. We've seen so many of these go from 90%. You look back at it in 30 minutes and we're at 150, 200% to the upside. I want to give myself a chance to play off this 2 level.
Yeah, I think, again, with a lot of these small caps running, we already talked about with drug doing over 3,000 to 5,000 over the past couple of days there. Definitely small cap season is among us. And it seems like some of these tickers are using any and every reason to catch a bit of a move here. As again, definitely participants are going to be attracted to the market whenever these things kind of happen. I think shout out to MN America. With the super chat there. Thanks for the show kindly. What is going on with Intel is what they're asking here. I know you really like this ticker.
Usually going down, but
Intel has been holding. It's been doing nicely. It has not been bad at all. If you look at a higher time frame here, today we're pretty much sideways. Nothing too crazy within the range of yesterday's price action as well. If you go to a daily chart, this is an inside bar right here today. Today's printing an inside bar of prior day's action, so nothing too crazy happening here. But when you do look at the daily, wow, look at all those anchors that I have. We have a long ways to go. Anyways.
Yeah.
So with a low of 18 halves right here, you can see that this thing, yeah, it's been selling off here. All-time highs here at 62.29, currently trading at 18.51. Oh boy, sorry, currently trading at 22.58. Sorry, the low is at 18.51 of this consolidation over the past few months here. But yeah, this huge gap, Neil. Prior earnings. So is it going to take this earnings for us to send it right back up? I have it here as October 31st. So at the end of the month, we're getting some Intel earnings here. And last earnings, we gapped all the way down, all the way from 28s down to 21s, 22s, and maybe a little bit lower with that low again at that 18.5. So interesting stuff. We've kind of made a bit of a base and stepping on top of it. Got some bottoms here at that 21 mark. But yeah, what's going on with Intel? I don't know, Neil, but the price action looking interesting here as it continues to kind of sell off from those highs here. Again, trading underneath these prior consolidation lows as well as a bit of support, maybe some support from here and here, support turned resistance perhaps at just shy of that 24 level. But what do I know? It's just a chart.
Come on, Centipede. Well, it is just it's all just charts. That's all we ever look at. BIVI. So no one. I was like Bill Biv DeVoe. It's not really. The stock is poison. That's what I'm rolling with. It doesn't matter. It just bounced off $2 clean. Like not 205, not 206, not 202. $2 even. It got right to the $2 level, which we're looking for. I drew a trend line. I'm like, it's just a habit. I look at a stock which is making a parabolic move, I draw a trend line. It doesn't matter. It's a $2 level that just held. If it loses 195, I'm going to get out. I've already scalped it into the quarter mark at this point. So we got in. I've taken half out as we speak, and I'll give the other half, maybe a little bit to the high, actually. Get another leg out if we make a test at that 30 level on BIVI. Like, these are the small cappers that are doing, it's doing volume. Like, that's the difference between, nothing against SOUN, but breaking higher, still doing extended volume. That's the difference. That's the one that you want to be in. And it doesn't mean SLUN's not going to go, and it doesn't mean that this is going to go through the high of the day. But it does mean it gives you that chance. Like now at this point, it can't turn into a loser, and I get to hold on for the dream. Maybe we see 250. Maybe we see something insane. $3 is obvious resistance here on the daily chart. Like who knows? $4 is absolutely pretty crazy here. But we've seen a few of these go. So you want to try to find an entry point, scalp out, then play with house money and see how far one of them is able to go here. PAS is also going through. Like silver is breaking out. We already showed SLV on the daily chart. That's going. And now Pan American is breaking its 52-week high as we speak. Like I said, the tricky thing here is it's not as if it's giving you any traditional setups for entering the trade outside of just, hey, just punch long and then give it to a line on the chart. Which is never really a strategy that I've liked employing. But I was looking for some kind of a dip here. It's now making that break. It's such a slight and steady move up. Not really giving any obvious entries. That's the thing with something like a BIVI or these runners. Like usually you'll be able to find some kind of an entry point in there, win or lose. I can get that price action, get the quick win. Don't really have much of a setup for that PAS. It is going. I wish I was in it right now to just hold on. I feel like it's probably a better swing than that is a day trade in PAS. You know, like if it closes, confirms above that 52-week high, that high on the weekend or over the weekend, then you enter into a new leg to the upside. That's a little bit an easier trade than trying to find some kind of a long here where I wouldn't have an out if I got in. I just can't figure one on silver. What a great run it's on, though. Every single time in the aftermarket show, we've talked about how SLV is not participating in the break, and now it's starting to go.
Yeah, people in the chat calling out Tesla. So I did pull it up. Tesla right here, pushing to. Oh boy. Okay, so I already got that line here. Kind of at that triple twos. I like that area. Sure, we've watched it a couple times, but again, I like the price. I like the stock as well. When we talk about some higher lows forming, let me get that. Let me get those lines out of the way here. You can see the naked chart perfectly well. Without all that mess. And you can see that we've been consolidating nicely after that leg down. Again, we talk about that robotaxi event. We've been consolidating pretty much sideways from a range of, say, let's say 216, 218s-ish to that triple two, give or take a few points on each side. Again, if you want to say extreme highs right there, 224s and then 213s. Just shy of 214s right there. 213.75 is that low. But interesting action here on Tesla. And we talk about higher time frame as well. What is this area? Again, it could be absolutely nothing, but how I'm looking at it right here. Again, I'm going to throw it up on a 3 hour right here, and then pull it in. Where are we? Okay, so yeah, so we have this. I'll go even higher. We'll go to the weekly. How about that? So weekly, you can see it much nicer here, these weekly highs trending to the downside. And then now we're starting to go sideways, right? That trend is starting to break on a higher time frame right there. Strong selling back into that trend is getting bought up. And sure, we washed it a little bit here, but we have made some higher lows relatively as well. This prior low being 213.74 not from today. Last week was 217.38, and then this week 213.74. So a little bit lower there, but higher lows overall since this low here on April 22nd, and then more prior lows right there. So interesting action here on Tesla. But yeah, pushing for a high a day as of right now. So going back to the shorter time frame, you can see it is pushing up on some increasing volume. Going down to a 3-minute chart, you can kind of see that volume starting to come in. Midday, we pretty much consolidated sideways in between 221 halves and 220s, 220 halves-ish. On pretty much relatively low volume, a lot of that volume being done in that morning session. You can see how quickly that volume starts to die off here in and around 11 to 12 o'clock right there. So significantly lower volume bars, almost half the size of the ones in the morning session here on Tesla. Interestingly enough, we're back at those highs with some volume coming back into this ticker. Triple twos, again, with that high right there at that 224.26. So only 2 points away. Can Tesla do 2 points going into the close? Yeah, sure. We still got about an hour and 5 minutes left. So
It's
Things will have
possible.
to happen, but I have no idea.
And this is why you got to have an out. And you also got to, to me, I always take profit on a low float runner and not just hope for the dream. So we did play out into 225, but then it lost the support, jumped out of the trade. I kid you not, the second this broke support, I saw people popping up that drug was going. I'm like, you kidding me? Like, it goes from one to another. So this was going on volume, had to play back in the upside, does not make a fresh high. We get out underneath support, not waiting for VWAP in this case, which would have broken anyways. You would have just lost more if you waited for VWAP. We played it off of that 2 area, gave it to 95s. But the second that happened, okay, maybe not the exact second, but right after that happened, drug went. It's almost as if like we're going from one to another. Like the second that one is like bivvy or whatever it's called, decides it wants to slow down, drug makes a fresh high and just starts going parabolic. As we said before, these suckers are squeezing the heck out of people. And this one's different. Like BIVI is very, very different from what's going on in drug. Like drug is on a different level at this point. You could say it's on drug.
Drugs on a whole different level?
It's on a whole nother level. I mean, this thing was $2, $2.50 a couple of days ago. It's at 67. It is definitely, it's more HKD than it is anything else that we're looking at here. So yeah, and it also, look, it does make it trickier to trade.
Oh.
Like we're not, like nobody here is, I'm not going to be here to pretend that working risk, like you say, you look at this, like, why not just take a $61 breakout here? I'm like, okay, so 61 break, you're out 58 maybe? Let's give it $3 in there. Your slippage on this thing is not going to be, it's not like taking a breakout in Square to $61 when your slippage is going to be, 5 cents on whatever your stop is at. Your slippage could be $1 on this. Easy. And it might be more than that if it loses support. And if you don't use a market order, you might not get the fill at all. And it can go into halts. There's so much more dealing with this off of some of these highs that I just don't like chasing. I'd rather take a shot at a BIVI where I know your liquidity is going to be there. It's a cheaper stock, 23 million shares. Here on a $1.80 stock like BIVI, 23 million shares on drug, which is 68. But the level 2 in liquidity is almost non-existent. So there's a lot going on here. You can call it the widow. It's a widow maker for shorts. That's for sure. Airy pages. No worries about that. Darwin, is that true? I heard something in my ear. What's crazy is a lot of times if we're talking, I don't necessarily hear everything from our news source here. But yeah, Humana, Darwin saying Humana takeover bid. I did hear a story come through my ear, but I didn't actually catch exactly what it is. So I'm just going to make sure that's actually true. Don't know if that's the case. It's certainly reacting like it. There was a big volume spike there in Humana. I haven't seen anything on the wire, but I did hear a story that I didn't quite catch. So big move there. Oh, seriously, Fabian? They barely listen to me either. I always listen to Fabian. I mean, I'm more likely to listen to Ramin than Fabian because Ramin is always bringing me treats. It's just true.
There's that like she's not here till what? Till a couple of more weeks? Or no? There's a galaxy in the fridge.
There's a what?
Like a chocolate?
No, but that's hers. No. The thing is, Ramin is always kind enough. Like she'll share. You don't steal someone else's stash out of the fridge. Like that's just like basic office etiquette.
She did say there are bars in the fridge. I had a conversation. Anyways.
What, like that we're allowed to have?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you're allowed to have, Neil. But I had the conversation with Ramin, and she was like, "Yeah, there's some chocolate that I got from I guess back home or something like that." And she was like, "Yeah, no, definitely." Oh, they're good. I mean,
you're asking. Hold on, look at the chat right now. Michael P. What kind of treats can bribe you? Oh, okay. And then Starburst, without hesitation, you have to bribe Neil with apple fritters.
Yes.
Now that is true, I have a ridiculous sweet tooth. So like I have a lot of discipline with when it comes to like what I eat. My problem is it's right in front of me. Like my wife hides the cookies. Like I'm just one of those. I'm 100% one of those. And my brother I have an older brother that used to always, he'd just have his stash and he would make sure not to share. And when the Pop-Tarts, we didn't get a lot of sweet stuff when I was a kid. if we got Pop-Tarts in the house, like he'd open it up and take some and then hide it in his room so I couldn't have the flavor I liked because he was like that. And he ate a lot of food. So I'm traumatized by that, so I always want my food. But I got a sweet tooth like you know what. But like there's a lot going on here. That Humana, whether or not, I still haven't heard any. Okay, here we go. Actually, yeah, here we go. I just saw it now. Traders circulating unconfirmed M&A blog rumor suggesting they've received a takeover bid. The keywords there being unconfirmed M&A blog rumor. So not only do you have unconfirmed in there, and you've got rumor suggesting that they've gotten a takeover bid. Now, this is what a company usually looks like when you start hearing rumors like that, which is it's been beaten up badly and it's trying to catch a bit of a bid. I wouldn't have a clue what a premium would look like on Humana here, but yeah, worth keeping an eye on it. But I don't like that whole unconfirmed part, and then it's only a rumor as well. So I would stay away. It's a $200 stock. I mean, the spread's like 50 pennies on it as we speak. So I don't know how tradable that is going to be. Okay, PAS. Pan American. I just looked up and I was like, okay, Pan American just did an actual dip. Holy crap, it can actually go down. So when you're looking for some kind of a dip to be able to get in, and again, like all I'm looking at right now is AMD, which we're still in off of VWAP, kind of Amazon as well, some of these small cappers, and then the silver move that's going on here. So there's your higher low. I think you play off of that, see if I can't get something in the 40s. And we can participate in this move. Or maybe we just take a break of the high and I give it to that 40. We'll see. I'm trying to get the mid-40s as we speak. Oh, we just got another super chat there from Yoel. You want this one? Or? Oh, we have to go. We'll do the super chat, Yoel. We have to go up to the desk with Adara, and we'll come right back.
Just some notes here on this Humana situation. Oh. So I looked into this because I was trying to figure out what happened. I saw a tweet from about 3 minutes ago saying that according to Betaville, this website here, Humana has reportedly received a takeover bid. I went on Betaville and looked under Humana. They haven't posted about this in almost a year. So I'm not really sure where these rumors are coming from or what they refer to. Like I said, not seeing anything on Betaville here, only seeing 3 other tweets since that first tweet suggesting this rumor. But again, very unconfirmed, very, I would say, speculative potential takeover here for HUM. Not even saying who's supposed to take them over. It's worth noting they're scheduled to report in about 2 weeks. So on October 30th, before the bell, HUM will be reporting their earnings. If I see anything on this story, I will let you know. But worth noting, I'm not really even sure where this speculation is coming from, guys.
Always want that clarification, but we always tell the kids, stay off the drugs.
Yeah.
Obi doesn't listen.
It is a Friday though, Neil.
Obi doesn't listen.
It's a Friday though. Like, you know. I don't know.
I hope this thing goes to $100 today. That would be the most epic thing ever.
I don't know. I'm just testing stuff out. You know, nothing. I haven't really put on any. Now
it's going to 100, and I'm getting FOMO sitting next to you.
But I like what it's been doing. I like the little trap, and then pushing into some of these highs going into the last hour of the day. Okay, come on. How much more does a chart need to scream that players are offside on this ticker? But again, just playing for decision making here. So let's.
This is going to go to 75.
No, I think if it has that, if it has it in it, then yeah, sure, we can see that 75. But what do I know? We can pull all the way back down to 57 before we know it. We can halt up, halt down. I have no idea. But nice little build up on top of those 57s, and then break out of the 60, break out of that prior high into 66, 67s right here. Trading 71.20s, but a 50 to 60 penny spread. Sometimes it's a point, sometimes it's less. But I'm just watching it right now, Neil. So no idea. Other ticker that I'm watching as well is the IONQ. IONQ still trading a little bit sideways here. Some nice little pullback in on IONQ. There are 72s on the ask, a little bit of a reserve happening in between the spread. That's interesting here.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, no, I think this tape over the past couple of days here on drug is invaluable. So I definitely want to kind of, continue watching it, learn from it, and kind of, I want to be involved in this ticker, in tickers that have this kind of price action much earlier going forward in the future. So I'm just trying to take a couple of reps, just testing out some ideas as per se. So not really fully into the drug, but taking some samples, let's say.
Oh, I love the puns write themselves with this thing. Legitimately, it's
we go,
almost because it's
73s.
through 73 right now. Like it got through that reserve order at
flip to
72, and then the fact that there's even a reserve order at prices like this.
Yeah. Someone has orders in, dude.
No, but like that's like there's like come on, someone's not entering a short with an iceberg order at 72. Someone was just taking profit. Someone's hella long.
Baby.
No, so yeah, someone's hella long that was taking that.
74
already. Oh my.
Or they
goodness.
just have reserve orders for getting out of their short position, right? That's also a thing. There are significant orders on this ticker right now, is what I'm seeing. At highs in the last hour of the day. I like that.
So I apologies to Yoel. I know we had the super chat that I wanted to get to, but I mean, Drug almost got to 75 there, so it is what it is. No, well, I'll get to. I did mean to get to it. So we did have that super chat from Yoel. What do you guys think of DNN? That's on the Amex, which Ray went out there. It's not a NASDAQ or New York stock. Dennis, I don't really know too much about it. They report on my mom's birthday, and on the daily chart, well, seriously, they do, which is coming up. But DNN about to break some fresh highs. Well, okay, I shouldn't say about to break fresh highs because then I have a habit of jinxing things that are like pre-breakout, right? That's just my bad. It's like a superpower of mine. No, but it's getting very close to a breakout here. I don't know too much specifically about the company. Decent short float. It's only 5% though, and it's a very, very large float name. It is absolutely not a day trade. A day trading stock that's traditional to what anybody would look at. Like if I show you what it's going to look like.
Oh, what a reserve at 74.
Like that's what it's going to look like here. Like that's intense. Yeah, it's a little bit intense when you. No, like, and these are 100 lots too, right? So like this is a very, very liquid name. So the stair step action is going to be like pennies at a time. But obviously it is in the midst of a strong run at resistance on huge volume. Like usually this is the area that if I'm in a break, like hold of the 50 period or 200 period break of $2, like I'm looking to take my profits out in front of 240 and then wait for the next available move, which could be a pullback into the prior high. It could be a break of the top. It could be a retest of the two. Like all kinds of things can happen there. So shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. Meanwhile, Drug did get to 75. The FOMO is real, and Drug is going to break 75. It's going to 100 now because it's going to 100. You have a target for this thing?
Target. See how high we can get. I don't know. All I know is that I know nothing.
It's going, man.
I mean, there was reserves at 75s. We saw reserves sitting in the middle of the spread, and then now 75 has reserves on it as well. So it's definitely doing some decent volume. And like the block boys are here, so 75 break. Again, nothing too crazy here. 75 break. I don't know if we're going to send it off the 75, but again, interesting, looking kind of similar to this reserve that was happening at 74s. 74s did a nasty little pullback, and then we broke back above for a 75 break right there. Look at that; it keeps hitting the ask right there on the 75, but nothing really happening there. As again, maybe some selling aggressively happening at that 75. So again,
they could lit grab this, off this like steep trend. And then if it goes back into that prior high, that could give you one of those like snapback. So the prior high is like this, like 67.5. So there's the break of 75.
Break.
Okay, will it sustain the 75 break? Yes.
Boom.
Already to 77. That. This is going. It's going to $100.
I like that. Come on, print it.
This is going to $100.
Print it. There we go. Take it out.
Oh, you took it?
I was sitting at 77s. I like that.
Damn, son.
All right,
oh
so
my
that
goodness.
was some good decision making right there. I think the pullback, it pulled back to 68, right? So after I got in 71 cleans, it pulls back to 68s. So what am I risking there? I told you what I was risking. I looked over, I'm like, all right, ideally I'm risking down to 65, 66s, right? Getting in at 71s. I think that's kind of where some of these prior highs are lying right there, where that aggressive selling kind of came in. So I'm like, all right, that aggressive selling, maybe there are people risking off of that aggressive selling, and oh boy, here we go, 78 and some change. But you know what?
100?
I like the meat of the move. So I don't know. Again, like I said,
no one ever went broke taking profit. This thing could
I'm just
halt
making
5
decisions. I'm trying to
times.
learn this action, of course. This could have very well easily halted down. What do I know?
But that is
I liked what I saw.
It was a clean trade.
And yeah.
Clean. That was clean.
Thank you. 80's coming. 80's incoming. Look at the same kind of reserves happening at 79s right there.
I'd watch for watch out if it does a false break of one of these levels, then you could get, if it goes down and tries to halt down off a false break and still catches a bid, then you know it might see 100. Let's see what happens when they try to rinse it to the downside. If the reaction is an immediate buyback up, then this sucker can go. But wow, this is insane. It's basically HKD.
I'm telling you,
at this point, it's basically.
What did we say is going to happen after depending on how it acts with 75, right?
Yep. And now it goes right to 80. Effectively,
if this thing is squeezing into power hour, you know when the last time I saw that, I was going to use some words. When you
saw that ish?
Yeah, when I saw that ish it was when I was blowing up accounts. I would be like, why is this bidding up into the last hour? Why is it doing this? All these questions, overthinking, and then you start to realize people are just stuck.
Yep.
When things start to smell irrational,
that's all it is. People
are offside.
That's all it is.
People are offside. Clearly, there's demand. We're seeing the order flow kind of tell us that okay, there's volume going through. I don't know what that volume is doing. Here's the dump. Look at that, back through 72s from a high of 78.
Okay, this is
oh
probably
boy. Oh boy. So a little bit of action there.
It doesn't even get to 70.
I did get a little lucky on that. No, it doesn't get to 80 there. But again, the higher this thing goes, I think the range is going to expand as well in terms of volatility, right? We've seen what these squeezers can do. Sometimes even drop down. And look, it's about to halt down as well if it goes any lower back through that 70. So action definitely looking distinctly different underneath that 80 right there. But let's see where it picks up. If the bid is real, Neil, where will it catch? That's always the question.
You could actually, so just for this stock, you can put a trend from 7 a.m. that is unbroken. And when I did this, and I just did this now, and I'm going to be kicking myself because usually I'm like, what stock like this? Who cares about the trend line? Look at it. Pretty much, there's 830s in here, and then you could have connected a little bit better to 7 a.m. when some of the volume comes in. But look at how nicely it lined up. You can pull back to $60 without breaking a day-long trend. It's at 72. So if they just did a bit of a rinse, it might not be over. The question is, can it respond to this kind of a dump with either immediately buying back and breaking out the high, or can it follow through and go right back into the trend line? That's the question that I want to see. It's hard to not have this up. I'm going to hit save, so I have this trend the whole time. Although it's really easy to see, it's going to connect to 60. The longer we go on, it'll have some higher connections in there. But that's a great look on these stocks. Yeah, I probably should have taken a pot shot at it because silver doesn't do anything. We take the consolidation long. Well, this is Pan American. Silver is going, but then it doesn't really break any higher. And that's a tricky thing with a linear move like that. You're just looking for a pullback where it can maybe continue that trend up as opposed to jumping in something which is going a little more parabolic. I want to go that BV. I can't believe this even got back to the upside too. The second, remember we're in the long, and the second that came back through $2, then you had drug go higher. Well, drug does that candle to the downside, and BIVI starts going up. It's hilarious how this is working.
We're going in for a halt, Neil. Halting down 68.40s.
No, but see, remember, the trend line's at 60. It could halt down.
That's what I'm saying. This could halt
reopen and still catch a bid at $60. So I'm going to let it halt down. I'm not doing anything.
There it is, halted down.
It's halted to the downside.
Wipe out some orders.
The out was perfect, actually.
I got lucky. I provided the liquidity at 77s.
We have a thing for that, Fabian, that we want to do.
I'm sorry. Slow down. These guys are slowing me down. Okay. Like I said, I did not have that much risk on. I just took the idea. Again, we talk about this. I talked about this morning. I'm trying to make better decisions.
And you made a great decision, and you provided the liquidity, more importantly. Now, why the
You
guys
have
in
to
the
be
back?
sitting there. No, think about it.
Joe
When
was
someone's
laughing back
squeezing,
here.
right?
The boys were, the reason why they were laughing, and I'm not saying whether or not anything is going to happen with regards to this, is Obi may or may not have made that line famous, and there might have been a bottle of something involved when that line was uttered famously by Obi. Maybe we'll have something.
Yeah.
We need to get what I said is.
I sent Fabian the video.
Okay, so Fabian has the video.
Yes.
And whether or not we can figure out a way to be able to share that with you, we should, I think, but that's up to you. It's not my call. It's not my quote. So
I'm open to
provide that liquidity.
yeah. I was
Provide that
like,
liquidity.
no, but here's the thing: if something is squeezing, right? Who's offside? And technically you will have to think about providing them the liquidity that they need. I think that if you have that kind of mentality, the market tends to pay you more often than not.
Yeah, who is
You're providing a service.
You are providing.
It's like in any market. If you provide a service, then I don't know.
Oh, and that was a clean trend break. Can't say that enough. And it held that trend all day long. So what's crazy is Frank just said in the chat here, I guess 100 on drug is off the table. Now, where I would put this in the HKD range is just because it's halted down. So it did this before, but this is when during the halt fest. It did a halt down into 55 and then held on to 50 without even getting back into the whole day trend. So it could easily open up, test lower, do the same thing, open underneath the halt price. Right now it's indicating 69, which would be a little bit higher, but it can open up lower. It could easily find a bid along the trend and bounce back up. The thing about a move like this is now you probably have some 75 shorts that have just put 75 on, because anybody that shorted the 75 level, either they got in on the way down, fortunately enough, or they were just giving it to 80, or they're just giving it to 80. Yeah. So what happens if it doesn't follow through past this prior high and bounces off trend? Now they're like, oh crap, when it gets back above 75 as well, and then you just trap more people to the short side of the trade. So it could be Kiel in the chat just said Kiel Lin, naked shorts. It sounds like.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean.
Yeah. I mean, look.
Someone's stuck. That's for
sure. Somebody's stuck.
Whether they're naked or
whether or not they are, you know, who's to say? And a lot of times in these situations that it does kind of happen to be true, but you know, it's not like I can't prove anything. So whatever. We're just speculating at this point. I mean, you're probably right, but you know, it is what it is. Everyone knows how the market works. So. And what shouldn't happen and what obviously always does there. So, yeah, good luck to anyone that's still in drug. Thankfully, I think that was a fantastic out. Yeah, stay off the drugs, always. What else is going on? EFSH was moving. I'm just trying to find, while this is halted, this is the one that I felt now it's trying to go off the $5 level. So this was a huge trend reversal. Yeah, so this candle in here, I actually had this one up because it's starting to go through VWAP, but I had this steep trend line while this was halted, because I'm like, I've never actually charted this before, and then said, well, what if you have a steep trend line that halts up and then immediately fails to trend? Like, couldn't you just short it and give it back to the high? Then you've got two strategies in one. Well, the answer is there was pretty much no chance to get filled. So yeah, it did work. Like it opened up, immediately failed the trend line, but you have to get the short back through the halt price, and within seconds it was halted down like $2. So there was no realistic execution to short this, but I left my trend line up there because it was just an idea, but I don't think there was a realistic way to have had good risk on that. You probably wouldn't have gotten anything until $9 for size. And then now all of a sudden you're giving it to 10, which changes everything, but it's starting to get off of VWAP here, holding the $5 level. Would like to see this stair step up on EFSH. It's hilarious how few of these I actually even know the name of these. 1847 Holdings Limited. That's the name of this company. 1847 Holdings Limited. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's up 230%. Is it supposed to make rational sense? Probably not. So yeah, if it can hold VWAP, maybe hold above that $6 level, show some higher lows. It's a consolidation play at this point, but it already broke 550. So either you want that into 5.
Oh, here's open.
Or breaking over the 5. Okay, drug is back open again. Okay, just wanted to line something else up in case drug does absolutely nothing.
Oh, that one does look nice. It seems like there's definitely limits holding that $5 level there on that one. It's showing up on the chart, you know.
It is.
Here's drug coming down to
Right back.
65s right here. So a little bit of a discounted drug right here off of the highs. What is the high, you may ask? 79.02s I have on my level 2 here is the high of day, trading at 66s. This is where I was like, yeah, I'm probably really wrong if we get below that 66, 65 mark, and we're holding that as of right now. Again, prior highs, we see that action there, this halt up mess that we had in and around that, orbiting that 65 mark. I like that area there as well. And then again, breaking out of that, pushing into 70 and actually holding 70. Oh boy, I really like that move. And then again, with the type of volume and a lot of the reserves happening at every kind of mark past that 70, that was interesting as well. But we're taking a little bit of a breather. Somebody in the chat said, oh, so 100 is off the table? I think absolutely not. We can see, again, as Neil pointed out earlier, we halted up towards, was it 66s, 68s, 69s. We pulled back below 55s, and then we grinded all the way back up to make another high just underneath 80 at 79. So this thing can definitely continue. We saw what happened on day 2 after hours. It pushed even higher, kind of squeezing into the after hours. Now you got to remember, there are no halts in the after hours. So again, interesting look at some of these tickers at the kind of price action and the kind of moves and ranges you can kind of cover in the after hours and the pre-market on something that has, again, somewhat of a short float and maybe some players offside. So it's going to be interesting what we do going into the close today, and as well what price action will have been going into the 8 p.m. close and how we open back up on Monday as well on this drug. So long-lasting effects. Might want to talk to your doctor about that one.
Oh, he's full of them today. I love it. Drug. Did you see the? Did you show the offer right now?
Which one? 70?
No, like so. Somebody's just come to my level 2 here. Yeah, somebody. Oh, yeah, really? They just pulled. Look at 72 on the book. There was 30,000 at 72, and then there was another chunk order. I think it looked at like 73. And the second I was about to show it live, I think it maybe just got too far away from the price. But somebody was sitting off the book a couple of dollars with size, which I'm gonna guess they don't actually want. So, oh yeah, give me a break. I just saw it again. I go away from it. Right, it's not showing up there. Anyways, there's one at 72. I saw 30,000. I saw 20,000 on some of those even dollars. I feel like someone's trying to like hold it down. And so the way that someone can do that with less risk of getting filled for an order that they don't want is by simply, let's say they're sitting for 20,000 at 72 and 30,000 for 73. They can have an order at like 70 that once triggered cancels the other ones. And then the only way they're getting filled is if a market order comes up and takes it all in one shot. On that much size, it's pretty unlikely. So they can flash that size without fear of actually getting hit, and it allows them to make it look like they want that order. Because the rule against spoofing is, hey, you got to leave the order in to prove that you want it. Well, if you just leave that order sitting there, that anybody can hit it if they want for minutes at a time, 10, 15 minutes. But if they have another order in there, you can just hit that one and then cancel the others. That gives them a level of protection. That's how people get not to say that people probably still spoof. That's a way that they get around it.
Oh,
so I don't think, like, nobody wants that 30,000 shares, I don't think, if they're trying to enter into a short position. They probably want to take profit if they have that much. Yeah, but drug does not get down to the trend. Not a very good sign, I think, for anybody that might be trapped in it. That EFSH is now starting to hold on to VWAP in here. It just popped into 650, so it did a nice bounce into some resistance, and then you're getting another bounce here off of VWAP. I'd like to be able to find a way to give it to 565, but I don't want to miss the boat here completely. I'll see if I can get in at 10s. I want to be giving it to this 565. Or you're giving it about 1 point or like 1%, I suppose, is the way that I should be saying that. So we'll give it to that 60, but I'm not getting any fills here at 10, which usually means step in at like 12 or something like that. I don't want to chase it too far. I want the fill to be off of 6. Oh, I got 11s. Okay, there we go. Thought I went to 12. Apparently I went to 11 because sometimes that's how we roll. Whatever, it's a couple of cents. It doesn't really make a difference. Now, the way I'm rolling, I want to play it to here, and I want to play it to there, which is 7. And then you've got this little halt level at 750. So if this one's going to go next, I'm not like Obi. I am scalping out into 7 and then 750, and then we can hold for the dream. Because as far as I'm concerned, none of these should be doing what they're doing, and they're just all going on concert with each other. All right, so now I'm out of half of it, and I'm going to trail it back into about 650 because I don't want this sucker going into a halt on me. I am not the same as Obi and his.
You got to ride those halts, man.
You're the
Unless
ride.
You've rode any halts?
No, I've done that in the past.
Oh yeah.
It's not my cup of tea.
Definitely.
It's not like
fun.
It's not in my DNA to want to hold through like successive halts. So actually, you know what I can do here? Just for what I can do is do like a 75% out underneath that 650. I don't have to take it all out. So we have a few different stop orders that we can use here at Real Trading. So what I can do here is now that you've got the first stage move, which is 6 to 7, now we're looking for the press into 750. I've already taken half out, and I don't want this to flush back under VWAP. I can get out 75% if it loses 650, and then quickly be on the keys to throw a stop underneath VWAP for a secondary out. That way, there's no way you can lose on there's no way I can lose on the trade at that particular point. So just a bit of a different way to do it. This is not drug. Like EFSH is not like DRUG. Therefore, thinking it's going to go from 6 to 10 is kind of crackheaded. Like, it's not the same thing. Drug is the one that's making the crazier moves. It's the one that, maybe that's the wrong term to use. If anyone doesn't like that term, that's my bad. It's just a little bit different. It's on a first day move, but it's a more normal move in a grand scheme of things than what you see in drug. Like, drug is an outlier HKD type of play. So I don't want anyone to get it twisted. Like, I'm very happy that it went 6 to 7. Very pleased. As a matter of fact, I'm itching to take more out if it fails 7 twice. I don't want it failing this level twice. If it does that, I might inch my way out of some more. But I do want it out still in front of the 750 level. So I'm going to pop something in front of 750 to make sure we get a fill if it goes up there. I want to respect these halt reopen areas. Yeah, see, it's not even getting to the 40s. So I'm going to go Magic Johnson on that bad boy and just take it. Actually, I got 35s in there. All right, now we can try to let it ride. I'll still go with that 75% out if it loses 650, and we'll hold for a break and then see how far it can go because it looks like we're in a small cap market. Like, I'm looking over at Amazon and it's doing absolutely nothing in this short except, Amazon. Amazon was a long, it's AMD. Like, AMD, same low that I've been waiting for it to break the whole time, no VWAP or trace. Remember I said earlier, like, AMD might go 50 pennies when these things are going 50 cents and it's a $6 stock. So it is what it is. I'm going to call this E-Fresh. 1847 holdings, you're now E-Fresh to me. So E-Fresh, that's the long. I still want to have a quick look at that drug because I think it's a fun one. I don't want to completely give up the notion of that. And there was a question in the chat about SOUN. I still don't think SOUN is quite the same as these other ones. Volume is not happening. It's a great looking bull flag, but just because it's a setup on a chart and had volume before doesn't mean it's going now. If this was going to break out the high and start doing volume like this, 100%. It's just like the others. Ride the wave, do what you can. A trade is a trade. I'm not here to penny stock, small cap, large cap, it doesn't matter. As long as you make money in a trade, who cares? And if someone thinks it's not real trading, then they're not a trader because traders should only care about making good trades. But if it was going, if sound was going, I'd be all over it. But E-Fresh here off the 6. See, it can't seem to break that 750. It's not the same thing. You know, like that first push came back into 650 in the prior high, held, no break of 750. This one doesn't really want it as bad. So again, I'm going to get most of it out here if it loses the 650 level and all out if it loses VWAP, not turning a winning trade into a losing trade. Like I said, it's just my style. Oh, Adara, sorry.
We're going to end this day and week as we have the last half hour of Power Hour and our trading session by taking a look at some of the larger movers on the S&P 500 to the upside and the downside. I always like to have a theme for this, and what I wanted to do was take a look at some earnings names that are not NFLX, which did just make, by the way, new all-time highs. So where are some other earnings plays on watch here? We did have SLB, Schlumberger, this one on watch, still down about 4% here. They did beat slightly by 1 cent here for their adjusted earnings per share for Q3. However, they missed on sales. They did that ad, though, according to the CEO, said that their digital business is on pace to achieve its full year revenue growth in the high teens. So looks like a good look for the digital business, but that sales miss, sending SLB to the downside. We have a great beat here for ISRG. Slew of price target increases and positive analyst notes for Intuitive Surgical, which is up about 10% after its earnings report. It beat across the board for both EPS and sales here. So great look for ISRG. Last but not least, we talked about this one a little bit, but big downside move for AXP. American Express has recovered decently from its lows, but it's still down about 3% here. They had a sales miss, but they beat on their Q3 2024 earnings per share, and they actually increased their guidance here for their fiscal 2024 EPS. So mixed report here for AXP. Looks like it's trying to recover, though, off the lows, guys.
No, we're just we're kind of talking about how some of these moves were similar. Neil was saying similar to kind of the GME moves,
Like the meme stock
meme
moves.
days. Yeah,
Specifically, actually, you know
Good
what?
old
Just
days.
only because, yeah, we're just discussing it amongst ourselves there. Might as well share with everybody because that's what we're all about. No, one of the patented plays in meme days would be you'd have X meme stock does something like this. Incredible parabolic move. Clean reversion that's like, okay, well, this is done. Like, it's already done a big Christmas tree. Even if, like, imagine this had pulled even all the way down to like $3. But it holds on to this early breakout area here. So let me just get rid of these trend lines for you. That's what it hangs on to, one of these support levels. In this case, it holds on to this consolidation break at noon. It could have been, like maybe a support level down here at $3 or $4. Doesn't really matter. The whole point is you hold that lower high underneath VWAP. Anybody with the initial shorts or the secondary shorts is still pretty good. They're still in the money. Ideally, it doesn't break VWAP the first time. It just hangs out that whole time. Then it ekes up some higher lows. Looks like the VWAP break is doing nothing. Breaks VWAP and does nothing here. Holds under $6. Then explodes off of the $6 break the second time through. So you'd see that a lot in the meme days on something people had given up on. Now, as I said, I was going to get out we had taken out just over half of it into 75, and then what was remaining, I'm now into, like, basically I'm holding on to like 5% of it. Because essentially, I wanted to get almost all of it out here if it failed to 650. It's trying to go again, but even if it breaks 750 at this point, it's like, hold on to 6 or we'll let it fly and don't really have any kind of a target. But to me, this trade was 6 into 7 and then a test of 750. The fact that it held 650 and then couldn't break 750, I think is a little bit, it's probably going to be done at this point, but it could still go. Everyone just has to trade your own thing. Like, to me, I'm taking this long to here and I'm playing it for these targets, right? Like, bang, somewhere in the middle, tops, retest the prior high, hold the first time, get some out there, then decide to put the trail on, and then you can see if it's going to go further than that. But drug, by the way,
back up to 72s.
Yeah, it doesn't even get anywhere near that trend support. This is day-long trend support. It just halted down. This is the second time that it's halted down on a huge candle and doesn't really, it goes off the reopen, goes lower, doesn't get back into prior support, and still going higher. So when we say a stock can still be bullish after it halted down, this is what we mean. It's still a bullish-looking trend on drug. I just think that's a much more, obviously Obi just took it for like $7 on a single trade. I just think
6 points, 6 points.
Yeah, but I just think it's a much more difficult stock to trade. Like, you don't see me
What
trading.
drug is?
You think drug, the trade on ESFH
No, wait.
is a
Large
very
caps
simple.
are so much harder, dude.
No, I'm comparing it to EFSH.
Okay, yeah.
No, I'm just simply saying, and don't, like, anybody to each their own. Like, it's a great trade. The setup on EFSH is a much easier trade to make. Right, like this tight consolidation off of $6, it breaks 6, you get long some 10s in there. I didn't even have to chase it very far. You get a nice clean move. Drug's a lot harder to trade. There's no question about it. Eyeball 509, Oklo's going. Again?
Okay.
Yo, my physio guy was asking me about this stock straight up yesterday.
Sure,
and he's into crypto, and he loves Tesla, and I keep telling him about NVIDIA. But yeah, he was asking me about OKLO. I was like, well, I don't know how much you want to chase these. We like SMR, Oklo. I'm just going to call it Oklo. This one's going as well. They're hard moves to chase. If you're in it early, these are great. I think they're going to be solid holds in the long run. But how these moves play out, who knows? And this is another one going. But the problem, again, lower highs on Oklo. It's a great consolidation or a bull flag. I just don't see it really doing much of anything for us here as we speak. Yeah, this one's sort of holding that consolidation level. So the fun party in EFSH, and while all that was going on,
75.
okay, so in complete hindsight, yeah, it probably could have reloaded AMD, but heck, if you can get $1 on a $6 stock, instead of having to wait the whole afternoon, like I've been short this since before 1 o'clock on AMD, and it's just now trying to go $1. So that's what, like 3 hours? 3 hours it took for AMD short to get $1. It took a matter of seconds for eFresh to give you $1 trade. It took probably 3 seconds from when OB got into drug. Now, obviously, it's different. It's a different risk parameter. But if we do bounce off these lows, I'm probably just going to slap a trail on AMD because it's already 336. That's crazy. Let's go to the desk with Adara and come back to some AMD.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data and instant trading. Know where the market's moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. You can customize and analyze markets faster, your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data. Up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading game? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Thank you to eSignal.
Right,
thank you very much there,
boy,
Adara. Appreciate
halting
it.
down 75s, 74s and change, straight down to 65s. Oh boy. That's wild. Halted right now. Last print sprinting at 65.20s here on drug all the way down. I was watching this real close. I'm like, all right, like what are we gonna do? We actually got back up to 75s. Okay, all right, maybe we're not done. I look over at a different ticker for 1 second and I look back and it's halting down at 65. So that's how fast these things can move if you're not kind of paying attention to them at all times there. Lots of solid price action on this name today. And Neil, I definitely think that sometimes large caps can be much harder than
especially when they're not doing anything.
These tickers, especially when they're not doing anything.
That's the key, when they're not doing anything.
It's like here, it's doing relative volume. There's clearly people offside. It's showing you like the right kind of tape in some of the right places there.
Get up.
And it happens to work out. There's still juice in this, or there was still juice in this move. I have no idea. This could continue. It's holding above VWAP. It's holding some of these prior levels. Let's see how it opens up off of this halt. It is the last half hour. We only have 22 minutes until the bell, and that restriction, that halt restriction, I guess, is going to be taken off. So the shackles will be taken off of the drug after 4 o'clock, and there will be no halts unless there's a news pending halt. That's different. That can happen at any time. Volatility halts.
If they were going to have a news pending halt, wouldn't they have had it already?
I mean, maybe it's sometimes these things are so strategically timed. Planned. I said planned, but whatever. Timed. Either way, however you want to see them. But how much money? Like, I'm curious to know how much money do these guys really make? Right? Are drugs really dealing, or are they not making money? That's the real question. Right? If they're not making money, are they going to do an offering? They were literally at $1 5 days ago.
They got to file. The problem is
70. They're at 65.
Dude, if they could have already done an offering, I think they would have. They got to do the paperwork.
Right?
And if there was something in the pipeline, I feel like they would have dropped it already.
Looked at the SEC.
I haven't even looked. You got to look for the filings on that.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you're wondering why I just went screwface, there was I was in the midst of. I was like, do I change my trail? So eFresh started breaking back at above 750, and then I remembered the halt down resistance at the $8 level. Like, oh crap, it's going to get up here. Do I need to change my stop into 750? Again, I'm only really holding the last 5% of this thing, so I didn't really have anything left on. We already got out. Like, the move was here to here, and then I trailed up the bulk of it that we had left down there. But I was like, I had my trailing stop underneath $7. Should I move it up to 750? In the split second I was thinking about it, it dropped right back in. That is a big time reversal candle. I haven't paid for locates, and I probably wouldn't want to go short this thing anyways, but I kind of feel like this one might be rounding out and could be done. So VWAP doesn't matter to me at this point. I think I could care less about that. at all. So eat fresh. We got the move that we wanted. We'll take it. I probably could have done better with the last 5%. And you should care whether you're holding on to, whether the last piece you have is big or small. You should treat every decision like it matters, because that's the only way that you're ever going to get better. So yes, I should have been faster to move my trailing stop when it rejected 8. I should have anticipated, remembering $8 was there. And the second we got above 750, moving my trail to like 740 or something like that. That's the better way to have done it. Because if you had a bigger position, I would have done that in a heartbeat. When you have a little bit left, you're like, yeah, whatever, who cares? But that's a bad way to go about things. Show me somebody that reacts that way, and that's the guy I want to play poker against. Because you get them into a big pot, and they're not going to be able to make decisions the same way if you just don't care. The guy that doesn't care about the smaller amounts and then cares too much about the bigger ones, yeah, you can get them into trouble. But that drug, with the halt down, what's crazy about all of this is it's still technically above the trend support. It's hilarious to be able to say this at this point. You got 62 in here. It's indicating an open underneath that. It's 61, by the way. So it is indicating that it's going to open underneath that resistance, support level, I should say. So it is under some pressure here, I would think. And we'll see what happens. I'm guessing it's going to immediately test the $60 level on DRUG. AMD, I'm going to move my trail back into this prior low. It was at 156. Again, we've been trading the small cap runners. I've just been sitting in this one since almost 1 o'clock. So about 155.80 or so, just going to hang on to this trail. And I want to make sure we get we didn't get the early look on the imbalances and all this madness. Small cap madness. Early look for the imbalances here. What do we got going on? Whatever this, I don't know any of these. WRB 1.5 million to sell, nothing else over $1 million. That's a buyout, so who cares about that? FXI is very small on FXI. That's a nothing burger. Remember the other day, FXI had paired of like 10 million, but it was like a 3 or 4 million imbalance. That would have been something. But this is pretty much a nothing burger. John says IonQ's breaking 13. Isn't that the big level, Obi?
What's that? Oh,
IonQ wasn't 13.
It opened up 57s, by the way. I'm just reading. They literally did a Form 4 earlier last week. How funny is that? Drug did a Form 4. Like, okay, so
this is why you should always look at the filings on these things after they've been running.
Form 4 is when there's a change in the holdings of the people who manage the company, right? So whenever there's a material change in the holdings of company insiders, so I have the Form 4 right here for drug right here. So you can see securities acquired or disposed. Amount following the reported transactions. You can see right here, whoever this was, or it's just a lot more, right? They're just holding more. So talk about a corner, right there. So where am I looking? Am I reading this right? Hold on, right here. So boom, we can see that right here. So amount price and then amount following reported transactions. So small number, big number. I don't know. I can't. What do I know? Interesting stuff nonetheless.
And halted down again. That's the key thing. This is a third down halt. It's loss of support. I think this one might be over time for the time being. 56. Although I say that the tap is $68 on this. So it's at 56 with the tap all the way up at $68, which makes usually no sense. The other thing we can look at here, so the imbalance locator can actually help us. Because what I'm able to do is, let me just flash up the market time here, because maybe it'll be updating. Maybe I'll go to, see, the problem is there's going to be all these other ones. It's going to be hard to isolate drug to be able to find it. Yeah, you saw it flash. There you go. Like, it's going to flash because it's going to be updating because it's in a current halt. But every time it flashes to the top, it kind of disappears. But you want to see whether or not it's a very small buy. Was the last time it flashed up there. Only like 18 shares. 300, I just saw 200 shares, paired volume of 9,000. So it's a very, very small amount, any imbalance that's coming in. The tap is now down to $54 to the downside on drugs. So it looks pretty nasty there. Yeah, there's some bag holders. There's usually bag holders on things like this. We never want any of our viewers to get caught. It's one thing trading it. It's another thing trying to buy and hold it or trading it without a stop level. Because look at these moves. Like this move upside, where's the excuse for getting caught in this move? Like you had all of this to be able to get out. The uptrend started in the 60s, in the mid 60s. When it bounced back through the halt price, You got this trend, you have outs here, maybe you have an out there. Easily, you've got nice little trail out opportunities before it even goes into the halt. You know, like you don't really have much of a technical reason why you'd be in one of these as a trade and still holding through that halt price. So there you go. And then IonQ, which we were just mentioning, through the $13 level.
Go back through 13, I think.
Not a huge acceleration through 13 here. Like, it doesn't look like that eFresh stock, EFSH, which is like 1847 something, 1847 holdings. Yeah, that one was different through VWAP, and you're running out of time for it to go. So not as much volume, and not as much strength here in IonQ, so I won't necessarily be touching it. AMD looks like it is catching a bid, however. Yeah, AMD's catching a bid here. I think it is time to exit stage left on AMD. We were just holding this one from a VWAP pop. Like, we're short underneath VWAP. It did the lit grab over VWAP. Bang, just kind of shorted it underneath. And then it held on to VWAP, never reloaded it. Again, trading small caps more this afternoon, but it's been a profitable one because obviously if you take some of those small cap runners, they've been fantastic. So no more trades. It's almost 350. The imbalances are about to drop, so I'm probably going to stay flat unless something crazy happens with said imbalances. Let's see what's happening elsewhere. I was just double checking. Obviously, if AMD just caught a bid, is NVIDIA doing anything? No. AMD caught that little bit off the bottom. NVIDIA went, boom, 15 pennies. This is what NVIDIA has done this entirety of the afternoon. So we came on and NVIDIA was at 138.25, let's say. The low, 137.90, and this local high, 138.20. So 30 penny range for this entire afternoon show on NVIDIA. That's why we're not looking at NVIDIA right now. That's why you're looking at IonQ and Drug and ESFH and maybe if SON had done something and BIVI. On days like today, on a Friday where the market's not moving, that went to 2.9. Okay. So, yeah, well, that was a little conservative on BIVI. BIVI went to 290. Look at the hold of VWAP. The second hold of VWAP, that's the one you want. See this entry here? All right, so again, buying a consolidation entry there, yeah, it might have actually technically worked in that it was profitable, but this is an entry on a stock. There's your pullback. There's your higher low. There's your lit grab under VWAP. There's your consolidation candle. There is your break right in here. Whether you're long 195 there or $2 there, it doesn't matter. That's your entry off of VWAP, and you give it back underneath the 185. And the difference, like BIVI set up exactly the same way EFSH did with that similar setup. You get the higher lows, consolidation, breakaway off VWAP. The difference is eFresh had already pulled back and had those nasty highs. BIVI was the one that was more fresh off these levels and more room to go. Stronger upward trend, and that's why you get better follow through. So about the same setup off of VWAP there, but BIVI is the one that really gives it to you. Both of them are great long trades, but one bigger than the other. The Drug just opened back up, and it's still headed to the downside.
I'm watching this 50 level.
Yeah, the 50 level, it's 349.
Yep.
Oh, the 50.
Oh boy.
The 50 is a big one if it can get down there. That's where it was holding a lot earlier. So there's your $50 level. I think that can be a big one here on Drug if it can hold on. But yeah, the low float runners are where you wanted to be today, this afternoon. There's no question about it. That's why we're focusing on it. Drug, that reopen was at 555 and the low was at 51. So 55 to 51, it's bouncing right off the $50 level.
Might halt up.
Wow, you could have had 51 risking $1 and it's already back to 55. The stock is wild.
Yeah. I saw it open 52s and I was like, oh boy, what are we going to do here? And then bounces quite aggressively. VWAP happens to be there as well. Prior consolidation lows as well on that one.
I like that. I like that chart.
Yes, it's a good.
But specifically, I like that. Like not that, dat.
I like that for sure. Thanks, Neil. The 50 is holding quite nicely as of right now. Again, going back to, I guess, we only have a couple minutes here, I guess 10 seconds until these imbalances come out. So I got eyes on imbalances right now. Let's see if there's anything significant that may or may not come out. In 3, 2, 1, here we go. All right, so Intel, Neil, with a bit of a buy imbalance right here. Interesting enough. Who is this right here? Is this BlackBerry? Interesting.
What? Uh-oh.
Interesting. So Lucid is here up at the top as well. We got CPRT, TLT on the NASDAQ. Let's see what's in for us on the NYSE right here. We got some WRB, APH. Is that that's not?
Oh, 48 halt down.
I see that. Oh boy, we're halting.
It's
we're
over.
Down.
It's
it might not be
over.
over till it's really over, Neil. We got 10 minutes left in the day, and we still have 4 hours left until the actual close at 8 p.m. And I'm pretty sure this thing's going to continue doing volume until the 8 p.m. close.
Oh, so it didn't halt down there. It actually got to
halt?
it got to the halt.
False halts again?
No, it got to the halt band and did not halt on drug, and now it looks like it wants to halt a little bit lower. So the band reset at 47.37. Looks like it's going to a halt. It just went into a halt. So there you go. The $50. Once the $50 level broke, it was like the floodgates opened up. We just had a super chat. B. Joe, what stock would you keep your money in over week? So like I get to
the arachnid.
I only get to why now after all day long, and now you want to bring spiders up again? We're doing this? Really?
I mean, the futures have done nothing.
No. Actually, the interesting thing is you got big earnings coming through, right? So in a general sense, I usually like things that have reported and have already shown me that. Like you get Tesla next week. You're going to get some of the big boys in there. The easy answer would be the SPY if I'm just stashing it, because I want to see all the big boy earnings before I make calls on most of those stocks. You know, I do like the bounce that's already happened on ASML, but then I've already said my plan of action is to confirm that it holds 675. I can't give you that one because it needs to open there next week. If I had to keep it overnight, I want it in something conservative like the SPY. I think NVIDIA is probably pretty safe for the next few days, especially after the chip names have already had that ASML drop. Anything that's managed to hold some support even on the down days is not too bad at all. But the stock I'm looking at next, I've already said several times, is ASML above that 675 level. I'm just looking to get it on Monday or Tuesday, sometime next week, not over the weekend. But when I see what happened when they reported their numbers, I just pulled it up. It doesn't really matter. I just pulled it up in Amsterdam. It's not going to bother changing. It should be the same chart, effectively speaking. So anyways, you know what? Let's forget it. Let's talk about it in New York because the prices will be a little bit more reasonable to everybody else. So ASML, all I'm getting at is they came out with numbers that disappointed the you-know-what out of everybody, scammed all the chip names to the downside, and then what it proceeded to do is hold 675, hold 700. Now you're up 3 points. So I like that. It's not going to fill in the rest of that chart. I wanted to get the 200 period moving average up there so you can see how far it is away from the 50 and the 200, and then holding on to some major support at that 675 level. This is the one. I like it holding that low. I think you have an obvious out underneath it if you don't want to hold it for the long term. So ASML I really like. When you get that bottom made after short seller report, big bad earnings, I always like that. And getting in, especially on a good company, it's not going anywhere. You can't make advanced chips without them. Literally every advanced chip needs their advanced lithography machine. Get built. As I'm stumbling through that one. No, but seriously, I don't think you can really go wrong. If it breaks 675, it's a really easy out. And then you can just reset and look for another dip buy level. So good one there, but 5 minutes to go here. We'll see what happens with these non-existent imbalances. I mean, Lucid and Intel, I guess there's still buys right now. Yeah, Intel always pairs off, though. Yeah. I mean, always pairs off. Lucid maybe, but then Lucid, did that even go anywhere? Lucid just had that imbalance and didn't even move.
No, it did not move. I was watching. I was like, nothing too crazy there.
Yeah, Intel's not doing anything.
But, yeah, kind of a muted action all day on the NASDAQ as well here. You can see pretty much traded sideways. We could not get anywhere distinctly past this 20,500. Can't really get above, can't really get below, still holding there. Definitely, drug was where the party was at. Again, very, very nice price action, lots of opportunity. We got pretty high off of it all day with that crazy price action, but right now we're on the come down going into the close. So we shall see where we open up. About to open up in a couple minutes here as the last print was at 351. It is 54 right now, 351.04. So it's 54.57. So this should technically open up in the next 4 seconds. So we can continue watching this one, see where we open up. 47.37 was the last price printed right here with only about 4 seconds left. Let's say that 4 seconds left here until the open. If it's going to be a 5-minute hold, right, Neil? So let's see if that thing.
Remember, no,
right now.
it's not going to open.
It's not going to open. Last 5 minutes.
The halt rules: if anything halts in the last 10 minutes of the day, then automatically the reopen is 4 o'clock. So drug is not going to trade until it shouldn't trade until 4 o'clock. At all. And there was a good question. There was another good question in the chat because someone said, "Hey Neil, what about Snowflake?" So I can't give like if I'm already in something, I'm like, "Oh, what stock would you hold the weekend?" I can't say something that I just recently bought myself. It's just cheap. So Snowflake broke out off the 50 period. I got into it. It just held the 50 period. So I could just say, "Yeah, Snowflake off the 50 period." But that's something that we gave. Well, I gave and got into myself earlier, so I wanted something that was fresh. That's why I mentioned ASML there. But if it loses the 50 period, this could head right back into those lows. Everything paired off except for Lucid for 1.3 million. Intel paired off. Lucid still 1 million to the buy side. But like we mentioned, it is absolutely not moving. I feel like drug is going to be a wild one. We'll keep an eye on what drug does in the aftermarket. Yes. But speaking of that, yes, I got to mosey on up to the desk. We actually have, we're bringing Adara back, making a special appearance to join me in the aftermarket show. She's locked and loaded and ready. And I have we're going to ask her about some trades that she was looking at today. So make sure you stick around for that. We can do a Q&A if you guys want as well. And we'll see how drug is doing. Great look there. At least someone was brave enough to trade that drug stock because it wasn't going to be me.
You got to be brave to take the drugs. But what you realize once you get in them, they're really not as bad as everyone kind of says.
Drugs are bad.
Within reason. Within reason. I mean, here's the thing. When I have a headache, I take Tylenol. So, there's different kinds of drugs.
Obi lives very dangerously. Very, very dangerously.
Listen, if you understand the pharmacokinetics, you've managed the risk somewhat.
Huh? What the hell did you just say?
The way the drugs kind of work. Pharmacokinetics.
Pharmacokinetics? Yeah. What the? You're not even speaking English to me, man. I didn't go to med school, okay?
No, neither did I.
I'm just calling you med. Your nickname from now on is med school. No. I'm going to mosey my way on up to the desk before this guy educates me too much more on all this stuff. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Thank you, Neil. Again, solid day there. Nothing too crazy here on the large caps, but yeah, no, definitely some moves on Netflix. Yeah, I think we were talking about Adara taking a couple of trades there on that one. So stick around for the market recap to check those out. But yeah, crazy movers today with a lot of small caps moving. Again, drug being the one in the line of sight of everyone there. Nothing too crazy in terms of the Mag 7. We can take a quick look at these charts here. That again, we were looking at these baskets earlier today. So just looking at these here, Spider didn't really get too far. I got the ES, I got the NQ, nothing too crazy. You can see Nvidia sideways as well, Softy sideways, Apple sideways. Amazon was the one that was relatively strong. That one is kind of pulling right back in, so kind of sideways. Alphabet definitely sideways here. I got the little bit of a tech basket as well here. So nothing too crazy. Some fade off. Let's see. You know what? I'm curious to know what TSM did. Earnings day 2 today, right? So earnings day 2. Let's check that one out. But before that, we can take a quick look at what Netflix did. Again, some strong action there off of their earnings report that came out last night. A strong push into the open as well, and it pushes all-time highs, printing an fresh all-time high now of 766.29. So going into next week, we'll definitely be watching this one here. Going into next week, earnings day 2 will be on Monday. So that's something to remember and note here. So as I get my trigger ready for the countdown, we'll take a quick look at TSM because I did say we were going to do that. Let's see what TSM did day 2. We did a nice little push up into 212.60s yesterday and a strong fade off for the rest of the day. Look at that continuation coming in right off of the open, straight quadunk to the downside off of what seems like just off the opening print. It didn't get quite too far above that and just slowly trickling down. So chips definitely going to be on watch next week with, again, we're just fresh into earnings seasons, everyone, and we only have about 20 seconds left, and I see Adara standing there at the bell. So let's start this countdown timer right now. So we got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. Going into the end there, there's a few thousand lots coming up on IONQ there at that 1330 mark, but again, got out of everything there. Again, enjoy your weekend, guys. A lot of anticipation coming into the next weeks with earnings season on the horizon. I guess not really on the horizon. We've pretty much gone through a few tickers. We've had Netflix, we've had a lot of the banks report, and we're starting to get some action on these small caps as well. Again, this week was crazy with drug doing over a 5,000 to 6,000% move here to the upside. 79 is the high. It is open. We were talking about it being open right after hours right here. There is drug right now trading at 49.60, 49 to 49.31. That is the level right here as of right now. Let's see what this one does going into the 8 p.m. close. And yeah, nothing else. Hopefully you guys have a great weekend. Thank you all for joining us as of right now. Now I think they are ready for us at the market recap desk. So while they kind of finish that up, again, I want to thank you guys for joining us and let them know in the chat, right? What tickers have you guys been trading this week? Did you guys participate in the drugs? Did you guys feel good about it or not? I have no idea, but quick little breakout off of this high break, but accumulation. I think this one is definitely one to study. What we did over the past 5 days. Textbook liquidity trap. Now, we haven't seen this one of these in a little bit, but they do show up every now and then, and I think it's a good study to have in your back pocket going forward, because this kind of price action, there will always be people who are offside. All right, so without any further ado, they're ready for us at the big desk, so I'm going to pass it over to Neil and Adara for the market recap, so stick around for that. I'll see you guys around. Take it easy. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much, Sir Obi. Special edition of the market recap show here. We have Adara back on the desk joining me on this Friday. We got drug doing psychedelic things in the aftermarket here. Unfortunately, not good because it's heading back into the downside and it's still holding. But it's been a wild week, Adara. It was a wild day. It was a wild week. Everything got led off essentially by Netflix. Blowing out of the order. I know, look, drug is moving. If it does anything crazy, I'll let you guys know, but that stock is completely insane. No, everything started today with Netflix, blowout earnings, beat top and bottom, paid subscriber growth out the wazoo, like that 35% growth. It was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I said wazoo. It just happened. I just said that because I'm an old head. I got those old sayings in there. But the first big tech earnings name to come across the board being Netflix, and it makes an all-time high. Closes, it's now up 11%. Remember the expected move was 7? That's where we were gapped to, and then you get a continuation anyways on a breakout. We're definitely going to come to your trading in Netflix. I know you're actually trading this one today, Darius. We have to talk about that for sure. But just to round out some of the other things that happened in here, we had Bostic speaking, noting he stood by that 50 basis point cut, which is interesting given how strong everything is right now. So it's obvious that they're going to hold the line. A lot of times you're not going to always speak out exactly how you feel. I feel like a few of them have to think they should have gone 25. But the market keeps on going
We know
higher.
Michelle Bowman does, and we also had Feds Daily, and even the FOMC minutes both implying that there were some more that were not down for the 50.
Bowman, we know. Yeah, Bowman definitely not afraid to speak out and let the truth be told. I feel like obviously when the market is this strong, when things look this good, it's a little bit more difficult to sort of look at that 50 basis points and say, hey, was that the right move? But there were other strong moves out there. I want to note the strong move that we had in the Chinese ADRs. We got a little bit of a bounce back today, up 4 points. You're going to see FXI here up 4 points. Alibaba had a pretty strong gap up. They didn't really hold the gap all that well. Right? Like you ended up going back to the downside, but they didn't completely fall apart, still getting to the upside for the general sense. Like most of them made some bottoms that they were able to hold on to in the morning. So you get the typical kind of gaps up. And then, if you don't get any continuation, they fall right back into earth. So I don't want to we can talk about all these sectors and we'll have a lot of time to get into it. But you actually traded Netflix here, Adara.
I did.
And not only did you trade Netflix, you shorted Netflix today.
I did. Well, I also went long Netflix, but at the very end of the day, but I'll start with the short. Basically, I have been trying, I miss trading. I'm not going to sit here and lie. And I've been, my emphasis is going to be of course, obviously on the news though, right? So it's like if I see something sets up, I'm not looking for anything, but I will occasionally, dip my pinky toe in, right, if the opportunity sets up. So I was watching Netflix. I was watching the book on the way up. If you guys heard me talking, I love watching the order book and the tape. So 757 I found to be pretty interesting on Netflix. There were some other levels I liked, like 753. Of course, the 750 break, and then even lower 746. But 757 I watched because initially here, look at this bottoming tail candle, right? On the 5-minute chart. We get there, we bounce hard. All the way back up, though, to just shy of 760s. We couldn't even clear 760. So for me, that was a lower high. So I started watching. I said, if we break 757, it's done. I'm a little disappointed with the execution. I didn't get the initial 757 break. I was patient. I waited. I ended up getting 750, 650s. The second I get short, it immediately goes a point against me. But I was planning on risking. I was going to give it like at least 2.5 points. I was going to give it in like 2 points, give it into that area approaching 759s. But I was really going to stay comfortable as long as we stay below 758. As long as I was in it, we never cracked above 758, so I was happy with that. The plan was to get out some at 753, so take about 4 points on it, or 3.5. But basically, we ended up slowing a bit at 754, so I took the first half of the position out, 2.5 points in the money. Then this part was I was trying to get out this prior bar high at the 15. We had a brand new 15-minute candle, so I was trying to switch. As I switched, I set my stop, and I basically ended up getting wicked out. So still took almost 2 points in the remainder of that position. Really happy with what I did with it. And it ended up working out. I got wicked out because we never really even got to my 753. All we did was push higher. Now, why did I go long at the end of the day? Because I loved this uptrend. And initially, you know me, I was actually maybe trying to go short. I said if we break below that 763, because we were really struggling with 764.30 on the order book. So I said if we can't hold that, and then if we break below 763, it's a short, really small position. Then we get to 763. We don't break below it on the ask, and we push higher. So I say, okay. Now I want to see us break above 764.30. If I can get a high of day Netflix long, I would love that. I'd be pleased as punch. I was risking the prior bar low here on the 10-minute, so I was risking like 50, 60 pennies. I believe that was 80s, but we never even got there. I don't even think we broke below 764 or 764 on either side. Got that long there, ended up getting out at 765.33, then went right onto the green screen for my last segment. So really happy with this. Just trying to trade when I have time and when I see things that set up, not forcing anything. I will say I have such a better appreciation for the market now that I'm just watching, sitting on my hands and letting trades come to me. Rant over. Thank you for letting me wax poetic.
Well, the best part about it is, you don't have to, when you get that late long, like you can join a trend at any point, right? You saw it riding, I think you had a 50-period moving average. It was
I have a 9.
It was a 9. So,
Yeah.
It's the 9 on a 3-minute or a 1-minute chart. Mm-hmm. No, you saw it riding that trend. But the other way to look at it too, I have a 15-minute up without any trend lines. You wait for it to clearly break trend up top. Now, you didn't even get in, I think, which is, if you're picking tops and you're good enough to try to get it off here, great. Like when it's in the 760s, more power to you. The real confirmation happens when you get this drop and then this rejection of the 760 level. So there's that wick, rejection 67, close lower, and now you're basing it off of this level in here where you got that 758. So really, to me, the best possible price you have in the confirmation short would be tight to like, you could have just above 57, and then you got out pretty much when it reversed trend. So that's perfect. And you wait till it breaks trend, you join a move, you don't have to get the top on a reversion. And as a matter of fact, if you get the exact top on a reversion to try to get it, more often than not, you're just going to get yourself blown out and making top wick. I've done it a million times. Everybody's done it a million times. And then it's the same thing with that trend bottom. If you get the absolute low, great. But more often, joining that trend when it's confirmed is going to be the easier trade to make, wherever you do happen to get it. So I think that's one of the things you got to take away from it. Now, ultimately, the one thing that we didn't get out of Netflix today, which I want to point out, is one of the reasons why it doesn't get as actively traded here on the floor. I'm glad you did trade it today. There was no split.
No.
And this has been, if Lamb can split, Lamb Research finally split their stock to go down and now be a $70 stock. What is the excuse, Netflix? Netflix should do a split. They have everything going for it. I think you'd have more trade action. You're going to get far more retail playing options on it, which ultimately you're going to get a little bit more liquidity in there. I do feel like there's a good opportunity for them to do the split, but then again, I'm a trader asking for what I want to happen so that we can trade it more actively on a regular basis. I do want to point out that drug is back above $50 because why not? It just bounced. I have 15 minutes still up here. I can probably put up a 3 or something a little bit shorter time frame. So it did make a nice little bounce. Well, for a second it was above 50. Now it's right back underneath. But got all the way up to $53. I still feel as if a lot of the wind has come out of those sails with that 3 halt down. That'll be a tricky one. Like personally, you saw, like I'd rather trade that E-Fresh stock, 1847 limited holding or whatever the heck that company's called.
Yeah.
I'd rather trade one of those where it's more regular risk to reward. Like it's gonna look like a lot of things that we normally trade on a small cap basis than something like drug. And holding this over the weekend is crazy. It's one thing for those people that might have it when it was like a $2 or $3 stock and you're letting it ride like the last little bit. But up here, even with that pullback from 80, even if you were long at 45 to 50, this stock could be $10 on Monday. It could be $3 on Monday. It could be 25. It could be 75. All of those things are certainly possible. And we've seen what happens to a lot of people when they end up bag holding. And speaking of E-Fresh, when drug went to the downside, this lost a bit as well. And so sometimes it's okay to just make the $6 into $7 play. That's it. It doesn't have to go to $10. Not every small cap trade has to be a 100% mover or anything crazy like that. You can just take the inside trade, play it from 610, risk 25 pennies, and make a dollar. 3, 4 to 1, whatever you might be able to get. I think those are absolutely fine. K-Debs just said, what just happened to news?
I couldn't find any news or movement.
NUZE. I mean, it's a slight move to the. That's not that big of a move. Remember NUZE, Newsy here. This was dropping pretty much most of the day after an early run up. It spent the rest of the day pulling back in. It is a day 2 runner here. Started off yesterday breaking that dollar move and then giving it all back. Well, okay, it didn't give it all back. Giving a lot of it back, but then holding on to support. Remember, when you've got these crazy runners on day 2, when it's already given you the pullback trade, just have a look-see to see if it's holding out support anywhere that matters. It'll be easier to see on a 15-minute here with NUZE. Like there's your pullback into 120. It bounces, holds 130, holds 130. You think the move is done. You think the stock is now dead, but it holds on to that higher low, like this prior consolidation level. It just holds right onto it. That doesn't get all the way back to $3. But as long as this doesn't break $1.20, then you can go sideways from here. You can make another breakout. This is exactly where it lulls people to sleep. And then you come back next week, and if it's still above the 120 level, going sideways, you also have the 50-period moving average. I think it's a 50 down here at about 112. It holds on to this level, and you could have a multi-day rally. Just remember, most of these stocks don't sustain multi-day moves.
No.
When they pull back, it can get quite nasty. So yeah, there was no news on NUZE there.
No, there was no news. And there wasn't much news volume either. It is worth noting, I'm seeing as of right now just over 100,000 shares printed in this 15-minute candle, which began at 4 p.m. So there was someone here in the chat, shout out to KDEB, saying the time and sales showed a huge print. Thank you for pointing that one out to us. Yeah, like I'm not seeing it reflected. So as of right now, 132,000 shares in this candle. Last time I checked a couple minutes ago, it was 115,000 shares. So not too much that I am seeing on news, though. If there is any news, we will be the first to deliver it extra over here. I guess not read all about it, but see all about it.
That's how we roll. That's how we roll. Look, if there's something happening in the market, we want to make sure we get it to you for sure. KDEB saying the time and sales showed a huge print. Yeah, that's entirely possible. I'm going to keep an eye on it just in case something crazy happens. I did want to make note of URA and uranium. There were a couple of breakouts today. The uranium names and some of the nuclear energy names had some strong movement. Silver was a nice breakout that I want to make sure that we get to there for XLV. But yeah, specifically with URA, if you look at that, what I love about this kind of a setup, when you get a false break at the open, lit grab off of like pre-market support or prior day support, V-shaped recovery. Like, look what uranium did today. Goes V-shape right into yesterday's resistance, right into pre-market highs, and then dips. Holds the higher low, and then this is the breakout. Like, it's trying to break higher lows into a flat top break, and look what happens after a break. It's just a clean move up. Now, obviously, some people might say 33.18 or 33.50 isn't a very sexy move. Well, I'll tell you, when it never goes against you and it just trends for the majority of the afternoon, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a simple trade. You probably only have to risk about 5 pennies taking that break, if that, and it just trends for you the rest of the day. That wasn't the only thing that was moving around. Some of the old school ones were making moves. SMR did not necessarily have as good of a day. It did a liquidity grab and then a big run, but it gave the whole move back on SMR for a true recovery, not a V shape or whatever the reverse of that is, I guess you'd call it. You still caught a bit of a bid here. I like what this is doing on the daily, holding above prior highs at 17. But these nuclear small modular reactor names, URA's also going. So they're still very much in play, even if it was a heavy pullback here. SMR ends up the day flat after being up like double digits at one point.
Yeah.
Still a 27% short float that I can only imagine is getting better. And with these, we got to still keep our ear to the ground on a daily basis to see who else is making a deal, because we've had Amazon, we've had Alphabet, Google talk about deals and wanting to make sure they get power. Microsoft as well as another one. That's why we have you on the desk. So when any of the news pops up, we can get these low float runners, because that's where they are.
Oh, yeah.
Big, huge short floats with a lot of these small modular reactor names.
Yeah, SMR, I believe, is 20%. I'm going to check to clarify that. I know as of a few days ago it was. But I remember, and that's what was interesting, too, about being on this news desk all day now. You'll see the way things move incrementally. I remember when I initially brought up SMR, I think at 10 a.m., the day that this ran on the Amazon News, I believe, Wednesday, it was up, I think it was near 15s. Then the next time I look at it, it's like above 17s. I look at it again, it's above 18s. It's just crazy to see how these things incrementally creep up. The short float now 27% for SMR, so I think it has increased over the last few days. So that is not a small short float with a small modular reactor company. That is for sure. Yeah, new scale, taking it to a whole new level. Gotta get some puns on here, right? Why not? But yeah, apologies for the speed of my voice, guys. I'm just so excited to be back on this desk, talking about these markets, talking about these trades.
You know what? We've been doing this show for a while on YouTube, and when we started out, I'll tell you, Sean and I were just traders. Sean has much more of an experience talking, and he did more training. I would just do floor management and sometimes train traders and more one-on-one kind of stuff. But Brendan, who actually did radio, more of a professional background before he was in trading, he was on the radio doing business news. And one of the things that he said was, you have to try, you just have to be yourself in front of the camera or on the air. Because the second you try to be something else, that's when you're going to falter. You're not going to sound right. People are going to know something is off. Yeah. You're not going to have the same level of confidence. Sean has his energy, which is different from my energy. Yours is going to be different from Obi's, is going to be different from Joseph, is different from Sharif, and that's the whole idea. You try not to be too fake. We've all seen it when people are in front of a camera and they're ridiculously fake, and it's not any fun for anybody.
Yeah, a good point.
K-Debs, I'm going to see if we can't crowdsource this, because K-Debs just asked in the chat here. It was, is there a nuclear ETF that you know of? Now, I am aware of the uranium ETFs. Now, something specific that is just maybe the reactor plays that isn't a uranium ETF, I don't know. That's why URA is kind of the one that we keep talking about here. I think that's the most adjacent, but...
Oh, sorry, I was just going to see, I want to shout out Dragos here saying NLR nuclear ETF. I just looked it up.
NLR?
This is the VanEck nuclear ETF. I don't know what kind of intraday volume this gets, but thank you very much to Dragos for letting us know about NLR, which I have just looked into here.
Let's see what's in it. VanEck has a lot of really good ETFs. I don't know what's in. Let me just see how quickly I can pull that up and see what they have in there. Come on, website. You're now starting to struggle. So that was NLR here. So obviously we just talked about URA there. This one's looking, it's performing better.
They have CEG is their top component. So CEG, we know, has been really strong. That's almost 10% of NLR, their Constellation Energy Group. They also have CCO, so Cameco. They have PEG. I think the main one we know here is going to be CEG, but also UEC, Uranium Energy Corp. They have DNN.
They got Denison as well.
Chat earlier. Yeah, they've got quite a few.
Yeah, okay, so this, it has a bunch of the ones that I'm aware of. PG&E Yeah, okay. PG&E. I didn't know was in that game. PG&E, of course, unfortunately, they were in the news for the forest fires in California. Their power lines were a bit of an issue for sure there. But yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna jot that one down for myself because we've been looking at URA. Like, wait, look, this is why we have the best community out there, and we're always trying to grow the community. Because part of trading is you got to crowdsource ideas. A trading floor is about sharing ideas and getting better from each other. That's the value of what Trader TV Live brings to everybody. It's a trading floor live to you. But we also always want your help. I'm never pretending to know everything. Like the question was, are you aware of? I knew URA. I knew some of the mining names in terms of a nuclear ETF, but I didn't know that one. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. This is what we try to do. We all try to help each other out there and get some new ideas. Zion Lala asking if Obi can take drug to 100 aftermarket. He's still sitting there, but I promise you he's not trading DRUG in the aftermarket.
Maybe he'll relapse.
You know you're not trading it, Obi. That's crazy. No, he's not going to be trading that in the aftermarket. And he is watching it, though. He confirmed he is watching drug. It's not moving. He's consuming price action. It's not getting to I don't think it's getting to 100. After that move we saw to the downside, very unlikely. The wins came out of the sales there at the end of the day. If it's going to do it, it'll probably have to do it next week. Another question in there, JF in the chat. JF in the chat, is SoFi making a bull flag on the weekly? Well, one way we can answer that question is to put on a weekly chart. So I have the daily. I want to keep my daily there. On the weekly, it's not really a bull flag. It's a test of the high in the weekly. I'd say it's the daily that's making a bit of a bull flag. Probably, if you look at a 15, it's probably the exact same thing. So what essentially all this means, you don't have to be a charter market technician. It's a move up, strong move up, and then a consolidation at the high. I don't care if it doesn't look like a flag to you, but it fits those parameters, and as far as I'm concerned, it's the same thing. Is it consolidating this high since it broke out? Okay, so the local break was an 850, 860 area that we talked about a while ago. It took out 9. It's consolidating over the prior high. We'll call that like 950. You're getting higher lows and the same top at the resistance at 10.5 bucks on SoFi. So any consolidation in that area here, to me, is a bull flag where next leg up is a break. Now, sometimes, as we're demonstrating today with Amazon, the other way to look at that bull flag setup is to find like a rejection underneath resist support, a reclaim of this, and then kind of get back in here. And before it breaks, you're long 10, giving it to 9.5, and then you're playing along into the break of the high instead of the break of the bull flag. Just a couple of ways to play it there. You can confirm the breakout and take the breakout, or let it try to liquidity grab underneath inside of the little flag, and then grab the long inside of it here, play it into the high, hold through the high. Then you don't have to worry about is it going to break or is it not going to break. You're in the money at the point of the breakout. You can choose to add, you can choose to take some out, but you got to have yourself a stop. That prior low, usually a pretty good place to do it. Pickle Jim, Obi is moving on to another drug. I don't know what else is there. What else is moving? Puff up pass?
Yeah,
it's on to the next. We saw that with that BIVI stock.
Vivi.
The second that dropped the bid, drug started going. The second drug halted down, BIVI started going again. The algos, and this is not a conspiracy theory. Obviously, there's a million different types of algorithms that trade on the market. And the ones that are chasing the liquidity in the small cap runners or whatever the squeeze name of the day is, if one gives up and another one's strong, what do you think happens? If they're making money quickly buying and selling on trend, then when one loses, they want to go to where the money is next. So when it makes logical sense, when drug halts down, that's going to be gone. Jump over to BIVI, which did make that move. I wish I had held on to this one. Unfortunately, we didn't hold on to BIVI. I'll say I didn't have the best entry into the BIVI long because obviously, I was taking it on this initial pullback. Straight up, was breaking 180, and then it did this test of the high. There's this pullback, which rejected. I bought back into $2 here, played it 225. It lost $2. I got out. The best entry that you can find on this chart is right here. So you've got this steep trend, which was holding higher lows. You get this obvious area, like this candle here at about $1.85, where you get the bounce, you get this rejection candle where it then holds a tight low and then another break here. Okay, well, you don't have that one. Let's wait for confirmation. Same thing. Lit grab right underneath that 180 area, 185 area. Next candle confirms back in green. You're going long somewhere in this 3-minute candle. It doesn't really matter much. You give it to the prior low, and then you're off to the races. It's these little nuanced, wait for it. Like, don't just buy into that. Wait for it to give a capitulation bottom. Wait for it to give a capitulation bottom. Confirm the move. Get in somewhere here. Get in somewhere here. And then you can give it to that low. You always want to be with the trend when these things are bouncing. And the best part about the small caps here, Adara, is when one of these gives you that entry, suddenly you have a $1.80 stock that you are legitimately risking 10 or 15 cents on that has the potential to go to $2, $2.50, $3. And in the meme stock days, it was gold getting set up. Like, all you would do as a day trader, find one entry like that a day, just one. And then you scalp some out, hold the rest for the dream. And that's how people were banking in the meme stock days.
Crazy.
You didn't have to hold it $1 against you to get a $2 move. You could find those types of entries on a trending stock. And that's the best part. Now, shorting it is another story. I think you want to stay away from that, despite what happened to me on Veru. I think it was Veru one day where I got rinsed trying to short Veru.
Yeah.
That was a famous stock.
That was the one that Fahad, that was like he was
the CEO of
right?
Veru.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
How was it already 4:30?
Time flies when you're
It's
having
ridiculous.
fun with these markets.
It always does.
Indeed.
Amr in the chat saying JDZG is going.
Oh, that Jade? Yeah, they were on the watch list this morning along with a lot of those other small caps. They have I believe they have under a 3 mil float. I will get the exact details on this float. 2 million even, 2 million share float, just under 8% short float here. For JZDG, JDZG. They are a Chinese ADR.
That's a mouthful.
And yeah, that chart is as confusing as that ticker is to say.
And the ticker doesn't even make any sense with regards to the name. It must make sense. Yeah, well, there's got to be a logic to it. That one's ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. Okay, because we're getting on in time here, I feel like we didn't really go over the results of the poll. For shame, clearly we don't have enough Bitcoin holders here. No. Because only 59% of those that voted in our poll will BTC break and hold 70,000 over the weekend. Only 59% think it will. Whatever happened to just making the bet on the thing? Because you don't have to put anything down. All you got to do is click yes. And then you get to be a part of wanting it to happen. So I want it to happen. I own Bitcoin.
I like
obviously.
that.
I would like it to happen. We don't know if it's going to. Obviously, it's been a big resistance level. It's descending trend line. It's had off the highs. More aligning with 69,000 than 70, but 70 is a big level that has to go. So obviously, not as optimistic, I think, as some of us are. And I said all week that this move, that breakout, it's Bitcoin. It's happening on the weekend. We're not getting that awesome of a break during market. That's just not how it works. We're gonna get if we get that break, it's happening over the weekend. It's not happening this week. It was never going to, I don't think. TH going west soon says they voted yes. Thank you, TH. We appreciate your vote because we all want to. We record. See, RFID trader. We cordially request Adara at the desk throughout the day. You getting some love here, Adara.
Thank you guys for the support. I appreciate it. I'm always happy to be here in whatever capacity. So yeah, happy to be here.
So before we get to the rundown, I just want to say So Adara, you weren't feeling well, and I'm glad you're back here, even though not even 100%. So on the days that Adara is not here, it falls to me to do the watch list which I can tell you. Obviously, it's just good going through stocks and getting stories out there and what stocks are moving, which you'd think would be easy enough for a trader. But I actually can't get it done without Sharif's help on time. So to give you an idea of how busy Adara's day is, she comes in here and she does the watch list for us and gets some of the screens ready that you see on the More Trader TV Live. She's getting us news throughout the day. She's a very, very busy day. And we try to make sure that we give the best all throughout the day. So I can tell you she's incredibly busy. Don't take any more time off because doing the watch list is hard, and it's hard. You think it's an easy thing, but it is very time consuming. So I want to thank you for that, and we always have a fantastic time and a fantastic team here. But I'm also glad that we get to do the Adara roll call, if you don't mind.
Oh, I would love to.
So anyone out there, if you don't know what roll call is, it's a pretty simple thing. First, if you're not a subscriber on the show, hit the subscribe now. That's a fail. Hit the subscribe now so you can be in the chat. because if you want to get your name shouted out in rapid fashion by Adara, then you have to be able to post in the chat. So hit the like and the subscribe, get your name into the chat. As always, I'm going to give a big shout out to our entire team, whether it's Sean away today, Obi filling in for Sean, Brendo, we had Joseph and Sharif on the midday. I know Sataya was ill, but she would have loved to be back on the show. We had Fabian on the 1s and 2s and Andre on the 1s and 2s, and Ramin's going to be back. And big thank you, of course, to Adara, who's about to give us the roll call.
Thank you very much, Neil, for that lovely run up. And thank you I appreciate the kind words there. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Obi for hosting there. Sharif, Sean's not there. Shout out to Joe. Shout out to Fabian as well, killing it by himself all week and last week as well. And we're going to start going through this roll call now. We have Rob Jenkins. We have Isaac Williams, Jay Doctor, Bears versus Bulls, Derek Thompson. We have Grov. We've got New Few Capital. We have Mark M. We have BGZ, Zion Lala, the names are thrown in here. Havana Woody, we have Adam DeLuce. We have Michael Spadaforo, Baseball Card, Will, Sebastian Jr., Anyarog. We have Dabba Dabba Doo, shout out to, I think, the Flintstones there, I guess. Just some random dude. Blatant Stomp, Jake, DJ Freddie K. We have Borhout. We've got Carl. We've got the Piper. We've got Mui Cansado. We have, I don't know what's his name to. We have Melissa Murphy. We have Robert Leo. We've got Go Explore. We have Yoel Reyna. We have Gigi Dan. We've got Matt Marine, RFID Trader, Bigly Down Under. We have Bookam Dano, Marcel. We've got Neil in the chat there. I'm not able to do this fast as I used to. John Del Senya, Ron Du, Jam Losi. We have Stuart Lonsdale, Callie Cat, Robert, Ab T, Gustavo, Crypto, FOMO, Derek Thompson, Bads, Mike Breeze, Simon, VRO Trades, J Boss, Jade, Gustavo, once again, Melissa Murphy, Darwin, B-Bot 5000, Callie Cat, Enchantress Wonderland, Shenanigans, Diane, Artemis. I could go all day, but I won't. Thank you guys so much for being here. There's a Joe as well in the background. I'm so happy to be here for this guest appearance, guys. What is
crushing it. Absolutely crushing it like you always do. Thank you so much there, Derek. Thank you, everyone, for getting in there on the chat and making sure you got the roll call. Shout out to Joseph, who's still hanging around watching the aftermarket show. There we go. Wow, we can even put him right there. Shout out to Joseph. Love those options lessons. We're all learning a heck of a lot because not all of us are experts like Joseph is. But hey, the best part about all of this, and you know what's up. We had Netflix earnings next week, the T to the S to the L to the A. We get Tesla earnings next week. It's going to be a big week. And so rest up, have a great weekend, have fun, spend it with family, do whatever you do. Enjoy that weekend. Hopefully we get some good weather. But be ready because 8:30 Monday morning we start again. It's more earnings. It's Trader TV Live. And we'll see you Monday morning. Bye, guys.
See you guys.